Chapter 2088 Ba Su. Everyone at the banquet fell silent after hearing what Jian Wushuang had just said. Every expert was shocked beyond words. Even though the way he had said it was tactful, the meaning behind the words was clear. Jian Wushuang was challenging Ba Su. He was challenging the most powerful man among the special tribes. Even King Qinsheng, who was standing beside the Jian Wushuang, was stunned. He secretly transmitted a message to Jian Wushuang. Ancient God Emperor, Ba Su is an extremely strong opponent. I fought him years ago, and his fighting power was top tier amongst the stage 2 great emperors. What if he even reaches the power level of a stage 3 great emperor? If you were to fight him, what if? No worries. Jian Wushuang waved him off. His eyes were still set on Ba Su as he smiled. What will your reply be, Mr. Ba Su? Everyone shifted their vision to Ba Su. They anticipated his reply. Even though most of the experts hated the sky-swallowing clan, they still had to admit that Ba Su was the strongest man. The only person who could barely come close in a fight was King Qinsheng. No one knew much about the new ancient God Emperor. Could he really go toe-to-toe against Ba Su? Ba Su smiled creepily. He looked at Jian Wushuang and replied, "Since it's a request from the ancient God Emperor, why would I reject? Please follow me." Jian Wushuang stood up and flew towards a vast space. Ba Su smiled indifferently as he followed suit. They stood facing each other in the vast space. The crowd looked at them, excited. On one side was the new ancient God Emperor. On the other was the leader of the sky-swallowing clan. Both of them had enormous power within their respective clans. This battle was much anticipated. Most of the experts, from the bottom of their hearts, hoped that Jian Wushuang would win. The outcome of this battle determined the leader of the Special Tribes Alliance. I don't care if I became the leader of the alliance, as long as the experts in the special tribes are willing to help in dealing with the 3 emperors' world. However, no one from the sky-swallowing clan can be the leader. Jian Wushuang stood there motionless. He looked at Ba Su as his gaze turned cold. He had just gotten word from the Sanctuary Alliance that the sky-swallowing clan was working with the Acheron Palace secretly. Who knew what would happen if they became the leader of the alliance? Hence, anyone could become the leader of the alliance. Anyone but Ba Su. "Mr. Ba Su, let's fight," Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Ba Su had a playful grin on his face. He thought to himself, if I can successfully become the leader of the Special Tribes Alliance, more than half of the plans my clan have will be complete. What follows will be much easier. As for the ancient God Emperor, haha, he thinks too highly of himself. Ba Su did not take Jian Wushuang seriously. He had gotten to know things about Jian Wushuang through Acheron Palace. He knew that Jian Wushuang had fighting power equivalent to that of a stage 2 great emperor. He would be on par or just a little stronger than King Qinsheng. He was not worried at all. I will not go easy on you. From the looks of it, you are really confident, my dear ancient God Emperor. Ba Su smiled coldly. Right then, HUM. A wave of exceptionally strong bloodline power radiated from Ba Su as stripes of golden secret restrictions appeared on his face. His body turned from that of a normal human into that of an enormous golden bat. The same secret restrictions appeared all over the body of the bat. A bat? Jian Wushuang thought to himself. The first member of the sky-swallowing clan he met could also turn into a bat. However, the bat did not possess a pure bloodline power. His fighting power was pathetic. The sky-swallowing bat in front of Jian Wushuang was completely gold. Ba Su, too, had the bloodline power of an emperor. This Ba Su, he revealed his true form since the beginning? What an overbearing aura. Is this the power of the strongest man among the special tribes? Many of the spectators showed fear when they saw the golden bat. Ba Su's face was covered with golden secret restrictions. He thought to himself, I shall not waste time. I will end this battle fast and defeat him. Ba Su opened his mouth, suddenly, as a glint of cruelty flashed across his eyes. Screech! A stern hiss was heard as it reverberated through the air. This high-pitched sound was painful for the ears. Most of the audience could not help but cover their ears. Jian Wushuang felt an overpowering energy swept over him without any warning as the sound was heard. This is soul attack. Jian Wushuang turned pale. His self-defense mechanism was so strong that he was basically unkillable. However, his soul was not very powerful. This soul attack was the strongest attack Jian Wushuang had ever encountered. This attack was too sudden, and Jian Wushuang was not prepared for it. It was obvious that he was slow in trying to protect himself against this attack. By the time he had recovered from the attack, his head was still spinning. He saw a golden claw appear in front of him. It was as though the golden claw was a bolt of golden lightning. It tore the void apart mercilessly. There was nothing obstructing its path as the claw swept over Jian Wushuang. A terrifying aura and tearing force erupted from the attack. Under the influence of the aura, Jian Wushuang turned into a meteorite and crashed down towards the ground. Bang! The entire earth shook and a large crater was formed. Jian Wushuang lay at the bottom of the crater, lifeless. Every audience was shocked. Ancient God Emperor. The experts from the ancient God clan panicked. Ba Su stood tall on the void above the crater. He reverted back into human form. He mocked. I thought that the new ancient God Emperor could at least put up a fight. I did not expect him to be so weak. The entire ancient God clan was enraged upon hearing this. Right then, Mr. Ba Su, isn't it too early to celebrate? Jian Wushuang said suddenly. Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2089. A pitched battle. Ba Su's gaze shifted. The many experts turned towards the source of the sound. Below the pit hole, a towering figure slowly rose. It was Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang rose without a scratch. His divine power could be subtly seen surrounding him. He was no different than before. He's not hurt. Ba Su was astonished. You must know, the Golden Claw's move took Ba Su all his strength. Even if the opponent was King Qinsheng, he would have been badly hurt. But Jian Wushuang came out unscathed. In terms of the strength of their divine bodies, Jian Wushuang obviously emerged stronger. Jian Wushuang rose once again to the void, eyes fixed on Ba Su. King Qinsheng was right. This Ba Su is impressive. Putting his soul attack aside, those golden claws are enough to place him on the pinnacle second stage, Great Emperor level. If all this happened before I entered the ancient emperor's residence, I probably wouldn't have stood a chance. But now, Jian Wushuang let out a cheeky smile, and at that moment, pew, 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 6 streaks of golden light were instantly released. These 6 streaks were like 6 golden meteors cutting across the sky. It was too fast. Ba Su, in one focus breath, blocked it with one palm. Dang, 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 dang. The 6 streaks of golden light all bounced away, but the brutality of Jian Wushuang's impact forced Ba Su to pace back a few steps. The Hong Jun golden sword was used with space-time powers. As his understanding of space-time increased immensely, he was able to use the 6th golden sword, both its speed and attack increasing along. The Hong Jun golden sword, at its full force, was enough to go against a second-stage Great Emperor. This were 6 of such golden swords attacking simultaneously. Even pinnacle second stage, Great Emperor level Ba Su dared not underestimate it. Importantly, the Hong Jun golden swords were known for their speed. Immediately after the swords were bounced back, they stopped and started charging towards Ba Su once again. Frenzy attacks again and again and again. The 6 Hong Jun golden swords kept on going. Ba Su originally did not take the swords to heart, but as he reflected the swords, and the swords kept coming back, his face darkened. At this moment, Jian Wushuang took a sudden step. As he started pacing himself, his body grew to 9 or 10 feet tall. 9 heads and 18 arms appeared as well. An earth-shattering aura of might was approaching. The publicly recognized forte of the ancient god clan was its close combat abilities. Jian Wushuang obviously wanted to use this to engage in a full-on slaughter. Jian Wushuang held tight to his 18 long swords and started cutting in a frenzy. This was together with the 6 frenzied Hong June golden swords. With that and the close combat abilities, it was the perfect combination. Savage, ruthless. Jian Wushuang's fighting power was fully demonstrated at that moment. Crap! Ba Su was no longer composed like had been before. He was astonished. Previously, he had not bothered about this newborn ancient god Emperor Jian Wushuang, but now, Jian Wushuang's fully released fighting power brought tremendous stress to Ba Su, especially the combination of the swords and his close combat abilities. That swordsmanship was brutal and forceful. He could not find any openings. His divine power was bursting with life, his bloodline power at its optimum, yet he was still suppressed by Jian Wushuang. Completely suppressed. He let the brutal, ruthless Jian Wushuang suppress him. He could not find any way out. The close combat abilities of the ancient god clan are too terrifying, along with his swords. If this goes on, he'll lose. My masterstroke then. A fierce glare could be seen as Ba Su snarled. As the leader of the sky-swallowing clan, a pinnacle second-stage great emperor, of course he had more tricks up his sleeve. On the battlefield, while Ba Su was still being suppressed by Jian Wushuang, Ba Su made a quick retreat and flew out like a golden bat once again. Li. It was the same ear-piercing pitch that resonated across the battlefield. Within that cry, a strong soul attack was making its way towards Jian Wushuang. This move again. Jian Wushuang's face darkened, but this time he was well prepared, using his substantive soul to build many barriers of defense. At the same time, his 5-gem armor started to let out a strange light. The 5-gem armor was placed in Jian Wushuang's hands by the ancient era expert, Wu Han. Its might was formidable despite being damaged. Not just targeting substantive defense, it also provided a certain amount of protection against soul attacks. The frenzied soul attack was approaching. HNGH. Jian Wushuang snorted. He felt a sharp pain in his soul, but this time he did not fall into that state of inattentiveness. His consciousness was absolutely awake. Immediately he saw Ba Su's attack approaching. Golden lightning elemental barrier. A bucket-thick golden streak of light blasted towards Jian Wushuang. This golden streak of light was filled with golden lightning. One streak of it looked enough to wreak devastating havoc. And that golden streak of light was a flawless combination of millions and millions of flashes of golden lightning. As he watched the golden streak of light approach him, Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold with death. Dissipate. One thunderous roar shook the void. An astonishing sword essence rose from Jian Wushuang, with 4 hands holding the same spear. This pure divine power, along with 9-star ancient clan-level bloodline power, were all fully deployed. An astonishing sword light striked. It went face to face with that golden streak of light. Chi, chi, chi. There was no dramatic roar or bang. It was as if the blade of a sword ran itself across a towering mountain. That thick golden streak of light that went on for tens of feet, a clean slice from the sword light. The power dissipated in all directions. What? Ba Su's face changed instantly. Golden lightning elemental barrier, my strongest technique, was taken down in one strike. Chapter 2090. Defeat. He's so strong. Ba Su was astonished. He received a bit of information regarding Jian Wushuang's background via the Archilon Palace. He knew Jian Wushuang had second-stage great emperor-level fighting powers. But, according to them, Jian Wushuang was not the strongest amongst second-stage great emperors, a tad away from being a pinnacle emperor, whereas, on the other hand, Ba Su was a pinnacle second-stage great emperor, one of the best around. He should have defeated Jian Wushuang easily, but the power Jian Wushuang had demonstrated. Perfection! This is definitely the second stage's limit. Almost hitting third stage. This fighting power, it's more powerful than mine. Ba Su clenched his fists. Huh! A loud roar could be heard. Ba Su turned around to see where it came from. Jian Wushuang had already made it through that divine power storm and was now in front of him. Ba Su, that move should have been everything you've got, right? Jian Wushuang chuckled. Now that you've used your final skill, it's my turn to return the favor. As he spoke, a billowing divine power was emerging from Jian Wushuang. At the same time, a boundless time-space power was spreading. Jian Wushuang stared into the void where Ba Su was. This move was the previous ancient god emperor's favorite, recognized as the strongest move within my clan. I wonder how well it works. With a tinge of excitement, Jian Wushuang made his move. The ancient skill, moon-picking skill. Wong. Time and space shook. The billowing time-space power covered the void where Ba Su was, locking the entire area up. Walala. Like Jian Wushuang had demonstrated, the first thing Ba Su faced was the immediate pressure from the surrounding time-space. This was much stronger than what Jian Wushuang had demonstrated previously. Even a pinnacle second-stage great emperor like Ba Su, under this immense pressure from the surrounding space-time, could not help but face unprecedented pressure on his body. He felt as if he did not belong to this time-space. This was a first for Ba Su. What move was that? Ba Su was secretly shocked. He did not feel like he belonged to that time-space. And this was just the beginning. As Ba Su was completely pinned down by the surrounding time-space, a palm formed completely from divine power appeared out of thin air. The palm did not feel destructive or threatening. It felt familiar and warm instead, like a mother's hands. That hand gently touched the void and slowly made its way towards Hafiz. This pluck would be like plucking lilies from the pond, gentle, docile. Imagine making great pains to let the flower bloom. This palm was about to reap its gains, finally. It looked so natural, so relaxed. This scene was unbelievable to almost all experts, and Ba Su himself in the field. Ba Su struggled even harder, attempting to escape before the palm plucked him. But no matter how desperately he struggled, he could not escape. He could only watch the palm cover him. Wong, wong, wong. A faint sound was ringing across the void before it went silent again. The palm had vanished. The void was now unchained and back to normal. Ba Su remained standing in the middle of the void. What was different this time? Ba Su now looked pale, the corner of his lip still oozing blood, his inner strength much weaker than it had been before he left. He took much damage from the pluck. Everyone watched in astonishment. Even Jian Wushuang himself was pretty shocked. Going against the pinnacle second stage, great Emperor Ba Su, Jian Wushuang still managed to hold the upper ground against him, but he thought it would be hard to hurt him. According to his own estimations, unless he used his trump card, it would be hard to hurt Ba Su at all. But in the end, moon-picking skill, indeed ancient god emperor's proudest move, Jian Wushuang praised. This skill alone was enough to seriously injure Ba Su. Most importantly, this complete secret skill was only just imparted to Jian Wushuang, so he could only utilize 3/10 of the skill at this time. Only 30%, but already so powerful. With my capabilities now, with the moon-picking skill, I can resist a full blow from a third stage great emperor with this alone. Once I fully master it, even the third stage great emperors won't dare to underestimate me. Most importantly, this skill is so profound, it's impossible to block it. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists. On the battlefield, Jian Wushuang stood in front of Ba Su once again, staring cheekily. Another round, Mr. Ba Su? Ba Su looked horrendous. As much as he refused to believe it, he had already lost. Lost pathetically. Face to face, Jian Wushuang's 6 Hong June golden swords and close combat abilities were enough to completely suppress him. And with that final move, Jian Wushuang decimated him. Unless he did not value his life that much, it would have been impossible to defeat Jian Wushuang. That would not happen. Even if he went all out, there was no guarantee Jian Wushuang had no more tricks up his sleeve. I've lost this round. From today onwards, you are the strongest amongst the special tribes. Ba Su's voice trembled as he spoke. Jian Wushuang gave a satisfied smile. The countless experts around were all still in shock. Before the battle, although they were all excited, most of them did not think Jian Wushuang would win. After all, Ba Su's reputation of being the best had lasted for decades. He was recognized by all as undefeatable and near legend. It was too difficult to defeat him. But now the new ancient God Emperor had defeated him? Chapter 2091 Alliance Chief. Impressive, the new ancient God Emperor, so impressive. The best, the true expert amongst us special tribes. Since he defeated Ba Su, the position of Alliance Chief goes to the experts. All looked at each other weirdly. Most of them could not contain their excitement. The Black Dragon Emperor of the Black Dragon clan was the first to stand up. As we have decided just now, the stronger expert that emerges will lead us. Since the ancient emperor has defeated Ba Su, the position of Alliance Chief of this special tribe's alliance belongs to him. The Black Dragon clan fully supports this. The Black Dragon Emperor was the first. Next was the God Eater clan's leader. We God Eaters support him too. So does my clan. The ancient God Emperor has proved himself both in power and position. Our clan has no objections. One by one the clan leaders and experts spoke. Amongst these people, most of them did not want Ba Su to win anyway. Within moments, almost 9/10 of the crowd approved Jian Wushuang. The other smaller, more insignificant clans naturally joined in the crowd. The Sky Swallowing clan and the Blackbone clan remained. Ba Su of the Sky Swallowing clan's twisted face managed to squeeze a thin smile. As the crowd all looked towards him, he swallowed his indignity and said, "The ancient God Emperor is indeed strong, slightly stronger than me. I have no objections to him being chief." With Ba Su having no objections, the Blackbone clan naturally followed. Now, Jian Wushuang had received approval from all the clans. The position of chief naturally fell upon his shoulders. Since everyone here supports this decision, I will not go against it. Jian Wushuang smiled. After the position of chief was settled, the positions of deputy chief were discussed, along with the battle preparations. The discussion with the other experts took half a day. In total, 5 deputy chiefs emerged, with 3 of them coming from the other 3 top clans. The remaining positions were filled by other powerful and well-respected clans. The Special Tribes Alliance was officially formed. Everyone, the discussion will end here. After you have returned, please make the preparations as soon as possible. Within a decade, we must be ready. From there, I will link up with the Human Sanctuary Alliance. Also, I will inform them to build space tunnels from each region and domain directly to the battlefield. Dismissed. With a wave of Jian Wushuang's hand, the many experts gradually left. The ancient God clan remained in the Great Hall. Jian Wushuang gathered King Qinxing, King Luoyu, and King Zhansong. King Qinxing, have the experts left? Jian Wushuang asked. Some of them are in no rush, but most of them have left, King Qinxing replied. What about the Sky Swallowing clan? Jian Wushuang continued. The Sky Swallowing clan left right after the ceremony. They were the first to leave. King Qinxing replied. What's the rush? Jian Wushuang laughed. He would not have been surprised if other clans had rushed back. But the Sky-Swallowing Clan, this time during the ceremony, the Sky-Swallowing Clan obviously had plans for themselves. Ba Su seemed to have kept silent in the beginning, but he was simply getting Hei-Chi from the Blackbone clan to speak on his behalf instead. He didn't want us special tribes to place any importance on the issue, but after he realized nothing could stop us from engaging in this battle, he did everything to form a special tribes alliance with one main chief. Obviously, this position of chief was meant for himself. He needed to be chief. If I had not interfered and defeated Ba Su, with his strength and recognition amongst others, he would have become chief instead. The consequences of this are unimaginable. Jian Wushuang mumbled. Jian Wushuang had only suspected the Sky-Swallowing Clan in the beginning, but now he was almost sure that the clan had ties with the Archilon Palace. Perhaps they had even pledged allegiance to the Archilon Palace. Under these circumstances, letting Ba Su of the Sky-Swallowing Clan become chief would mean losing the battle already. Even though their plans did not work out, the Sky-Swallowing Clan will not rest here. They will make their next move. Jian Wushuang squinted for a bit and looked down towards King Qinxing. King Qinxing, make preparations. I want eyes on that clan from today onwards. Report any action, no matter how small it may seem. Take note of the other special tribes as well. Understood. King Qinxing obliged. King Luoyu. Jian Wushuang looked towards him. Now that the special tribes have started making their preparations, we ourselves cannot fall behind. Gather the strongest experts we have. This will be my task for you. No problem, King Luoyu nodded. You're all dismissed. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. The 3 9-star ancient emperors went away to make the necessary preparations. Jian Wushuang continued to sit there and started transmitting something to Emperor Bai. Sky-Swallowing Sanctuary, deep in their lair, in the dusky void. Clan leader Ba Su, you really messed up this time. Because of you, all our well-thought plans have all been flushed down the drain. The eerie black-robed man stood there, his voice seemingly depressed. HNGH, this was indeed partially my fault, but do you think the Archilon Palace had no responsibility either? The information you gave me was that Jian Wushuang was no more than a simple second-stage Great Emperor. But what happened? His abilities are pinnacle second-stage Great Emperor level. If not for your inaccurate information, would I have fought face-to-face with him? I would never have just given the position of chief away to that brat. Ba Su replied. Hearing this, the black-robed man fell silent. Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 29, to all in. Jian Wushuang's abilities were indeed incredible. Back at the 3 Emperors' world, the fighting power he demonstrated was indeed of a decent second stage, Great Emperor level, but not the pinnacle. From then till now, how long had it been? Jian Wushuang had even defeated the pinnacle second stage, Great Emperor Ba Su face to face. Compare that to when Jian Wushuang had just arrived in 3 Emperors' world. Too fast. Jian Wushuang has improved too fast. At this rate, he won't take long before he reaches Emperor Bai's level. That would be a great disturbance to the Archilon Palace, the black-robed man said solemnly. Why are you wasting time then? Have you came up with a plan to remove Jian Wushuang yet? Is that not what the Archilon Palace is known for? Ba Su bawled. To kill Jian Wushuang. The black-robed man thought for a while before shaking his head. He is not the Jian Wushuang of yesterday. With such protection skills, it would prove too difficult to kill him. Maybe it would have been possible before he surpassed the 7th step of inverse cultivation. But it's too late for that now. The black-robed man was helpless. Indeed, they had missed the golden opportunity to kill Jian Wushuang. Now that Jian Wushuang's wings had spread, it was almost impossible to slay him. HNGH, what was the Archilon Palace doing in the beginning? Ba Su questioned. Enough. There is nothing we can do to change the past. It has already happened. Jian Wushuang becoming chief of the Special Tribes Alliance and all, the black-robed man said. The window for you to become chief has long closed. Now we need to count on Plan B. Plan B. Ba Su's pupils shrank. He knew what the black-robed man was referring to. We're not prepared yet. Using Plan B, is that not a bit too hasty? Ba Su frowned. We have no choice. If we wait for the special clans to unite their forces with the Sanctuary Alliance, it will be too late. We may not be well prepared. The plan may not be perfect, but it's all or nothing now, the black-robed man replied. All in, huh? Ba Su found his well-needed determination. Okay then, I'll make the preparations. Go then, the Archleon Palace will make its move now. With that, the black-robed man took out his token and gave the orders. God-Eater Sanctuary of the God-Eater clan. Within the sanctuary grounds, there were countless special tribes of different strengths besides the God-Eater clan. At this moment, they had all gathered. Two figures were pacing around. During the recent ancient God clan's coronation, all clans unanimously agreed upon the creation of the Special Tribes Alliance, with a new ancient God Emperor as chief. We, the Fire Edge clan, as part of the alliance, do not have enough Almighties. According to the chief, if a clan has more than 10 Almighties, 1 or 2 may stay behind. But my clan only has 3 Almighties, so all of us have to fight, the red-haired middle-aged man said. All 3? With no Almighty to guard our clan? What happens if our clan finds itself in trouble? A lad in black asked. As the chief mentioned, he will connect the clans and the Sanctuary Alliance with space tunnels. If anything happens within the clan, we can come back immediately, the red-haired man replied. That's not too bad then, the black-shirt lad nodded. But something was wrong. His eyes hinted at something sinister. Clan leader, I'm afraid you won't be able to join this battle, the black-shirt lad said. Ha! The red-haired middle-aged man turned around, only to see the black-shirt lad's ferocious eyes staring at him. Before he could say anything, a cold dagger plunged into the red-haired man's chest at lightning speed. Crap! At this moment of life and death, the red-haired man immediately activated his armor and blocked the dagger. But the dagger had already pierced the man's skin. This was enough for the man's face to completely change. He could feel a terrifying, corrosive power seeping through his body from that bit of skin. Poison? You. The red-haired, middle-aged man looked at the black-shirt lad, unable to believe what had happened. The lad grinned hideously before making his departure. In the void above a clan's lair, several black shadows stood in line. These 10-odd men each let out a terrifying aura, for they were all Almighties above Sir God level. There was even one Emperor God. These black-robed men stared at the massive clan in front of them, their eyes icy cold. In moments, these 10-odd men floated towards the clan. A terrifying blow was heard, and thus began the massacre. Within ancient God sanctuary grounds, the Purple Snake clan, a mid-tier clan without experts of Emperor God levels, but which possessed 5 Sir Gods. Now, these 5 Sir Gods and many more experts under them gathered. But they did not gather for the battle against the 3 Emperors' world, but for the other huge mid-tier clan in front of them. That clan had had great animosity against the Purple Snake clan for a long period of time. Their hatred had grown to a point of no return. Purple Snake clan leader, the time is now. We can make our move. A black-robed figure within the crowd smiled. What about your men? The leader of the Purple Snake clan asked. Relax, once you've made your move, the experts we inserted into the other clan will make their move too. You have our full support. Good, the leader smiled and looked towards the masses behind him. Clansmen, the time to cleanse our shame and take our revenge for our ancestors has arrived. Take your weapons and kill them all. Kill, kill. The many experts from the Purple Snake clan charged towards the other clan ferociously. The 2 clans began their frenzy. Slaughter after slaughter from all over the 4 sanctuaries began almost simultaneously. The entire Special Tribes domain was in a mess. Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2093, Chaos. Within the 4 sanctuaries, while the brawl between special tribes was in full swing. In the great hall of the ancient god clan. Ancient Emperor, I bring news from the other tribes. Many tribes now are in a complete mess. King Qin Shing reported solemnly. What exactly happened? Jian Wushuang asked. The Special Tribes Alliance was already formed. All that needed to happen was for the tribes to gather their strength and prepare for battle. Yet, at such a crucial period of time, this had happened. We do not know the specifics, but information from the tribes shows some sort of mutiny within themselves, slaughtering one another. Other tribes report sudden assaults from foreign clans, especially from those with a past grudge. Some of them were attacked by black-robed experts. Many tribes are in a wreck now. Fights are happening everywhere. Some of them can't take the pressure and have requested for us to send some of our own experts over. Jian Wushuang's face darkened upon hearing that. It's the Archilon Palace. Jian Wushuang's fists clenched uncontrollably. HNGH, I thought they could only infiltrate the human domains, but now they've influenced our special tribes as well. They have done it so well. One movement from them was enough to create such big waves. From the current severity of it, Jian Wushuang was sure it was the doing of Archilon Palace. Such brilliant infiltration within the eternal chaotic world. Only the Archilon Palace could have done it. What about the other 3 big clans? How are they? They're doing fine. God Eater clan saw its own share of mutiny, however, along with the attack of the Black Robes. But it's nothing the God Eaters cannot handle. As for the Sky Swallowing clan and the Black Dragon clan, all is calm, King Qin Shing replied. Oh, Jian Wushuang frowned. He understood the Sky Swallowers' inactivity, but the Black Dragons. King Qin Shing, get your people to keep an eye on the others, especially the Sky Swallowing clan. If my calculations are correct, they will make their move soon, Jian Wushuang said. Make their move? Why? King Qin Shing and the others were puzzled. They had never suspected the Sky Swallowing clan. Jian Wushuang fell silent for a moment before he replied. I previously received information from Emperor Bai of the Human Sanctuary Alliance. The Sky Swallowing clan's movements have become increasingly suspicious, and they have interacted with experts of the Archilon Palace. Add that to how they behaved during the coronation. I'm almost certain they have colluded with the Archilon Palace, perhaps even following them. What? King Qin Shing, King Luo Yu, King Zhansong were all astonished. The Sky Swallowing clan colluding with the Archilon Palace? If this information were correct, it would prove to be a devastating blow to the special tribes. After all, the Sky Swallowers were part of the top 4 special tribes, just next to the ancient gods. The Sky Swallowing clan was so formidable and so influential within the special tribes' domain. Things are not as simple as they seem because of this, Jian Wushuang mumbled, before lifting his head once again. King Zhansong. Oh, great Emperor. King Zhansong immediately took a bow. Take some experts from our clan and dispatch them to others that require our help. You will lead this team, and be quick about it. We do not have much time. Crises that cannot be mediated. You are allowed to settle them in your own way. Kill every single black robe you meet along the way as well. Do not hesitate, Jian Wushuang murmured. Understood, King Zhansong replied. Ancient Emperor, with everything that's going on, we have more than 10 tribes alone asking us for help. Will King Zhansong's team be enough? King Luo Yu frowned. It won't be, but we don't have a choice, Jian Wushuang replied coldly. It's normal for these tribes to seek my help as Special Tribes Alliance Chief, but it is not possible for me to help them all at once, especially during times like these. Let them handle some stress on their own for now. It's only been some small-scale mutiny and black robe attacks, after all. If they can't handle this much on their own after having existed for so long, I don't see why they should continue to exist. And we have more important things to do. King Chun Xing, Jian Wushuang looked towards him. Prepare a small team of elite experts. Quality over quantity. They will follow me out. Ancient Emperor, you're going out? King Chun Xing and King Luo, you looked towards Jian Wushuang. Yeah, Jian Wushuang nodded. King Luo, you will run the ancient god clan in my absence. Even though King Zhansong and I have taken quite a few experts, there are many more 7-star experts that will remain. Along with you, the 9-star ancient god. It should be enough to mitigate any crisis. Indeed, rest assured, King Luo replied. Jian Wushuang nodded and soon took off. Within the ancient god clan, Jian Wushuang and King Qinxing formed a line in front of the enormous wormhole. Behind them were several more figures. Among these figures were the familiar King Guyu and King Gutong brothers, and 6 more 8-star ancient gods behind them. The remainder were 7-starred. This was a pretty strong team. Ancient Emperor, where are we heading? King Qinxing asked. To the Black Dragon Sanctuary. Jian Wushuang replied directly. The Black Dragon Sanctuary? King Qinxing flinched. That sanctuary is controlled by the Black Dragon clan, and they've been relatively quiet as of now. Is this necessary? Haha, is because the Black Dragon clan has been too quiet. We have to make haste. Jian Wushuang was sure. He had an instinct something was happening at the Black Dragon clan. Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2090 for the Black Dragon clan. The Black Dragon clan became one of the top 4 clans with their formidable abilities and presence of great emperors. Normally, it would be hard to shake such a clan, but Jian Wushuang knew how the Archilon Palace operated. The Archilon Palace had infiltrated other clans for ages. Their influence was unimaginable. The Vientiane Tower at the human domain, built by the Archilon Palace from the bottom up. They were even able to nurture a great emperor, placing him within the highest ranks of the Sanctuary Alliance. Within the special tribes domain, the Archilon Palace should have laid their own groundwork a long time ago too. If they had truly begun, the top 4 clans would have been affected to a certain degree. The Sky-Swallowing clan had most likely defected towards the Archilon Palace, however, so it was normal for nothing to have happened amongst themselves. The Ancient God clan was too powerful, with 4 great emperors alone. Along with the pinnacle 2nd stage, Great Emperor Jian Wushuang was the head. Even if they had infiltrated the clan to a certain degree, it could not possibly affect things much. But when it came to the Black Dragon clan and the God Eater clan, the Archilon Palace were definitely able to disturb them. Only the Black Dragon clan was not affected by everything going around. It was too quiet. This level of quiet was disturbing enough for Jian Wushuang to check it out. We are heading for the Black Dragon Sanctuary. Keep this a secret, Jian Wushuang instructed. Understood, King Qinxing nodded. After which, experts led by Jian Wushuang and King Qinxing headed towards the Black Dragon Sanctuary via wormhole. Stepping into the sanctuary, they immediately headed towards the Black Dragon clan. At the same moment, at a void above the Black Dragon clan lair, massive amounts of people congregated in that one single spot and floated. They all emitted impressive auras, the weakest of which was already at Sir God level. At a glance, there were more than 200 people there. Within these 200-odd experts, Black Dragon experts made up 7/10 of it. The remainder of them were black-robed Archilon Palace experts. In front of the pack stood the Black Dragon clan leader Basu and a black-robed Eerie elder from the Archilon Palace. News from within the ancient God clan. King Zhansong has brought several experts to assist the other tribes. The black-robed elder spoke. Just Zhansong? Where's King Qinxing, King Luoyu, and that Jian Wushuang? Ba Su frowned. I don't know, the elder shook his head. The ancient God clan is different from others. They worship bloodline over anything else. not even ability. They have absolute loyalty for their emperor. This makes it difficult for Archilon Palace to infiltrate. All this time, we still were not able to get into their top ranks. It's impossible to know where they have gone. But if my predictions are correct, that ancient emperor should still be at the ancient god clan. HNGH, stay there for all he wants. Ba Su gave a sneering laugh. He thought getting someone to spy on me would be enough? They underestimated us. Sky Swallowing Clan, as one of the top clans around, naturally had their own tactics. They knew the ancient god clan had been spying on them all this time, yet they were still able to avoid surveillance. Like right now, almost 9/10 of Sky Swallowing experts were there, but the spy from the ancient god clan had no idea. It's time, let's make our move, Basu said. Yep, the black-robed elder nodded and waved his hand. Immediately, 4 black-robed figures went off in all 4 directions, but all were heading towards the void near the Black Dragon Clan's lair. Once they were in position, they each took out a transmission token. As they crushed the token, a formation that had already been prepared within the token immediately took over. It covered everything around, including the lair and the void. This formation was specially made by us, Archilon Palace. Not only does it lock space-time, it is also indestructible. Great emperors won't be able to lay a single scratch on it. With this, the Black Dragon Clan will never escape. The elder said, Haha, wonderful. Boss Su was elated. With a wave of his hand, he said, Let's go, guys, to the Black Dragon Clan. As Ba Su moved, the bloodthirsty, elated experts of the Sky Swallowing Clan followed. Within Black Dragon Clan's dark hall, a beautiful woman in black, the Black Dragon Emperor, sat on her throne, looking down on the many Black Dragon experts. Much has happened since the formation of the Special Tribes Alliance. Obviously, there is something going on behind all this, and it also shows the Archilon Palace plan this a long time ago. Their goal now is to prevent the Alliance from joining the battle. According to the ancient god clan, clans and tribes of all abilities were affected. Even the top clan god, Eater Clan. We of the Black Dragon Clan must be cautious at times like this. Pass the order down, the protective array will be activated to its maximum. In the meantime, any clansmen caught provoking one another or causing chaos and panic will all be cut down. The Black Dragon Emperor's voice sent shivers down spines. Understood, the experts all heeded. They all knew these were special times, and the Black Dragon Clan could not afford to be careless. But just at this moment, something happened. A loud roar resonated. It was like thunder, with a second roar chasing behind. The entire Black Dragon Clan was taken aback. What's happening? Everyone in the hall, along with the Black Dragon Emperor, was stunned. This sound, someone's attacking our protective array. The Emperor's eyes turned cold. Move! Immediately, the experts all left. Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2095, Black Water Dragon Clan's Crisis. Boom! 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 Waves of deafening attacks struck the formation which protected the Black Water Dragon Clan. Each strike made the formation tremble. After a few attacks, the formation looked like it was going to collapse. By the time the experts from the Black Water Dragon Clan reacted and showed up in the sky, a large hole had been formed in the formation. Boom! Many figures, radiating an overbearing aura, rushed forth. The formation which protected my clan is destroyed. The space-time around this place is sealed off. They are trying to. The Black Water Dragon Emperor thought gloomily. She looked at the experts that were rushing into the formation. Soon, she spotted the leader. Basu, it's you? What does the Sky Swallowing Clan want to achieve by destroying the formation which protected my clan? What do we want to do? Since you can become the leader of your clan, you shouldn't be an idiot. Black Water Dragon Emperor, can't you deduce what I'm here to do? Ba Su smiled coldly. The experts from the Sky Swallowing Clan were bloodthirsty and smiled excitedly. The people of the sky-swallowing clan became stronger by drinking the blood essence of the people of the other clans. The Black Water Dragon clan was one of the 4 top-tier clans. Their blood essence was of a high grade, and many of the sky-swallowing clan people craved it. Before the fallout, the people of the sky-swallowing clan could hardly have gotten a taste of it as they were careful of the other clan. Today, they finally had the chance to get a good meal. Damn it! The Black Water Dragon Emperor was enraged. She spoke when she saw the men in black robes. Looks like your sky-swallowing clan and the Acheron Palace are working together secretly. It was no wonder that you wanted to be the leader of the Special Tribes Alliance. If you became the leader, it would spell disaster for the Special Tribes Alliance. Humph. So what if I did not become the leader of the Alliance? Do you think the Special Tribes Alliance can still exist and ally with the Sanctuary Alliance? Even if they could, your Black Water Dragon clan would not be there. Today, I will completely destroy your clan and feed on the blood essence of your people. Ba Su spoke emotionlessly. Attack! Kill everyone from the Black Water Dragon clan. After the order from Ba Su, the densely packed people of the sky-swallowing clan and the men in black robes hovering behind him charged. Waves of terrifying aura radiated mercilessly in all directions. Members of the Black Water Dragon clan, listen up. Stop them at all cost. The Black Water Dragon Emperor roared as her voice reverberated within their entire clan. At that instant, many of the Black Water Dragon members roared in reply. Massive numbers of experts rushed forth from within the clan. Even though the Black Water Dragon clan was weaker as a top-tier clan as compared to the Sky-Swallowing clan and the Ancient God clan, their battle power was not to be looked down on. From the actions of the Sky-Swallowing clan, people can deduce that this was a battle that determined the fate of the clan. If the Black Water Dragon clan did not stop them, the clan would cease to exist. No one on the Black Water Dragon clan wished to see this. Hence they gave it their all and fought. It was not just the Almighty, the real gods charged in bravely as well. As the leader of the Black Water Dragon clan, the Black Water Dragon Emperor led the charge. A terrifying aura burst forth as she went to meet Ba Su. Haha, Black Water Dragon Emperor, your fighting power has grown since the last time we fought. You barely made the cut for a stage 2 Great Emperor. It's a pity that this battle power will not be enough to stop me. Ba Su smirked as he displayed the fighting power of a top-tier stage 2 Great Emperor. Even though the battle had just begun, he was already dominating the Black Water Dragon Emperor. On the other side, the 2 Great Emperors formed the Sky-Swallowing clan, charged into the crowd, and began a massacre. Within moments, many Almighties died at their hands. The killing continued. Elder Zhong! The Black Water Dragon Emperor yelled fiercely. Her voice reverberated within the entire clan and even penetrated deep into the ground. At that instant, boom! An aura that obviously belonged to a great emperor rose from the depths. A man in gray clothes with a black marking on his forehead appeared before everyone. He was extremely ugly. He rushed to meet the 2 great emperors from the Sky-Swallowing clan and managed to go even against them even though he fought them alone. Oh! Ba Su was surprised when he saw this. I have heard that the Black Water Dragon clan is the weakest clan among the 4 top-tier clans. This does not seem to be the case, at least on the highest level. Your clan is much stronger than the God-Eater clan. Besides you, your clan has another top-tier stage 1 Great Emperor. This Great Emperor was never heard of before. You have hit him well. Humph! The Black Water Dragon Emperor grunted but did not reply. Elder Zhong was one of the hidden experts among the Black Water Dragon clan. He was so old that even she, as the clan's leader, respected him a lot. Elder Zhong was not so powerful before. The reason why he could fight at the level of a top-tier stage 1 Great Emperor was because he had encountered an opportunity when he went into the new ancient battlefield. His power grew as he cultivated on return. This was why the Elder Zhong now was much stronger than before. He alone could stop two great emperors from the sky-swallowing clan. Haha, my dear Black Water Dragon Emperor, do you really think that you can stop the sky-swallowing clan just like this? You are too naive. No matter what others say, the Blackwater Dragon clan is a top-tier clan. Their foundation is extremely solid. If I was not absolutely sure that I could destroy this clan, why would I attack? Ba Su scoffed. The Blackwater Dragon Emperor turned pale. Following his laugh, two auras burst forth in the middle of the battlefield. Boom! Boom! Two shocking auras were felt. What? The Blackwater Dragon Emperor looked at the source of the aura. What she saw were two men in black robes. One of the men stood beside Basu. The auras that was radiated off their bodies were at the level of a great emperor. Two more great emperors? This. The Blackwater Dragon Emperor was aghast. Including Basu, the sky-swallowing clan already had 3 great emperors. Now, 2 more had joined their ranks. There would be 5 great emperors. How could the Blackwater Dragon clan defend itself against this horrifying lineup of 5 great emperors and more than 200 almighties? Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2096 Emotions. It's over. The Black Dragon clan is going to be destroyed. Many of the experts within the Black Dragon clan were in despair. They had given up all hope. The Black Dragon Emperor was enraged upon seeing her people fear for the worst. What are you afraid of? Even if we are going to die, don't make their lives easy. Attack! The aura of Black Dragon Emperor boiled as she battled Ba Su once again. Even though the experts from the Black Dragon clan looked gloomy, they fought on madly. The Black Dragon clan was a clan with the bloodline of the ancient water dragon. They were bloodthirsty and crazy by nature. Their bloodthirst and craziness were further stimulated as they were in this desperate situation. Kill! 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 The experts from the Black Dragon clan got desperate and fought with the mentality that they were going to die. With this, the Sky-Swallowing clan and the Acheron Palace suffered great losses. Humph! What a waste of time. I want to see how long you can last. Ba Su said coldly. As for you, Dai, he said to the Blackwater Dragon Emperor. A terrifying killing intent radiated from Ba Su as he finally decided to fight with his full strength. Haha, bring it on. A glint of ferocity flashed across the eyes of the Black Dragon Emperor as she continued her onslaught with Ba Su. Even though she was trying her best, the difference in power level was obvious. A great emperor who relied on the bloodline power to barely reach Stage 2 was no match for a top-tier Stage 2 great emperor. A golden claw smashed onto the holy body of the Black Dragon Emperor. Puff! The Black Dragon Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood. She retreated a great distance as her aura diminished. After she had steadied herself, she continued the fight without hesitation. Humph! I do not want to waste any more time, Ba Su said as his body transformed. He transformed from a human into a giant golden bat. That was his original form. The golden bat had golden irises, which stared at the Black Dragon Emperor intently. Screech! A shrill scream pierced through the battlefield and reverberated through the air. An extremely powerful soul attack was hidden within this screech. This move was used by Ba Su during the battle with Jian Wushuang during his coronation ceremony. The Black Dragon Emperor was already seriously injured. There was a brief moment she lost her conscience when the soul attack hit her. Ba Su attacked at the moment the Black Dragon Emperor lost her conscience. Golden lightning elemental barrier. Boom! Waves of golden light the size of a water bucket flew towards the Black Dragon Emperor. Each wave of golden light was surrounded with golden lighting, which seemed to be able to destroy everything. Each wave of golden lighting was perfectly fused with the golden light as the combination appeared in front of the Black Dragon Emperor. The Black Dragon Emperor had just regained conscience when she saw the waves of light appear in front of her. She had no time to react and block the attack. The energy contained in this golden bolt of light made her fearful as she sensed crisis. Without a doubt, she would either die or be gravely injured if she was hit by this attack. "Is this the end?" the Black Dragon Emperor roared. Her unwillingness to die made her turn mad. At that moment, an overbearing wave of soul power rose. At that moment, the Black Dragon Emperor decided to use her final trump card. Soul Ignition. She decided to use this final crazy move so as to try and strive for the biggest possibility for her clan to survive. Su's iris contracted as she saw the eyes of the Black Dragon Emperor turned blood red. He knew what she was about to do and moved backwards slightly. Right when she was about to completely activate Soul Ignition, she heard a voice. "Black Dragon Emperor." A voice cried out suddenly and rang in her ears. She shook visibly as she stopped what she was about to do. She turned around and saw a figure at the end of the horizon. The size of the figure was small compared to the larger people in her clan. It was considered a small dot. However, this figure had appeared when she needed it the most. Instantly, she was filled with hope. The madness she had had disappeared. Whoosh! Even though the figure was quite a distance away from her, he took only 2 steps to close this distance and appeared in front of the Black Dragon Emperor. At this point of time, the waves of golden light were right before the Black Dragon Emperor, and it was too late for the figure to do anything to stop it. However, the figure did not even try to stop it. He simply stood there in front of the Black Dragon Emperor and allowed the waves of golden light crash into his strong, holy body. Boom! A thunderous boom break through the air as the horrifying aura erupted in all directions. The entire space turned into a world-ending storm. In the middle of the storm, the figure stood and allowed the storm of diving power to gush past him. Behind him was the Black Dragon Emperor, who was not harmed by the waves of golden light. The strongest move that Su had in his arsenal, these dreadful waves of golden light, had been stopped by the power of his holy body. His holy body was completely unharmed by the impact. The Black Dragon Emperor looked at the figure who had saved her during the time of crisis in disbelief. She had already recognized the figure. It was the new ancient God Emperor. It was him that had appeared in front of her and saved her from that deadly attack. "He saved me?" the Black Dragon Emperor muttered to herself. The surprise in her eyes slowly turned into something else uncharacteristic of her. The Black Dragon Emperor was the leader of her clan for many years. She had always been looked up to as the strongest person in the Black Water Dragon clan, and every single member of the clan respected her greatly. She forgot how this felt. She had thought she would never feel emotions like this anymore. However, now, please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2097 Reinforcements. The Black Dragon Emperor looked at Jian Wushuang in a different manner. Su's face turned after Jian Wushuang appeared. "Ancient God Emperor, how is this possible? Why is he here?" The cold man in dark robes from the Acheron Palace transmitted a message to Su when he was shocked. "Leader Su, people of the Acheron Palace just told me that the formation they placed outside was destroyed. Many people managed to break through and are heading this way right now." "What?" Su's face darkened. Many figures of powerful people appeared in his vision. Among them were King Qinxing and other 8- and 9-star ancient gods. These ancient gods rushed into the battlefield and helped out the various members of the Black Water Dragon clan. "It's the Ancient God clan. The Ancient God clan is here. Haha. Yes. The Black Water Dragon clan has hope." The Ancient God clan arrived on time. The members of the Black Water Dragon clan were excited. They immediately allied with the Ancient God clan. How did this happen? The experts from the Sky Swallowing clan and the Acheron Palace were stunned. People like Su had a gloomy face. Their original plan had been to purposefully create chaos among the special tribes. During the chaos, when all the clans cared about themselves, they would go and destroy the Black Water Dragon clan decisively. Even though they would suffer losses during the battle, the Sky-Swallowing clan could devour the blood essence of the experts from the Black Water Dragon clan and get stronger. Their overall power would instead increase due to this. As long as they did this well, no one would know that the Sky-Swallowing clan had participated in this if they did not leave any marks behind. People would think that the destruction of the Black Water Dragon clan was due to the Acheron Palace. The Sky-Swallowing clan could continue to stay under cover and find a good time to destroy the God-Eater clan. Once these two top-tier clans were gone, the Special Tribes Alliance would receive a devastating blow. They could then focus on dealing with the Ancient God clan. With luck, the Sky-Swallowing clan would become the true kings amongst the Special Tribes. Without the other 3 top-tier clans, the remaining clans would not be able to do anything as they wouldn't even have any great emperors. They couldn't ally with Sanctuary Alliance. This was the plan. The plan was executed hastily. Even though the risks were greater, there were no holes within the plan. He thought that the extinction of the Black Water Dragon clan was inevitable. However, the results. The Ancient God clan. Why is the Ancient God clan here? And the Ancient God Emperor personally leading the charge? Ba Su roared. Jian Wushuang looked at Ba Su and scoffed. Leader Ba Su, are you surprised to see me? You are probably thinking that I should be within the Ancient God clan or heading to the other clans to aid in their battles, right? However, you underestimated me. I received information from the Sanctuary Alliance that the Sky-Swallowing clans has secret interactions with the Acheron Palace. Furthermore, your actions during the coronation ceremony helped me confirm that the Sky-Swallowing clan has allied with the Acheron Palace. This time, the various clans in the Special Tribes Alliance went into chaos at the same time. Even the God-Eater clan had to deal with some problems. On the other hand, the Sky-Swallowing clan and the Black Water Dragon clan remained calm. At that point in time, I was sure that you would attack the Black Water Dragon clan. After all, having chaos within the clans or having a few experts die from every clan would have negligible effects on the Special Tribes Alliance. Wouldn't the repercussions be much greater if an entire top-tier clan was destroyed? Am I right? Jian Wushuang looked at Ba Su with great interest and smiled hearing this. Ba Su was dumbfounded. He had never guessed that Jian Wushuang could deduce that the Sky-Swallowing clan would attack the Black Water Dragon clan just because the Black Water Dragon clan was peaceful. He also did not expect that the Ancient God Emperor could come on time. This brilliance! I admit that I indeed underestimated you. I never thought with your incredible talent and power that you were so brilliant. It was no wonder you managed to become the only new Ancient God Emperor after all this time. Ba Su said. However, so what if you are here? More than half of the experts from the Ancient God clan had to stay within the clan to prevent a backstab. Many others went, under the guidance of King Zhansong, to assist other clans. Even with these experts you brought, the fighting power will be anywhere near to what we have. It is still uncertain who will emerge victorious. Haha, let's try. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly as he unsheathed his Blood Mountain sword and attacked Ba Su. At the same time, whoosh, 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 whoosh. 6 beams of golden light flashed all around him. It was the 6 Hong Jun golden swords he had. Ba Su looked at the swords gravely. He could deal with the Black Dragon Emperor easily, even if she used all her might. It was different if his opponent was Jian Wushuang. He could still remember the battle during the coronation ceremony clearly. Boom! Boom! Ba Su fought Jian Wushuang with all his fight. As expected, he was completely suppressed under the pressure of the 6 Hong Jun golden swords. On the entire battlefield, the Blackwater Dragon clan was at a severe disadvantage. It was not simply the difference at the level of the Almighty. There were 2 great emperors who were freely wreaking havoc on the battlefield. When the experts from the ancient god clan arrived and joined the battlefield, the tides turned. At the level of an almighty, there were 8 8-star ancient gods. Among them were King Guyu and 3 other top-tier 8-star ancient gods. The remaining were 7-star ancient gods. Once this fighting power entered the battlefield, the fighting power equaled the level of the Almighty. The Sky Swallowing clan had 5 great emperors. On the other hand, there were only 4 great emperors on the side of the Black Water Dragon clan and the reinforcements from Jian Wushuang. They had 1 less, but the quality of the great emperors was higher. Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2098 5 War Spirits. The Black Water Dragon clan had Elder Gu, who could deal with 2 of the great emperors from the Sky Swallowing clan. As for the 2 great emperors from Akron Palace, they were dealt with by King Qinshing and the Black Dragon Emperor. Both the Black Dragon Emperor and King Qinshing were stage 2 great emperors. If they decided to use their full force, the 2 remaining great emperors from Akron Palace would be utterly suppressed. Jian Wushang took on Ba Su himself. At the level of great emperors, the Black Water Dragon clan had the absolute advantage. People like King Qinshing and the Black Water Dragon Emperor, who could suppress their opponents, could find chances and help the other battles by killing almighties from Akron Palace or the Sky Swallowing clan. This allowed for the Black Water Dragon clan to get a bigger advantage. Ba Su panicked as he saw this. Black Robes Man, the Akron Palace, could do incredible things. Think of something. Ba Su transmitted. The old man in black robes was facing King Qinshing. King Qinshing was a stage 2 great emperor. He was a top-tier 9-star ancient god who had mastered the secret skills of the ancient god clan. On the other hand, the man in black robes was just a stage 1 great emperor. He could not do anything against King Qinshing. When the man in black robes received the transmission, he was speechless. Even though the Akron Palace is capable of many things, we are not omnipotent. We have already sent a great number of experts into the special tribes just to create the conditions to attack the Black Water Dragon clan. What can we do? The man in black robes growled as he was helpless to do anything. Now, he really could not do anything to change the situation. Right then, humph! I knew the garbage from Akron Palace was not capable of anything. A cold voice reverberated throughout the battlefield. All of the experts on the battlefield looked towards the source of the voice. They saw 30 figures hovering in midair at an area near the battlefield. The 30 of them wore blood-red cloaks and radiated an evil, bloody aura. This is Holocaust sect? Why are the people from the Holocaust sect here? The man in black robes looked at these people and was surprised. We came here on the orders of my master. We wanted to stay hidden and not interfere with the battle. Little did I know that the people of the Akron Palace were so useless. The man at the front said, "Useless." The face of the old man in black robes turned pale. Even though he was enraged, he kept it controlled. No matter what, it is good that the people from Holocaust sect are here. Ally with us and kill everyone from the Black Water Dragon clan and the Ancient God clan. The old man in black robes roared, "Humph! I don't need garbage like you to tell me what to do." The man in the lead said coldly. A faint crimson-red light was seen within his eyes as he looked at the battlefield. Hum! 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 3 monstrous aura erupted simultaneously from these men in red cloak. These 3 auras came from great emperors. To make matters worse, the man in the lead was a stage 2 great emperor. Great emperors, another 3 of them, people like the Black Dragon Emperor and King Qinshing turned pale. Even Jian Wushuang knitted his eyebrows. Ha! Looks like the tides have turned. Seems like I will be winning this battle. Ba Su laughed loudly. Is that so? I think it's too early to celebrate. Jian Wushuang grinned. Huh. Ba Su knitted his eyebrows. He did not know where Jian Wushuang got his confidence from. In the air near the battlefield, "Go attack!" the man in the crimson-red cloak ordered. At that instant, the 2 Stage 1 Great Emperors and the 30 Almighties charged towards the battlefield. Everyone from the Black Water Dragon clan and Ancient God clan looked grim. Right then, Jian Wushuang turned his palm as an ancient mirror appeared in his hands. "Go, my 5 war spirits!" Jian Wushuang roared as waves of aura radiated from the mirror. These auras soon turned into 5 large black figures. Each of the figures radiated a sinister vibe. It was as though they came from the depths of hell. Ba Su widened his eyes when he saw the 5 war spirits. These are great emperors. Under the surprise of Ba Su, the 5 war spirits rushed towards the space, not too far away. Obviously, the 5 war spirits went to engage the experts from Holocaust sect. Boom! 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 The 5 war spirits dashed around the crowd of experts from Holocaust sect. Within seconds, a battle broke out. There were 30 members of the Holocaust sect, including 3 great emperors. They were facing 5 war spirits, of which each had the fighting power of a great emperor. 5 war spirits, which was the equivalent to 5 great emperors, were all at the level of great emperors. They forcibly stopped the various experts from Holocaust sect. Under the leadership of the man in crimson-red cloak, the experts of Holocaust sect engaged the 5 war spirits. However, they would not be able to free themselves within a short amount of time. This scene made the hopeful Ba Su stunned once more. The various experts on the battlefield were stunned too. They had never thought that Jian Wushuang would have such an amazing backup plan. This included people such as King Qin Shing from the Ancient God clan. 5 war spirits. With the power of 5 great emperors, Jian Wushuang was already very powerful, yet he still had such an amazing fighting force in his hands. Jian Wushuang smiled when he saw that the experts from the Holocaust sect had been stopped by the war spirits. The 5 war spirits had devoured his divine power while in the mirror and evolved. They now possessed the fighting power of a great emperor. Even though it was only Stage 1 great emperor, they could even beat normal Stage 2 great emperors if they formed the 5-fire formation. In this scenario, however, separating the 5 war spirits was much more beneficial to the battlefield. Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2099 Defeat. The experts from Holocaust sect were stopped in their tracks by the 5 war spirits. Even the man in the crimson-red cloak felt great pressure when he was facing the 5 great emperors. This meant that the reinforcements from the Holocaust sect were not useful to the Sky-Swallowing clan and the Acheron Palace in any way. On the battlefield, the disadvantage that the Sky-Swallowing clan and the Acheron Palace had got bigger and bigger. Not too long after the experts from the Holocaust sect had reached the battlefield, rumble, waves of aura swept the battlefield. Large numbers of densely packed experts appeared at the edge of the battlefield. These were people led by King Zhansong from the Ancient God clan and the leader of the God Eater clan. When Jian Wushuang reached the Black Water Dragon clan, he saw the formation put in place to isolate the time-space. This verified his deduction, and he immediately transmitted a message to King Qin Shing to rush to reinforce the Black Water Dragon clan when he settled the chaos within the God Eater clan. 2 great emperors led large numbers of experts from the Ancient God clan and the God Eater clan as reinforcements, and they arrived. They charged onto the battlefield straight away. The Sky-Swallowing clan and the Acheron Palace were already at a disadvantage. With the arrival of the reinforcements, the battle power of both sides were further pulled apart. "We can't win this. Leader Ba Su, leave immediately." The old man in black robes roared as he brought the remaining forces from Acheron Palace and retreated. "We are also leaving." The man in the crimson-red cloak from Holocaust sect yelled. The members of Holocaust sect, who had been fighting the 5 war spirits, backed off. As for the sky-swallowing clan, Ba Su was completely suppressed by Jian Wushuang. However, he had had a clear view of the battlefield since the start of the battle. He knew that they had no chance in winning this battle from the moment King Zhan, Can, and the experts from the God-Eater clan arrived. Bastard! Ba Su was screaming in his mind, enraged. The sky-swallowing clan had been well prepared for this attack on the Black Water Dragon clan. According to the plan, they had an 80% chance of success of destroying the Black Water Dragon clan, silently and stealthily. But now, Jian Wushuang, damn this Jian Wushuang! Ba Su stared at Jian Wushuang. During the coronation ceremony, Jian Wushuang had defeated him and messed up his plan. This time, it was due to Jian Wushuang again. He had managed to see through the elaborate plan and brought reinforcement from the Blackwater Dragon clan early. Now Ba Su had to retreat. Bastard! I will kill you sooner or later. Ba Su roared from the bottom of his heart. No matter how unwilling he was to resign himself to his fate, the defeat of his clan was unavoidable. Retreat! Ba Su shouted as he backed off quickly. The experts from the sky, swallowing clan started to retreat. Experts from the Ancient God clan, the Blackwater Dragon clan, and the God-Eater clan chased them down at full force. Along the way, they tried their best to kill the opponent. Jian Wushuang looked at the people running away and thought, the sky-swallowing clan, Acheron Palace, and Holocaust sect had 8 great emperors. No matter what, I have to kill some of them. Jian Wushuang looked at the crowd in front of him. He quickly focused himself in one direction. In that direction there were 8 experts. Among them were 2 great emperors. One of them came from Acheron Palace, while the other came from the sky swallowing. They were ordinary stage 1 great emperors. It will be the 2 of them then, Jian Wushuang said with great killing intent. Rumble. Divine power mixed with endless power of space-time surged like waves across the air. Jian Wushuang stretched out his right hand as he clenched his fist in the direction of the 2 great emperors. Ancient God secret skills, moon-picking skill. The space-time trembled as the limitless power of space-time flooded the area which the 2 great emperors were at. The entire space was sealed off immediately. The entire heaven and earth and power of space-time gathered there and suppressed the 2 great emperors. At the same time, a large palm made up of pure divine power appeared out of nowhere. It was as though this palm belonged to a mother, as it traveled quietly. It approached the 2 great emperors slowly. It looked like the palm was going to pick up a flower floating on a stream lightly and gently. Fear was clearly written on the faces of the 2 great emperors within the sealed space. They struggled furiously and tried their best to escape the confinement, but nothing they did could break them free. They could only look at the palm as it slowly approached them. Hum, hum, hum. Soft humming could be heard in the space before it turned completely quiet. As for the 2 great emperors, they turned pale as the auras on their body weakened as though they were men at the brink of death. When Jian Wushuang used all his might and skill, even top-tier stage 2 great emperors like Ba Su would be heavily injured. The 2 ordinary stage 1 great emperors were lucky to even survive. Even though they managed to survive the secret skill, King Qinxing and the Black Dragon Emperor caught up with them and killed them. There was nothing they could do, not even soul ignition, before they were killed. Upon seeing this, Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. I finally understand why Emperor Bai was able to kill great emperors so easily, Jian Wushuang muttered. Every great emperor had their own unique techniques. Their ability to save their own lives and run away were extremely strong. It would be difficult for 2 great emperors with similar power levels to kill each other. For a stage 2 great emperor, it would still be extremely difficult to kill a stage 1 great emperor, as he would need to be wary of soul ignition. However, if one were a top-tier Stage 2 Great Emperor, killing a Stage 1 Great Emperor would not be so difficult. Jian Wushuang possessed the ability to kill most Stage 1 Great Emperors with the aid of his moon-picking skill. Emperor Bai was much stronger and scarier than Jian Wushuang. Hence, it would be even easier for him to kill Great Emperors. Ba Su and the remaining 6 Great Emperors ran even faster when they saw the death of the 2 Great Emperors. They were all shocked. Jian Wushuang was not able to do anything to the remaining Great Emperors and could only help kill those 2 Great Emperors. The experts from the 3 different clans stopped chasing after inflicting heavy damage to the Sky-Swallowing Clan, the Acheron Palace, and Holocaust sect. The battle was finally over. Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2100 Uprooted. Thank goodness you've arrived. If not for you, I'm afraid my clan would have been annihilated by now. You have our gratitude. If you encounter any issues in the future, we will definitely come to your assistance. The Black Dragon Emperor said, looking at Jian Wushuang with affection. I am the Special Tribes Alliance Chief after all. It is my duty to help you. No need for formalities. Jian Wushuang smiled. He noticed how the Black Dragon Emperor was looking at him, but paid no attention to it. HNGH, the audacity of the Sky-Swallowing Clan, to collude with the Archelon Palace, even attempting to wipe out the Black Dragon Clan. The God-Eater Clan leader mumbled. Their ambition does not end there. If my predictions are correct, Ba Su wanted to get rid of the Black Dragon Clan silently, then find an opportunity to get rid of the God-Eaters. Finally, help find the ancient gods. If his plan had succeeded, with the other top 3 clans removed from the picture, who else would have dared to defy the Sky Swallowers? By then, no clan would dare join the Human Sanctuary Alliance in battle. The 3 Emperors' world would have won by then. The experts from both God-Eater Clan and Black Dragon Clan looked at each other. They were chilled by what could have happened, but relieved it had not. Luckily, Jian Wushuang had seen through the Sky-Swallowing Clan's intentions from the beginning, allowing their plan to fall apart. The experts from the Ancient God Clan all looked at Jian Wushuang with respect, especially King Qinsheng and King Zhansong. They knew the Sky-Swallowing Clan had made no intention to attack the Black Dragons beforehand, but Jian Wushuang had derived that from the inactivity of the Black Dragons, and decisively led experts here personally. This level of observation, King Zhansong and King Qinsheng were ashamed. King Qinsheng had a newfound respect for Jian Wushuang. Even though the Sky-Swallowing Clan has suffered its share of losses this time, their foundation remains. If they are not destroyed, what happened today will happen again, Jian Wushuang said. Ancient Emperor, what you mean is Black Dragon Emperor and the God-Eater Clan leader looked towards Jian Wushuang. I suggest that the 3 clans unite against the Sky-Swallowing Clan, uprooting them in the shortest time possible. Those clans that follow the Sky-Swallowing Clan, like the Blackbone Clan, since the Sky Swallowers have decided to collude with the Archelon Palace, there's no doubt the rest have as well. If there is a need, we will remove them too. Jian Wushuang said coldly. Hearing this, the 2 leaders nodded. The Sky-Swallowing Clan had to be destroyed, that was for certain. As for the other clans that followed, they would perish too. 70% of my God-Eater experts have followed us here to Black Dragon Grounds. We are ready to strike against the Sky Swallowers, the God-Eater leader said. Even though my Black Dragon Clan has suffered huge losses, many Almighties have fallen, we still have enough fighting power. What's left of us, myself included, are at your disposal. The Black Dragon Emperor followed. For the Black Dragon Clan, Jian Wushuang and the Ancient God Clan were now their saviors, especially after today. Be it in gratitude or for revenge, they were all happy to join in the fight against the Sky-Swallowing Clan. Very good, Jian Wushuang smiled and looked towards King Qinsheng. Take more experts from our clan and spread the news across the domain about today's battle. The sky-swallowing clan have officially colluded with the Archilon Palace and almost destroyed the Black Dragon clan today. Now, the Black Dragon clan, God-Eater clan, and Ancient clan will join forces and uproot the treasonous Sky Swallowers. During this period of time, any clan that dares stop us will be seen as colluding with the Sky Swallowers. They will all be cut down. Understood! King Qinsheng made his move and started spreading the word. After that, the three clans started to reorganize their remaining forces and made their way towards the Sky-Swallowing clan's lair. A quiet void gathered the Sky Swallowers, the Archilon Palace, and Holocaust sect experts. There were only 100-odd people. Before the battle happened, the Sky Swallowers and Archilon Palace together had over 200 experts and an extra 30 from the Holocaust sect. But now, there were just over 100. They had lost more than half of their experts. Even those that survived were in bad shape. Ba Su, the eerie elder from the Archilon Palace, and experts of the Holocaust sect had gathered. Indeed, the three clans led by the ancient emperor have reached our doorstep. Ba Su's face turned green. 9/10 of my clan came to destroy the Black Dragons, but now only 1/10 remains. Even with the protective array, there is no way I can defend against them. We will lose our foundation. Hearing this, the sky-swallowing experts trembled profusely. After they had escaped from the Black Dragon clan, Ba Su immediately transmitted a message to the remaining experts within the sky-swallowing clan, asking them to escape and hide. But they were such a big clan, this maneuver could not be done in an instant. And Jian Wushuang was so much faster. They were heading towards their lair almost right after they had pushed them back. When Jian Wushuang and the others made their way into the lair, the sky-swallowing clan had only managed to move several hundred people. The remaining people did not stand a chance. The three clans were not going to have any mercy upon the clan-hunting, bloodthirsty sky-swallowers. Add that to the fact that they defected towards the Archilon Palace, betraying the Special Tribes Alliance and betraying the entire eternal chaotic world. What good was there in keeping this clan around? Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2101. The Holy Object. As the three clans entered, the massacre commenced. The Sky-Swallowing clan was left with less than 1/10 of their experts, with no great emperor. They could not resist. Before long, the entire Sky-Swallowing clan was wiped clean. Countless Sky-Swallowers were slaughtered. The three clans then began their search for the people that had managed to escape. My Sky-Swallowing clan no more. Ba Su stood in the void, his face darkening like an angry lion. Jian Wushuang! Jian Wushuang! Ba Su started screaming in a frenzy, his voice so loud that everyone around could feel the anger and hatred coming from it. No need to grieve, clan leader Ba Su. Even though the Sky Swallowers Foundation was destroyed today, many of your experts survived. If you are willing to join Three Emperors' world, your clan will certainly prosper again. This revenge, you will have it if you are willing to do what it takes, the black-robed elder said. Ba Su immediately looked at him. I'm going to kill Jian Wushuang with my own 2 hands and destroy the ancient god clan. Of course you can. From what I know, an opportunity of a lifetime lies within the Three Emperors' world. If you give me your allegiance, the Demon King will allow you to seek that opportunity. If you work hard enough, you may even learn a bit of the rules of order, becoming a 3rd stage Great Emperor like the Demon King. If you make it there, what's killing Jian Wushuang? The elder laughed. 3rd stage. Ba Su's eyes brightened up. During the First Era, there had only been 3 stages among great emperors. Even though there were a lot of great emperors in that era, only a few made it to the 3rd stage, the pinnacle of a great emperor. Ba Su had always wanted to become a 3rd stage great emperor himself. If I can reach the 3rd stage, so what if I join the Three Emperors' world? Ba Su said directly. Haha, this is wonderful news, the elder cheered. To one side, that person from the Holocaust sect overheard this conversation. She covered her sneering well. She knew the elder was not lying to Basu. Within the three emperors' world lay a land of opportunity to learn a bit of the rules of order. But that opportunity was so slim. After all, the rules of order were not for everyone. During the First Era, there were so many great emperors. Why were there not more than 10 third-stage emperors? The rules of order were too hard. With Basu's abilities, the chances of him actually learning the rules of order were close to zero, unless he got lucky. The elder knew this too. He just chose not to disclose it. All right. Basu's expression changed. Now that my clan has been wiped out and my lair taken over, they will have discovered my clan's holy object. Holy object! The elder looked towards Basu. What holy object? It is a treasure left from the first leader of the clan, from the First Era, Basu said. Treasure left from the first sky, swallowing clan leader. The elder was shaken. Is it that treasure? Yes, Basu nodded solemnly. Damn it, that treasure is not like any other. Its usage can be amplified when used in battle by a suitable expert. If the treasure lands in the hands of either the Special Tribe Alliance or the Human Sanctuary Alliance, it will pose a threat to us. Basu, why did you not mention this beforehand? From his gaze, one could tell that the treasure was special. Relax, even though now Jian Wushuang has it, no one can really control it. This holy object has been in my hands for so many years. So many years have I tried to control it, but it never happened. What more of an outsider? Basu replied confidently. Leader Basu, this does not mean others are not able to control it. Don't forget Jian Wushuang is gifted beyond our understanding, recognized by basically the entire eternal chaotic world. So what if he's a genius? Basu sneered. That treasure is different. In order to use it, one would have to master 9 different skills, then perfectly combine all of them. Only then would the treasure be activated. Those 9 skills are all too complex to understand. When the first leader received that treasure at an ancient battlefield, he took 800,000 years to understand and master all 9 skills. Our clan's first leader was the top few experts of his era, and even he took 800 years. Even if Jian Wushuang is stronger than him, for him to learn all 9 skills would take him at least a couple thousand years. Don't you think? Tens of thousands of years, understanding it without break. You think Jian Wushuang has time for that? By the time he has mastered all 9 skills, the Human Sanctuary Alliance and Special Tribes Alliance will have vanished, the eternal chaotic world long in the 3 emperors' world's hands. Only after hearing this did the elder heave a sigh of relief. He had heard about the capabilities of the First Era's sky-swallowing clan leader. During that time, the number of people that could go against him was not more than 10. If he needed 800,000 years, Jian Wushuang could not do it in any less. The 3 emperors' world was already gearing up for battle with the eternal chaotic world, and its results would most likely come out within a few millennia. Jian Wushuang could not possibly find the time to master it. Chapter 2102 Soul Swallowing Pearl. C. Even if Jian Wushuang did manage to find the holy object, they could do nothing more than stare at it, Basu sneered. The black-robed elder nodded. At this moment, within the sky-swallowing clan, Jian Wushuang, the Black Dragon Emperor, and the God-Eater clan leader had gathered. Ancient Emperor, we have wiped out almost their entire clan. As for the minority that managed to escape, our forces are chasing them down now. King Qinxing said. That Basus got some tenacity. Seeing how he wiped out his clan, he and his experts simply watched. Jian Wushuang mumbled. Jian Wushuang was impressed by Basus' decisiveness and cruelty. If it had been himself, if someone had slaughtered their way into his hometown, Greenfire World, he would have thrown himself into battle even if it meant certain death. HNGH, he can hide for all he wants, but the moment he shows his face, the 3 clans will annihilate him, Black Dragon Emperor said. The God-Eater clan leader had the same thought. Amongst the special tribes, the expert blood-sucking sky swallowing clan had always been a public enemy, but no one dared to act upon it. But that hatred never diminished. With this opportunity of a lifetime, the Black Dragon clan and God-Eater clan left no mercy. At this moment, ancient emperor King Zhansong appeared behind Jian Wushuang. "What is it?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Our experts have found a well-hidden dungeon within their lair with a huge seal. The seal is so powerful that even I am unable to break it," King Zhansong said. "Oh!" Jian Wushuang looked over. Both the Black Dragon Emperor and God-Eater clan leader looked over astonished. King Zhansong had recently ascended as a 9-star ancient god, a true great emperor. A seal even he could not break under a well-hidden dungeon. This piqued their curiosity. "Let's go take a look," Jian Wushuang smiled. Led by King Zhansong, they soon appeared in front of the dungeon. Deep within the dungeon was a strong seal, sealing all aura within the dungeon. An average expert could not sense anything with a soul power. Luckily, with the great Emperor King Zhansong, his strong soul power allowed for the discovery of the dungeon. "Is this the seal? Let me try." Black Dragon Emperor charged forward and landed a heavy blow on the seal. This seal started to shake frantically across the dungeon, but after a while it stopped. "What?" The Black Dragon Emperor was astonished. A second stage great emperor like her, using her full strength, was unable to break it? "Interesting," Jian Wushuang laughed. "Such a well-hidden dungeon, with such a strong seal. I wonder what's inside." With a smile, Jian Wushuang made his move. He did not even wave his sword. He simply lifted his finger. But within that finger was such strong divine power and bloodline power, much stronger than the Black Dragon Emperor's blow. A direct blow to the seal. The seal had already been significantly weakened from King Zhansong's and the Black Dragon Emperor's attacks. Now, with Jian Wushuang's blow, the seal could not take much more. Walala, divine power could be felt dissipating as the seal collapsed. "Come, let's go in." They followed the smiling Jian Wushuang into the dungeon's interior. As they entered the dungeon, Jian Wushuang immediately felt a strong, unique aura coming from within. "This aura looks like this dungeon is hiding something." Jian Wushuang laughed and quickened his pace. Before long, they reached a plot of ground in the center of the dungeon. Over there, they could feel the source of that aura. In the middle, there was a mysterious pearl, its size no bigger than a baby's fist, floating there while its mysterious aura glowed. There were layers of special powers around the black pearl. Jian Wushuang knew what it was. It was soul power. It was pure soul power without impurities. This pearl, Jian Wushuang had his eyes fixed on that black pearl. He could feel the billowing soul power coming from within the pearl. The soul power was too strong. Such enormous soul power. Could this pearl be the legendary holy object, the soul-swallowing pearl? The God-Eater clan leader gasped. The soul-swallowing pearl! Jian Wushuang's gaze shifted towards the leader. Clan leader and Quan, you know the history of this pearl. And Quan was the name of the God-Eater clan leader. Indeed I do, and Quan nodded. The Sky Swallowers did possess a holy object related to soul power, and it came from the first era, from the hands of their first leader. Its name is the soul-swallowing pearl. But such a long time has passed since we last saw any sky-swallowing clan leaders use it. So I always thought it was simply a legend. Looks like I was wrong. A soul power treasure from the first era? King Qinsheng, you were from the first era. Did you ever hear of it then? Jian Wushuang asked. I've heard of it, but not much, King Qinsheng replied. Jian Wushuang frowned and took out Emperor Bai's transmission token. Emperor Bai was one of the strongest experts from the first era. He definitely knew more than King Qinsheng. Emperor Bai, have you ever heard of the soul-swallowing pearl during the first era? Jian Wushuang asked directly. The soul-swallowing pearl? the prized possession of the sky-swallowing clan, known as the strongest soul power treasure around then. Emperor Bai began his story. Chapter 2103 The Strongest Soul Treasure. 2103 The Strongest Soul Treasure. This soul-swallowing pearl is not only good for soul attacks, but for defenses as well. The first sky-swallowing clan leader would not have been able to climb to the top 10 amongst other third-stage great emperors back in the First Era if not for this treasure. His soul attack was a great threat to us then. This treasure was indeed known as the strongest soul treasure of the First Era, which made many experts red with envy, Emperor Bai said. Jian Wushuang was taken aback when he heard this. The strongest soul treasure of the First Era? The first leader of the sky-swallowing clan had used this treasure alone to make it to the top 10 third-stage great emperors? This pearl was so strong. Why do you ask this, Wushuang? Emperor Bai asked. I brought the other 3 top clans to destroy the sky-swallowing clan, and found a mysterious pearl deep within their lair. This, then, should be the soul-swallowing pearl you speak of, Jian Wushuang replied. The pearl, you found it? Emperor Bai was astonished. Jian Wushuang, try it out. See if you can cultivate this treasure. Let me try. It will not be easy, though, Jian Wushuang replied. He knew if the pearl were so easily controlled, it would not have been left there. Ba Su or some other expert would have long ago cultivated and utilized it. Soon, he broke transmission with Emperor Bai. At Thunderbolt, Emperor Bai and Ancestor Tianchen were conversing. The Sword Emperor, he found the soul-swallowing pearl. Ancestor Tian Chen's eyes were glimmering. As part of the Sanctuary Alliance's top ranks, Ancestor Tian Chen knew quite a bit about it. That is correct, Emperor Bai nodded. Excellent, the pearl is the strongest soul treasure of the First Era. If a great emperor expert fluent with soul attack had possession of it, he could utilize the treasure well, and perhaps with it we can reverse the situation to be in our favor. Ancestor Tianchen said. The soul attack was known for its bizarreness. It had another power, it ignored quantity. To an expert of soul attacks, no matter the number of enemies, as long as their soul level was not on par, one ruthless soul attack would sweep over and destroy troves of experts. For example, if over 100 Almighties were to team up, even a normal great emperor would try to avoid that fight. But a great emperor fluent in soul attacks, with one sweep half of those Almighties would fall. That was the terrifying feature of the soul attack. But within the eternal chaotic world, experts who knew the soul attack were close to none. There were only a handful of Almighties and not a single great emperor. The Abysmal Saint Master and Great Emperor Colored Glaze could perform soul attacks, but they were only useful in one-on-one combat. With the appearance of this pearl, if an expert from the Sanctuary Alliance fluent in soul attacks possessed it, even if he was not of Great Emperor level, the treasure would help him take his soul attacks to that level. A great emperor who knew how to perform soul attacks would prove useful on the next battlefield. It is a good treasure, but as far as I know, mastering that pearl is not an easy feat. The first leader of the sky-swallowing clan was a genius, but even he took 800,000 years. Our Sanctuary Alliance is about to go into battle with the 3 Emperors' world. Who'll have that amount of time to cultivate? Jian Wushuang would know. Emperor Bai sighed. Jian Wushuang is the genius of our eternal chaotic world. If even he cannot cultivate the pearl in time, no one else could. Ancestor Tian Chin nodded subtly. The treasure was good, but if one did not know how to master it, the pearl was no more than a pretty toy. No one from the sky-swallowing clan had utilized the pearl since their first leader had died. They could only place it in the dungeon till Jian Wushuang discovered it. Within the sky-swallowing clan's dungeon, Jian Wushuang looked at it bizarrely, that floating pearl in front of him. Deep within, he knew he desired it. With such a powerful treasure by his side, it would benefit him and the entire eternal chaotic world. Black Dragon Emperor, leader in Quan, excuse me if you would. I want to try cultivating it Jian Wushuang said. Both leaders nodded. They knew cultivating the soul-swallowing pearl was no easy feat. At least it was impossible for him. But with Jian Wushuang, there was a slim chance he could. Both leaders left. Jian Wushuang then looked at King Qinxing and King Zhansong. King Qinxing, follow the other leaders, and think of a way to find the other sky swallowers, along with Basu and those experts from Archilon Palace, Holocaust sect. King Zhansong, stand guard outside the dungeon. I don't wish for anyone to disturb me while I try cultivating it. Understood, they answered unanimously and left. Only Jian Wushuang had remained within the entire dungeon. He walked towards the pearl and sat with his legs crossed. The pearl was hidden there, but left uncultivated by any expert from the sky-swallowing clan. Obviously no one from their clan could do it, but could I? Here goes nothing. With a tinge of expectation, Jian Wushuang closed his eyes as a strong soul power went straight for the soul-swallowing pearl. As the soul power had fully encompassed the pearl, a resonance could be immediately felt between them. Jian Wushuang finally understood why it was so hard to cultivate the pearl. Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 21049 Skills. 9 skills. Within this soul-swallowing pearl, there are 9 skills I need to master. Only then will I be able to fully activate it, and therefore utilize it, Jian Wushuang said. He started researching the 9 skills. Without a doubt, all 9 skills were exceedingly profound. The first skill alone would take a normal cultivator at least tens of thousands of years to master. These 9 skills got tougher one after another. These 9 skills are profound, but not too hard for me. Jian Wushuang mumbled as he began researching the first skill. A fortnight passed. Within the dungeon, Jian Wushuang, with his legs crossed, suddenly opened his eyes. A strong light emerged from his pupils. The first skill done. Jian Wushuang was elated. He had not expected it to be so easy, mastering the first skill. 2 weeks was all it took. If it were a normal cultivator, it would have been impossible. But at the same moment, Jian Wushuang felt something amiss about it. How could this have happened? The 9 skills were so profound. Why did it feel so easy when I cultivated it? I felt like a fish in water. Not just the 9 skills of the soul-swallowing pearl, it was the same for the other skills, like the sword principle Xianluo. That was equally profound, but I learned it just the same. Jian Wushuang frowned. He felt that his own rate of realization was too fast for comfort. Regardless of secret skills or opportunities, if he had to realize it himself, it would always be way faster than an average cultivator. Perhaps it was due to his own talent, but certainly not this level of outrageousness. What reason could it be? Jian Wushuang mumbled to himself. As he delved into thought, he came up with 2 possible reasons. First possibility was inverse cultivation. The inverse cultivation defied nature in every way. Perhaps as he trained inverse cultivation, his body changed too, achieving certain breakthroughs in realization. This possibility could be easily verified. He simply needed to ask Emperor Bai if he too had understood secret skills with such ease. If that were the case, inverse cultivation would be the reason, and vice versa. The second possibility was a secret skill Jian Wushuang had learned a long time ago. The universal Tao scripture. Jian Wushuang looked serious. The universal Tao scripture was passed on to him when he had been Xian Yi's disciple. Jian Wushuang always felt that secret skill had something unique to it, but he never understood what it was used for. Xian Yi then had told him he would learn to understand on his own. As time passed, Jian Wushuang realized the universal Tao scripture improved his consciousness significantly. His master Xian Yi confirmed it and passed him the second scripture. Both he and the king of venomous worms, leeching off of him, thought that the second scripture helped him improve soul power. Or at least that was what he thought. Now, not so much. Although his soul strength has indeed improved tremendously since he had mastered the second scripture, He realized the scripture was more complicated than he had thought. He could tell. Perhaps the reason he had mastered so many secret skills with such ease was due to this scripture. Unfortunately, he couldn't verify this for now. The only way to verify his doubts were to either reach a higher level of understanding and ability, or to directly ask his master Xian Yi himself. For now, he could only guess. Regardless of the reason, this is a great advantage for me. Jian Wushuang smiled and continued to research the second skill of the soul-swallowing pearl. Time gradually passed. Outside the dungeon within the old sky-swallowing clan lair, King Zhan Tsang guarded the place as still as a statue. Xiao! A shadow appeared in front of King Zhan Tsang. It was an elegant woman in black, her beauty unrivaled. It was the Black Dragon Emperor, leader of the Black Dragon clan. King Zhan Tsang, has the ancient emperor exited the dungeon? The Black Dragon Emperor asked. Not yet. I think it will take more time. What do you need? King Zhan Tsang asked. Nothing much. I just want to discuss some issues with him regarding the Special Tribes Alliance. Since he's not out yet, let it be. The Black Dragon Emperor looked into the dungeon and smiled. King Zhan Tsang, when he comes out, make sure you let me know. Understood, King Zhan Tsang nodded. As the Black Dragon Emperor left, King Zhan Tsang could not help but scratch his head. Interesting, the ancient emperor has only been in the dungeon for 3 years, yet she has visited thrice. Every time she says she has business to discuss, but it doesn't seem like the case. Besides being a 9-star ancient god and one of the leaders of the ancient god clan, King Zhan Tsang was a family man himself. He could feel something was amiss with the Black Dragon Emperor. It did not seem like she treated him simply as alliance chief or her savior. Shaking his head, King Zhan Tsang threw that thought aside and continued his guard. At a remote place within the sky-swallowing sanctuary, the remaining experts of the sky-swallowing clan gathered. Within a cave residence, Ba Su, the eerie elder from the Archilon Palace, and the same crimson-cloaked representative from the Holocaust sect gathered. According to Archilon Palace intelligence, Jian Wushuang has indeed discovered the holy object and has remained within the dungeon these past 3 years. Obviously, he is trying to cultivate it, the eerie elder said. Chapter 2105. Cultivation. Want to cultivate our holy object? Dream on. Ba Su sneered. That holy object has been in our possession for so many years, yet I have only managed to realize the 4th skill after all this time. Even I myself am so far away from completing all 9 skills. How is Jian Wushuang going to catch up? HNGH, let him cultivate if he wishes. The battle will break out within this millennium anyway. Let him waste his time on that treasure. The eerie elder sneered along. A millennium? Haha, I'm afraid he won't even reach the 1st skill, Ba Su laughed. They were in no rush. In their eyes, Jian Wushuang could never fully master it within 1,000 years. No way. Access 6th novel. Even Ba Su thought that Jian Wushuang would need at least 1,000 years to master the 1st skill. But in reality, Jian Wushuang had only used 2 weeks. Naturally, Ba Su did not know that at that time. Time passed. Within the Special Tribes domain, many special tribes had already learned about the sky-swallowing clan colluding with the Archleon Palace, and its attempts to erase the Black Dragon clan. While shocked, the clans began to hate the Archleon Palace and 3 Emperors' world even more, and saw working together with the Sanctuary Alliance as a definite must, and made the necessary preparations. Within a short span of time, almost all the experts from various clans had finished their preparations. Now they had to wait for Jian Wushuang to surface. By this time, Jian Wushuang had been in the dungeon for 18 years. 18 years to a normal cultivator was nothing more than a blink of an eye. For Jian Wushuang, these 18 years have been fully dedicated to the realization of the soul-swallowing pearl's 9 skills. He had mastered his 1st, then his 2nd, then his 3rd, all without resistance. The skills were supposed to be increasingly hard to master, but Jian Wushuang had found the opposite. The 9 skills were all similar, combined to form a complete secret skill. Therefore, after Jian Wushuang had realized the first few, mastering the rest had been no big deal. After 18 years, Jian Wushuang had finally mastered all 9 skills, and with that a complete activation skill. Now for the cultivation. With a tinge of excitement, he began to cultivate the soul-swallowing pearl. With the complete activation skills by his side, the cultivation was single. Within moments the pearl, surrounded by boundless aura, gradually floated towards Jian Wushuang and entered his body. As the pearl was being completely cultivated, Hong Long Long, a boundless soul power instantly rose from the pearl and landed straight in his substantive soul. The soul power that rose was powerful beyond Jian Wushuang's imagination. The soul power so pure. As he absorbed it, Jian Wushuang could feel his soul power increasing at terrifying speeds. This, Jian Wushuang was completely shocked. The speed was simply too astonishing. The last time his soul power had increased by so much was when he had made it through the 7th step of inverse cultivation onto the 2nd stage. But there was still a long way to go to reach pinnacle Emperor God levels. His soul power levels were a weakness, in his opinion, in comparison to his overall fighting power. Thankfully, his soul was strong enough to defend against average soul attacks, with the help of defensive treasures like the 5-gem armor. But now, as the billowing soul power from the soul-swallowing pearl was being absorbed, his substantive soul increased exponentially, reaching pinnacle Emperor God levels in moments. And it did not stop there. Before long, his substantive soul accumulated to a certain level and started reaching great Emperor levels. There was little resistance, as his soul then started to change substantively, finally reaching average great Emperor levels. Yet it did not stop there. His soul power continued to increase. The size of his substantive soul was also increasing exponentially. After a while, not until the pure soul power from the pearl had been fully cultivated and absorbed into his substantive soul, the soul quietened down. Jian Wushuang remained seated, but he could feel the change in his substantive soul. He could feel that strong soul power. This soul power, pinnacle, 1st stage, great Emperor levels. Jian Wushuang clenched his fist, eyes glimmering with joy, causing waves in his heart. From a normal Emperor God, he had jumped to 1st stage great Emperor levels in moments. In such a short period of time, his soul had grown so much stronger. Incredible, this pearl, unbelievable, Jian Wushuang muttered. As he cultivated the soul-swallowing pearl, he understood where its pure soul power came from. It had been accumulated by the pearl across a long period of time. A powerful treasure without an owner for an extended period of time could see its power diminished. Others continued to absorb power from its surroundings, even without an owner, to ensure it did not diminish in strength, but instead increased it. The pearl belonged to the latter category. It had collected tremendous amounts of power across the long period of time without an owner, and had converted the power into pure soul power. The accumulation of pure soul power was astonishing. After recognizing Jian Wushuang as its owner, the soul power the pearl had accumulated for years was passed directly to him. This allowed his soul to strengthen at such amazing speeds. Chapter 2106 Soul Attack. My soul has always been weak. It was one of my weaknesses. Now, the power of my soul is equivalent to a top-tier stage 1 great emperor. With the help of 5-gem armor and soul-swallowing pearl in defense, no one can harm my soul in this eternal chaotic world. Jian Wushuang was absolutely confident of this. It is not just pure defense, even my soul attack. How strong will my soul attack be with my current soul power and the help of soul-swallowing pearl? Let's find someone and test it out. Jian Wushuang was excited. King Qinxing, please make your way to the underground palace. Jian Wushuang transmitted a message to King Qinxing upon receiving the message. King Qinxing rushed to the underground palace. The guards outside received word from Jian Wushuang that King Qinxing was entering, so they let him through without any problems. Emperor! King Qinsheng stood respectfully in front of Jian Wushuang. He noticed that the soul-swallowing pearl disappeared from the place it was originally at. The soul-swallowing pearl. King Qinsheng was shocked. I have successfully refined it, Jian Wushuang smiled. Congratulations, ancient god emperor, King Qinsheng cheered. He had heard of how powerful the soul-swallowing pearl was. Now that Jian Wushuang had control over it, his fighting power. I refined the pearl not too long ago. The power of my soul has risen a lot, and I want to try out the power of the soul-swallowing pearl, Jian Wushuang said. Is that the case? King Qinsheng nodded his head as he understood the reason Jian Wushuang had summoned him over. Prepare yourself. I'm going to use the soul attack, Jian Wushuang continued. King Qinsheng took a deep breath as he prepared layers of defense on his soul. He dared not be complacent and was well prepared for the attack. Jian Wushuang activated the pearl without hesitation as a soul attack gushed out. The power of this soul attack rose tenfold under the influence of the pearl. Yes, tenfold. Jian Wushuang's soul attack should be at the level of a stage 1 great emperor in theory, as he himself had soul power at that stage. In reality, the soul attack he had just cast was far more powerful, as it could even harm a stage 2 great emperor. Without surprise, the soul attack rammed through the defense King Qinsheng had set up as it smashed onto his soul. King Qinsheng shuddered and moaned. His face turned pale. How do you feel? Jian Wushuang looked at King Qinsheng and asked immediately. Very, very powerful. I can guarantee that no one whose soul power has yet to reach the level of a great emperor can successfully defend against that attack. Even I needed a great amount of effort and preparation to deal with it. If you cast this attack with the element of surprise, I would not be able to fend it off. Even though I would not be severely injured, there would be a brief period of emptiness in my consciousness, King Qinsheng said seriously. Oh! Jian Wushuang's face lit up. An expert's soul would have to take a heavy hit in order to create a brief period of blankness in his conscious. King Qinsheng was a stage 2 great emperor. Even when he was well prepared, the soul attack still created this brief period of blankness. This proved how powerful the soul attack was. Without a doubt, if Jian Wushuang cast soul attack with the help of the soul-swallowing pearl, his soul attack could even threaten a stage 2 great emperor. Another point to note was that he had cast the soul attack without any soul attack secret skills. To maximize the power of a soul attack, one needed to cast the soul attack together with a soul attack secret skill. Without using a secret skill, his soul attack could already threaten a stage 2 great emperor. What if it was combined with a soul attack secret skill? I used to master soul attack secret skills, such as the 5 beast soul manipulation knack, the secret skill of Tianyuan, and 18 Azura Hell. However, all 3 of these secret skills are very low level. Even the creator of the most powerful secret skill of Tianyuan was at the level of Sir God. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. His current opponents were all at the level of Great Emperor. How could he use a secret skill at the Sir God level when his soul power was at the level of a Great Emperor and he possessed the soul-swallowing pearl? Looks like I have to find a way to get my hands on a strong soul attack secret skill. I shall ask Emperor by when I return to the human territory, Jian Wushuang planned. Jian Wushuang stood up after a deep breath. Let's leave. King Qinsheng, Jian Wushuang commanded. Roger that. King Qinsheng nodded his head as he followed Jian Wushuang out of the palace. King Zhantsang, who was guarding the palace, bowed to his emperor. King Zhantsang, lay out seals around this palace. From today onwards, send experts to guard this place. Tell your men that no one shall enter this palace. Violators will be executed, Jian Wushuang ordered. Yes, King Zhantsang nodded his head. King Qinsheng looked confused. Ancient God Emperor, you have already successfully refined the soul-swallowing pearl. This underground palace is now useless. Why are you still defending it so heavily? Jian Wushuang smiled. The process to refine the pearl is very complicated. No ordinary cultivators can refine it in such a short amount of time. I managed to refine it due to special reasons. No one else but the two of us knows of this. What will the Sky Swallowing Clan and Acheron Palace think? Ancient God Emperor, you mean? King Qinsheng understood what his emperor was trying to do. The power of the soul-swallowing pearl was extraordinary. It could turn the tide of battle in the war between the three emperors' world and the eternal chaotic world if used well. If the experts from the three emperors' world knew that Jian Wushuang had successfully refined this treasure, they would definitely take precautions. In order for this treasure to have its intended effect, the element of surprise was crucial. But now, Chapter 2107 Interest in Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang purposely repaired the seals around the palace and sent experts to protect the area. He also placed an order to kill anyone who tried to break into the palace. This was to create the illusion that the soul-swallowing pearl was still within the palace in order to bluff Acheron Palace. This would misdirect them into thinking that Jian Wushuang could not refine the pearl even after trying for a period of time. King Zhang set out to execute his orders. Jian Wushuang walked out of the palace. "Ancient God Emperor!" the Black Dragon Emperor called out as she flew toward him. Black Dragon Emperor. Jian Wushuang smiled. "Ancient God Emperor, you finally left the palace. What was the result?" the Black Dragon Emperor asked. "It is not easy to refine the soul-swallowing pearl." Jian Wushuang said casually, "I see. If the ancient God Emperor cannot refine it, I think the hopes for the rest of us will be even slimmer." The Black Dragon Emperor was not surprised by the results. Jian Wushuang simply smiled before asking, "Black Dragon Emperor, is there anything of concern?" "I want to speak to you about some things concerning the alliance," the Black Dragon Emperor said before looking at King Qinsheng. King Qinsheng took the hint and left. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, but continued with the conversation. Before long, the Black Dragon Emperor left. Jian Wushuang stood there, confused. What is going on with the Black Dragon Emperor? Jian Wushuang was indeed surprised. The Black Dragon Emperor asked him about some tedious things to do with the alliance. Most of those things could be easily settled by any deputy leader, but she had chosen to find him. During the conversation, she asked some questions in a casual manner. However, some of those questions were personal. She asked whether he had a wife or children. "Ancient God Emperor." King Qinsheng returned to Jian Wushuang. "King Qinsheng, did you find there to be something off about Black Dragon Emperor?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Something off? Of course, I can feel there is something off with the Black Dragon Emperor. She came to visit you at least 10 times while you were refining the soul-swallowing pearl. During that period of time, she would find me or King Gutong to ask things about you. If I'm not wrong, she is interested in you." King Qinsheng smiled. "Interested in me?" Jian Wushuang was surprised. It was awkward. He hadn't had much interaction with the Black Dragon Emperor before. He simply saved her clan during a time of crisis, and she had developed feelings for him? This couldn't be the case, right? Jian Wushuang shook his head and stopped thinking about it. During the 18 years Jian Wushuang had been in the underground palace trying to refine the soul-swallowing pearl, the respective clans had finished their preparations. Wormholes leading to the human territory were already set up, and all they were waiting for was Jian Wushuang. When Jian Wushuang left the underground palace, he hosted a meeting with the respective leaders of the various clans. He was the alliance leader, so he sat right at the front of the table. The people sitting beside him were leaders from Ancient God Clan, Black Water Dragon Clan, and the God Eater Clan. "It's my pleasure meeting you, Sir Lei Yuan and Leader Qing Xiao." Jian Wushuang smiled at the two men from the 3 top-tier clans. One of the men was burly. He was covered in animal furs, and his defined muscles could be seen clearly. The power of thunder was felt around his muscles, and he radiated a violent aura. This man was called Lei Yuan. He came from the Thunder Ape clan. This clan was a strong clan. However, the clan was destroyed a long time ago by the Sky Swallowing clan, as both clans were on bad terms. Lei Yuan was one of the many lucky members of the Thunder Ape clan who had escaped when their clan was being attacked by the Sky Swallowing clan. Back then, Lei Yuan had just been a Sir God. After all this times and cultivation, he had managed to reach the realm of Great Emperor. He had been active within the Sky Swallowing clan in recent years and tried to cause problems for the Sky Swallowing clan. However, his efforts were in vain. Now that the Sky Swallowing clan was finally destroyed, he had decided to reveal his true identity. The other elegant man, Qing Xiao, was dressed in green. He was the leader of the Green Leopard clan. He had reached the peak of Emperor God many years ago. He had handed over the matters within his clan to others and secluded himself from the rest of the world to cultivate. He had not been present during the coronation ceremony of the new ancient God Emperor. Now he had reappeared as a great emperor. This time we shall ally with the Sanctuary Alliance and battle the Three Emperors world. I hope both of you can step in and help when the time comes. Jian Wushuang looked at them and said, "No worries, ancient God Emperor. Even though my clan has been destroyed, I am still part of this territory and a member of the Special Tribes Alliance. Furthermore, you saw through the evil plan of the Sky Swallowing clan and destroyed them at once. You've avenged my clan for me. I will remember this favor and put in my all for the battles ahead." Lei Yuan said, "The Green Leopard clan is part of the Special Tribes Alliance. We will definitely do our best in the battle," Qing Xiao said. Jian Wushuang smiled upon hearing this. Qing Yuan and Lei Xiao were the only two great emperors within the Special Tribes Alliance outside of the three top-tier clans. Adding both of them to the total, there were now 8 great emperors in the Special Tribes Alliance: Black Dragon Emperor, leader of God Eater clan, and 3 great emperors from the ancient God clan. As for Jian Wushuang, he was both a human and the emperor of ancient God clan. He was not counted. I trust that everyone is well prepared given the amount of time we have. I now request all of you to bring your clans through the respective wormholes into human territory and gather the experts from the Sanctuary Alliance." Jian Wushuang said gloriously, "Roger." The respective leaders roared in reply. The experts from the various clans started making their moves. Chapter 2108 Confirmation within the Sky Swallowing Sanctuary in a secluded territory. Jian Wushuang has already left the underground palace and ordered the experts to go to the human territory. The elderly man said coldly, "What about the palace?" Ba Su asked. According to the intel that Acheron Palace received, Jian Wushuang has arranged for several experts to guard the palace and given the order that none shall attempt to enter. The elder man said, "Humph. As expected, it is impossible for him to refine that sacred weapon. He is not dumb, so he gave up after trying for 18 years. If he can't refine that weapon, he won't be able to bring it out of the palace. All he can do is leave the weapon there and protect it." Ba Su smiled. That seemed to be the case. The elder man nodded his head. They did not suspect anything at all. After all, the weapon was the soul-swallowing pearl. Who could refine it within 18 years? What they did not know was that they had fallen right into the trap Jian Wushuang set. This is probably the best news we can have after the disastrous incident. The sacred weapon is not refined by Jian Wushuang. However, the alliance between the Sanctuary Alliance and the Special Tribes Alliance is not good news for the Three Emperor world. The elder man said grimly, "Their main goal was to control the Special Tribes Alliance secretly through the Sky Swallowing clan. If this did not work, they would secretly attack the few top-tier clans and wipe them out. The Special Tribes Alliance would be shaken to the core. Everyone then would be secure, and uniting would be difficult. It's a pity that this double-layered plan had failed. The conditions in the Special Tribes territory were very stable, and not much could be done. Human territory, Thunderbolt Island. The first thing Jian Wushuang did when he returned to Thunderbolt Island was look for Emperor Bai and ancestor Tianqin. Emperor Bai, the experts among the Special Tribes Alliance, have now reached the human territory. Jian Wushuang said, I know. I have made arrangements for their accommodation. Jian Wushuang, you did well. Emperor Bai looked approvingly at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang had not only resolved the crisis within the Special Tribes, but he had also become the leader of Special Tribes Alliance. Jian Wushuang, who was both a human and the ancient God Emperor, could ensure the peaceful cooperation between the Sanctuary Alliance and the Special Tribes Alliance. During the time I was gone, how was Sanctuary Alliance? Have all the spies from Vientiane Tower been caught? Jian Wushuang asked. We have found most of them. The remaining few will not pose any threat to us. Ancestor Tianqin smiled. There should be spies from the Acheron Palace within the Special Tribes Alliance. It will be far too difficult to catch them all. Jian Wushuang continued. It does not matter. These small fries will have a minimal effect in this war. Emperor Bai smiled. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. That's true. It would be truly dangerous for the eternal chaotic world if the situation were like this. Emperor Zisu and Vientiane Tower were not found and destroyed, and the spies from the Acheron Palace went to infiltrate the Special Tribes under the cover of the Sky-Swallowing Clan. Now that the majority of the spies had been caught, the remaining pawns would be far too weak to affect the eternal chaotic world. Emperor Bai, ancestor Tianqin, I have an update. I have managed to refine the soul-swallowing pearl. What? Emperor Bai and ancestor Tianqin were in awe. Emperor Bai looked over and exclaimed, 18 years. You only took 18 years to refine the soul-swallowing pearl. Are you kidding me? Even Emperor Bai was astonished by that feat. He clearly knew how difficult it was to refine the soul-swallowing pearl. It would be amazing even if someone could manage to refine the pearl within 118,000 years, much less 18 years. The first leader of the Sky-Swallowing Clan was a genius, but it had taken him 800,000 years to refine the same pearl. I really did successfully refine it. Look, Jian Wushuang said as a pearl that radiated tremendous soul power appeared from within Jian Wushuang. This aura. I fought with the leader of the Sky-Swallowing Clan once. This is indeed the soul-swallowing pearl. How did you refine it within such a short amount of time? Emperor Bai asked as he stared at the pearl. I have no idea. I felt that the process of refining the pearl was easy. There are 9 spells within the soul-swallowing pearl. One must master all of them before they can use the pearl. I managed to learn these 9 spells easily. Emperor Bai, you too are an inverse cultivator. Does it feel easy to try and perceive and learn new things? Jian Wushuang continued. Very easily. Jian Wushuang, you must be kidding me. Emperor Bai narrowed his eyes and looked at him weirdly. Even though I have a good perception, it still takes time for me to grasp certain things such as rules or order. In the first era, I was totally clueless about rules or order. Hence, I was not one of the strongest back then. I only managed to grasp a little of rules of order during the second era over a very long time, with the help of many opportunities. If it was easy for me to perceive concepts, why would I take so long to grasp a little of rules or order? Ancestor Tianqin, too, looked over at Jian Wushuang curiously. Jian Wushuang smiled sheepishly and fell quiet. He got confirmation that the reason he could learn any secret skills or grasp concepts far faster than most people could imagine had nothing to do with him being an inverse cultivator. That left Jian Wushuang with the other possibility, universal Tao scripture. Even though I have no idea why I have such a good perception, the soul-swallowing pearl is indeed refined, which has helped boost my soul power tremendously to the level of a top-tier stage 1 great emperor. If I make use of it to cast a soul attack, I can even threaten a stage 2 great emperor. All that I am missing is a powerful soul attack secret skill. Jian Wushuang said. Chapter 2109 Emperor God Zhu Xian Soul Attack Secret Skill? Emperor Bai and Ancestor Tianqin looked at each other helplessly. Among the great emperors within the Sanctuary Alliance, no one excels in soul attacks. There are such secret skills within the library inside the Alliance, but their level is too low for you. Emperor Bai frowned. That's right, a great emperor who excels in soul attacks, especially you who can use the soul-swallowing pearl, is very valuable in the battle against the three emperors' world. However, the Sanctuary Alliance is lacking in soul attack secret skills of the top-tier level. Ancestor Tianqin nodded his head in agreement. Sanctuary Alliance had many powerful secret skills, many of which originated from the First Era or even the ancient past. However, their soul attack secret skills. First of all, a soul attack secret skill was extremely rare and much more valuable compared to a normal secret skill, much less a top-tier soul attack secret skill. Even though the soul attack secret skills within the Alliance could elevate his soul attack to a high level, it would still be far from the maximum possible power level. They hoped that Jian Wushuang could use his soul attack to create a big advantage in the upcoming battle. I might know of one set of secret skills that can perfectly bring out your soul power to create collateral damage among the experts from the three emperor world, Ancestor Tianqin said suddenly. Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai both looked over. Emperor God Zhu Xian. Ancestor Tianqin said. Him? Yes, the soul attack secret skill he has is very powerful. Emperor Bai nodded his head in agreement. Who is this Emperor God Zhu Xian? Jian Wushuang asked curiously. He had not heard of this expert before. Sword Emperor, as you know, the eternal chaotic world is facing grave danger. Hence, many experts who are unheard of previously emerged from hiding. Emperor God Zhu Xian is one such expert. He is ranked highly on the Emperor God Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Ancestor Tianqin smiled. Oh, it has been a long time since I last looked at this list. Jian Wushuang laughed. Indeed, you probably don't even know your own ranking on the ranking list. Ancestor Tianqin teased. That is true. What is my ranking? Jian Wushuang asked. Second to only Emperor Bai. Abysmal Saint Master is third. Red Dragon King is fourth, and I am ranked fifth. Ancestor Tianqin smiled. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He was not surprised that he was ranked second. Within the Sanctuary Alliance, only Emperor Bai could beat him in a battle. He was surprised at the ranking of the Abysmal Saint Master. Abysmal Saint Master was a top-tier Stage 1 Great Emperor. He was still far from a Stage 2 Great Emperor, unlike the Red Dragon King, who was a legit Stage 2 Great Emperor. However, now, the Abysmal Saint Master was ranked higher than the Red Dragon King. Seeing Jian Wushuang's confusion, Ancestor Tianqin continued to explain. Abysmal Saint Master was already very powerful. He had been cultivating a secret skill from the ancient past for the longest of time and was at a bottleneck for a very long time without improving. When he came back from the Three Emperor world, he had some inspiration and managed to break through soon after you left for the special tribes. Once there was a breakthrough in that secret skill, his power level skyrocketed and he became a Stage 2 Great Emperor. After the breakthrough, the Abysmal Saint Master went to look for the Red Dragon King and they had a skirmish. The result was that the Abysmal Saint Master won by a small margin. After that skirmish, the ranking changed. Is that the case? Jian Wushuang nodded his head and felt happy for the Abysmal Saint Master. They had had some resentment before. Now that they had made peace with each other, they had a pretty good relationship. Sword Emperor, you know his character. He does not like being inferior to others. That's why he went to challenge the Red Dragon King. I think he will come and challenge you next. Ancestor Tianqin said. Haha, let him come then. Jian Wushuang laughed, as he did not mind it at all. We are getting off topic. Let's continue talking about this Emperor God Zhu Xian. His strength and understanding of Tao is not top tier among the Emperor Gods. However, just because of the terrifying soul attack secret skill he has, he can threaten even a top-tier Emperor God. Ancestor Tian Chun continued. During the battle that made him well known, he fought 2 top-tier Emperor Gods. However, once his soul attack was cast, the 2 Emperor Gods experienced a short blank in their consciousness. Even though they were well prepared, they still suffered under the effect of the soul attack. Furthermore, according to the intel the Sanctuary Alliance gathered, the soul power of this Emperor God Zhu Xian have yet to reach the level of a top-tier Emperor God. Oh! Jian Wushuang was interested. An Emperor God whose soul power who had yet to reach the level of a top-tier Emperor God could affect 2 such experts with a soul attack, even when the 2 were well prepared. The soul attack that this Emperor God had must be. The Intel Department went to dig deeper into his history and found out this. He does not have any soul attack treasures. He obtained a soul attack secret skill, which originated from the ancient past within the ancient battlefield, which surrounded the green fire world. The soul attack secret skill was incredibly powerful. Not only in the aspect of a single target soul attack, it could cause collateral damage as well. He cast the soul attack against a group of 20 Almighties, in which there were a few Emperor Gods. Once his soul attack was cast, 5 Sir Gods died immediately while the remaining Almighty, including the Emperor Gods, experienced a blank in their consciousness. Hence, we can confirm that the soul attack secret skill he has can target groups of people. Ancestor Tian Chen explained. After hearing Ancestor Tian Chen's explanation, Jian Wushuang had a better idea of the soul attack secret skill. The secret skill could target multiple people and had incredible power. This soul attack secret skill was very suitable for Jian Wushuang. Chapter 21:10 Conditions. Since we know that this soul attack secret skill is useful to Jian Wushuang, let's ask the Emperor God to give us this secret skill. There might be some problems with this, Ancestor Tianqin said. How so? Emperor Bai looked over and asked. From what I know, Emperor God Zhu Xian is a very selfish person. It took a lot of effort to get that soul attack secret skill, and it is one of his strongest moves. He won't be willing to give it away for free. Ancestor Tianqin smiled. Dumbass. The eternal chaotic world might cease to exist. He still cares about his secret skills? Emperor Bai face turned dark. Now that the eternal chaotic world was under threat, experts were sharing their most powerful secret skills and techniques selflessly. Just like the lineage of Star, Jian Wushuang shared the secret skills of Star Palace, which was crazily sought after by everyone participating in the battle. This was not suggested by Emperor Bai. It was initiated by Jian Wushuang and experts from the lineage of Star. They knew that the secret skills of Star Palace could raise the fighting power of the experts within eternal chaotic world. This gave them a high chance of winning the war. This was a selfless act of commitment by the lineage of Star for the upcoming war. After all, it was no longer a peaceful era like before. Before the eternal chaotic world faced danger, the secret skills of Star Palace was unique to the lineage of Star. Now, they would do anything and everything to increase their chances of winning. If the eternal chaotic world lost the war, every sect and clan would be destroyed, many experts would die. What was the point of selfishly hiding one's secret skill if that happened? Everyone understood this. But this Emperor God, Zhu Xian, we have yet to ask him whether he will share the secret skill. Let us not judge the situation. I shall go to him personally and ask for it. Where is he now? Jian Wushuang asked. He is within the Red Dragon Sanctuary. You need not go down personally. Just ask Red Dragon King to pass on the message, Ancestor Tianqin said. All right. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. within one of the 10 sanctuaries, the Red Dragon Sanctuary. Within this sanctuary, Red Dragon King was the leader. In this territory, there was a large island where Emperor God Ju Xian stayed. On the island, there were many servants. There were even 2 Sir Gods there who took orders from Emperor God Ju Xian. Whoosh! A figure appeared on the island. It was the Red Dragon King. Humph! This Emperor God Ju Xian is really relaxed. The Red Dragon King looked down and felt the presence of the Emperor God Ju Xian. Emperor God Ju Xian sat in the middle of a palace. He was admiring the dance of several beautiful ladies. There were many servants serving him. A powerful aura was felt as it isolated the space-time within the island. The Red Dragon King teleported in front of Emperor God Ju Xian in the middle of the palace. When he appeared, everyone apart from Emperor God Ju Xian fainted. Red Dragon King. Emperor God Ju Xian was shocked. He stood up and greeted. Greetings, Red Dragon Emperor. I am Ju Xian. The Red Dragon King looked at Emperor God Ju Xian. Without a word, he took out a token and broke it. When the token broke, a hazy figure appeared in the middle of the palace. This figure was a consciousness incarnation of Jian Wushuang, Emperor God Ju Xian. Jian Wushuang looked down on Emperor God Ju Xian indifferently. This is... Greeting, Sword Emperor. I am Ju Xian. Emperor God Ju Xian said when looked up and recognized the figure. Emperor God Ju Xian became even more respectful. He was perturbed. The 2 men who appeared in front of him were one of the strongest men in the eternal chaotic world. One of them was ranked 2nd on the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, while the other was ranked 3rd. 2 of these superpowers had appeared in front of him at the same time. It was obvious they were looking for him. How could he not be perturbed? Relax. I am here to ask for your help. I got news that you've got a very powerful soul attack secret skill from the ancient battlefield. This secret skill is very crucial for the Sanctuary Alliance in the battle against the 3 Emperor world. I hope you can give us a copy of the secret skill. Jian Wushuang smiled. Soul attack secret skill? Emperor God Ju Xian turned pale. It was obvious that he was unwilling. This was normal. He had been through all that trouble to get the soul attack secret skill, and it became one of his most powerful techniques. How would he be willing to submit the secret skill? Jian Wushuang took note of his expressions and was not surprised. He continued, The Sanctuary Alliance must have this secret skill. I know that it's not easy to get this secret skill. You can give your conditions. Ju Xian, Sword Emperor, made himself clear. I'm sure you know what he means. The Red Dragon King said as he looked at Emperor God Ju Xian. If it were the Red Dragon King, he would not waste time speaking to Emperor God Ju Xian. Since the Sanctuary Alliance needed this, he would just force him to submit a copy of the secret skill. Unless Emperor God Ju Xian would rather die, he would have no choice but to submit a copy. Emperor God Ju Xian took a deep breath. He could deduce that the Sanctuary Alliance would not give up until they had the secret skill. He had no chance against such a powerful organization. Jian Wushuang had already allowed Emperor God Ju Xian to give his conditions. This was the biggest act of kindness the Alliance could give. If he still refused to comply, he knew that he would die. Sword Emperor, I am willing to comply. I do have one condition that I hope that you can approve. Emperor God Ju Xian said. Name it. Jian Wushuang smiled. I want to have the right to enter Heaven Repairing Palace. Emperor God Ju Xian said seriously. Heaven Repairing Palace? Jian Wushuang was stunned. He was confused. The Red Dragon King stared at Emperor God Ju Xian and yelled, How dare you make such a demand? You dare bargain for the right to enter the Heaven Repairing Palace? At the same time, an overbearing aura exploded from the Red Dragon King. Emperor God Ju Xian felt the aura and trembled. He was sweating profusely. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to resist the aura. Chapter 21 11 Heaven Repairing Palace. Red Dragon King. What is the Heaven Repairing Palace? Jian Wushuang asked. Jian Wushuang had just reached the top ranks of the Sanctuary Alliance. He did not know much. He had never heard of the Heaven Repairing Palace. That palace is a site of opportunity discovered long ago at the ancient Mystery Land, taken by the Sanctuary Alliance immediately till now, Red Dragon King explained. In the Heaven Repairing Palace lies the opportunity of passage towards the heavens, but at a dear price which even the Alliance cannot bear to pay. Since its discovery, the palace has only been used once. There are 12 seats in the palace, meaning every time it opens, only a dozen people are allowed to enter. The last time we opened it, those chosen experts received great benefits. Great Emperor Colored Glaze and Emperor Jiu Qiao themselves attained great emperor levels upon entering. The Red Dragon King continued. Oh! Jian Wushuang was shocked. From one occasion, 2 great emperors had emerged. This site of opportunity. We did not know much about the palace before we activated it, but after we did, we realized it was not only a site of opportunity, but a land of miracles. Any potential pinnacle emperor god stuck at an ability plateau could easily attain great emperor levels with this palace. Unfortunately, the price to pay for opening the palace is too great. We have not opened it since the first attempt. But with the eternal chaotic world barely hanging on, the Sanctuary Alliance must not get stingy with these affairs. That is why Emperor Bai and I have agreed to activate it once again at a later time, to help our great emperors improve their powers before the battle. Since that decision, the 12 experts entering must be chosen deliberately and carefully. We have made a list of certain emperor gods we want to enter, and the emperor god Zhu Xian certainly did not make the list, the Red Dragon King said. Jian Wushuang understood. The Heaven Repairing Palace had great potential for pinnacle emperor gods to emerge as great emperor levels. But there were only 12 spots, and all 12 were extremely important. Now, Emperor God Zhu Xian's condition was for the Alliance to give him 1 seat. Zhu Xian, you should know, with your abilities, even if you did enter the palace, the chances of you becoming great emperor are slim to none, Red Dragon King roared. I know, but slim as they are, there is still a chance. If you save a seat for me, not just the soul attack secret skill, I'll give everything I have for the both of you. Emperor God Zhu Xian clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly. He knew his conditions were a bit much, but that was his only way of becoming a great emperor. It was worth him risking his life for, no matter how slim the chances were. Jian Wushuang and Red Dragon King fell quiet. After a period of time, Jian Wushuang finally spoke. The decision of who gets to enter the palace is too big a decision for me alone to decide. I will take this up to Emperor Bai and discuss it with him. He'll keep you updated. Thank you, Sword Emperor. Emperor God Zhu Xian was elated. Jian Wushuang did not accept his offer, but nor did he reject it, meaning to say there was still hope. Red Dragon King. Don't mind if you wait here for a while. Jian Wushuang glanced at him. Not an issue, the Red Dragon King replied. Jian Wushuang's consciousness incarnation instantly dispersed. On Thunderbolt Island, the Emperor God Zhu Xian is willing to hand over the secret skill, but he wants a seat in the Heaven Repairing Palace, Jian Wushuang said. A seat in the Heaven Repairing Palace? What a funny guy, Ancestor Tianqin sneered. But it's unexpected. With his own abilities, unless he encountered a miracle, he would never make it to great emperor level. The Heaven Repairing Palace is his only chance at that, and he will hold on to it tightly. Emperor Bai laughed. A seat in the palace is no small matter. Maybe it will be possible during other times, but during this period of chaos within the eternal chaotic world, we need the seats for our potential emperor gods to elevate to great emperors. His name is not even in our list. It would be a waste if we handed it to him, Ancestor Tianqin said. The seats are important, but so is the secret skill. Since this lad has given his conditions, we cannot ignore or pressure him otherwise. Tell him that the seat is his, but he will be sent to the most dangerous front line against the 3 emperors' world when the battle breaks out, whether he makes it to great emperor levels or not. If he wishes to gamble, he must also dedicate himself to the Sanctuary Alliance, Emperor Bai said. Agreed. Both Jian Wushuang and Ancestor Tianqin nodded in agreement. So that's that. Since we are on the topic of lists, Wushuang, I would like you to take a look at it as well, Emperor Bai said. With a wave of his hand, a list appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. The list had a couple names, all of which were known emperor gods within the eternal chaotic world. Not only the pinnacle emperor gods had made the list, even those who had not but had enough potential would find their names on it as well. Over 30 names. Jian Wushuang's eyebrows twitched. These are the unconfirmed ones. We have confirmed a few already, like Underworld God, Emperor God Tianling, Purple Moons, Qianmingzi. Those are the few most likely to reach great emperor levels. Emperor Bai laughed. Jian Wushuang nodded and began to take a close look at the list. As he scrolled through the names, he recognized many of them, some of which he had even fought against in the past. But there were other names he had never heard of before. Jian Wushuang's gaze locked onto one name. Chapter 2112, Returning the Favor, Emperor God Lu Guang. Jian Wushuang's eyebrows were raised. He's on the list as well. Yes, Ancestor Tianqin replied. She may not be the best amongst pinnacle emperor gods, but she has shown great improvement in power over the years. She has potential. Offering her a seat would give her a minimum 20% chance of becoming a great emperor. What's your relationship with her, Wushuang? Emperor Bai asked. It began like this, Jian Wushuang said. The lineage of stars encountered a crisis back then. Extreme methods were used. For this, I invited Emperor God Lu Guang to take down Deluge Fortress together, along with the Fort Lord. It was a personal favor I asked Lu Guang for. My powers have improved over the years, but not once has she asked me to return the favor. Oh, Emperor Bai nodded. With a wave of his hand, Emperor God Lu Guang's name was removed from the list. Emperor Bai, what is the meaning of this? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Emperor God Lu Guang was already on the list, her ability levels roughly the same as the others. I just didn't know who to pick. Since she has relations with you, you can use this to return the favor. Emperor Bai smiled. Thank you, Emperor Bai. Jian Wushuang was grateful. He did not like to owe others favors. It was circumstance that forced him to. Now he could finally return it. No problem. You are also amongst the top ranks of our Sanctuary Alliance. A word from you is enough to assign 1 or 2 seats on your own. Her name was on the list anyway. Emperor Bai waved his hand. For the other seats, we were not able to reach a consensus despite many meetings. From the looks of it, we need to let them compete for it. A fair fight, not a bad idea, Jian Wushuang nodded. Oh, yes, Wushuang. You'll have a seat amongst a dozen entering the Heaven Repairing Palace as well. Make your preparations. This came as a revelation to Jian Wushuang. Me. Was the purpose of opening the palace not to allow emperor gods become great emperors? He was already at great emperor level and had been for a long period of time. As if he had read his mind, Emperor Bai could not help but smile. A great emperor would help the Sanctuary Alliance and Eternal Chaotic World tremendously in the upcoming battle, right? What more of a strong great emperor? According to what I have heard, you were to defeat Sky, swallowing clan leader Ba Su face to face. I assume your abilities are already at the pinnacle of the 2nd stage level. Yes, Jian Wushuang did not deny it. That's it, Emperor Bai continued. The palace is not as simple as helping emperor gods become great emperors. It also helps great emperors like yourself to feel what the rules of order are like. What? Jian Wushuang was taken aback. The Heaven Repairing Palace could help him experience rules of order? Don't be shocked. Of course the palace has greater utilities. If not, the Alliance would not have used 60% of our hard-earned resources on its activation, Emperor Bai said. However, it only barely lets you experience rules of order. Barely. To realize and master the rules of order from the interaction alone would be impossible, no matter how powerful your realization abilities were. Jian Wushuang understood, but could not hide his disappointment. He thought from the interaction with rules of order, perhaps he could try to learn it. From the looks of it, there was no way. Of course, even if you do not manage to learn it, experiencing it alone will do you wonders in the future. The palace will also improve your abilities in all ways. It won't help your inverse cultivation with the third stage, but ITLL still improve it nonetheless. With your abilities, even without rules of order or the third stage inverse cultivation, you still have a chance with third stage Great Emperor abilities. Having a third stage Great Emperor would be fantastic for our battle efforts. Jian Wushuang understood. The eternal chaotic world currently only had one true third stage Great Emperor, Emperor Bai. That included both the Sanctuary Alliance and Special Tribes Alliance. The rest were at most second stage Great Emperors. The known third stage Great Emperors of the Three Emperors world were Kaiser Blood, Lord Fun, and Demon King Chinyu. That made three of them. Kaiser Blood even had the potential to battle Emperor Bai face to face. Under these circumstances, the eternal chaotic world needed a new third stage Great Emperor, and Jian Wushuang was the closest amongst them to reaching that stage. Understood. Rest assured that I will do my best to reach third stage as soon as possible, Jian Wushuang replied. No rush. Don't stress yourself out. That won't do any good, Emperor Bai smiled. Here are 3 letters, one for each seat in the palace. One is for you. Please pass the other 2 to Emperor God Lu Guang and Zhu Xian. Jian Wushuang received the letters before going on his way. Outside Thunderbolt Island. No, rush back to the Red Dragon Sanctuary. Let Zhu Xian wait there a bit longer. I should return the favor first. Jian Wushuang smiled and made his way to Emperor God Lu Guang's residence. Outside the 10 top sanctuaries, in the dark void, lay a floating plateau. It may not have been big, but it was extremely idyllic with its fair share of mountains and streams. At its center was an ancient palace. Emperor God Lu Guang was amongst 2 purple-haired lasses. Qing Xian, we are about to enter battle with the 3 Emperors' world. Are you ready for it? Emperor God Lu Guang asked. Relax, sister. This battle concerns the life and death of the eternal chaotic world. As an almighty, I am already mentally prepared. Unfortunately, I am only an ordinary Sir God. I cannot influence much. But you, sister, a pinnacle Emperor God, has a greater responsibility, the purple-haired lass replied. Oh, yes. I have heard rumors from the Sanctuary Alliance saying that they would open the Heaven Repairing Palace again. You have a shot at those seats. Heaven Repairing Palace? Emperor God Lu Guang shook her head and laughed. Too many people fighting for those seats is not as easy as you think it will be. Just when Emperor God Lu Guang finished her sentence, Wang, a figure directly appeared within the palace without warning. Emperor God Lu Guang and her purple-haired lasses sensed it and immediately sent people to check it out. Chapter 21:13 Emperor God Lu Guang. As surprise, this is... When Emperor God saw who had arrived, she froze before getting up. Greetings, Sword Emperor, she bowed. Emperor God Lu Guang, how are you? It's been some time since we've last met. I'm honored you still remember me. Emperor God Lu Guang smiled humbly, but deep down she was conflicted. When she first met Jian Wushuang, his powers were beneath hers. But in the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang was ranked second in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. One of the best experts amongst the Sanctuary Alliance, next to Emperor Bai. Yet she remained a pinnacle Emperor God. Jian Wushuang was on a different level. Emperor God Lu Guang, I have arrived here today to repay a favor Jian Wushuang replied. Emperor God Lu Guang's facial expression changed. Jian Wushuang indeed owed her a favor. She had simply never asked for it. Firstly, Jian Wushuang was already too high in status. She had dared not ask. Secondly, she had nothing urgent to request of Jian Wushuang. Yet now, without asking, Jian Wushuang had came to repay the favor. "This token is for you." Jian Wushuang said nothing more, and passed it to her directly. Emperor God Lu Guang received it, puzzled, but when she took a closer look and realized what the token was really about, she trembled. "This is the Heaven Repairing Palace token." Emperor God Lu Guang's eyes were wide open, staring straight at Jian Wushuang. "Yes," Jian Wushuang smiled. "Your abilities and potential is pretty good. The Sanctuary Alliance wanted to place you into the list of candidates anyway. I simply gave you a push. Consider the favor paid." "Thank you, Sword Emperor." Emperor God Lu Guang was so grateful. She knew Jian Wushuang was not lying. Everyone knew the 12 seats in the Heaven Repairing Palace were not confirmed. Yet, at this juncture, Jian Wushuang had given her the token directly. It may have been due to her abilities and potential, but it was also definitely because Jian Wushuang had helped her from behind. With Jian Wushuang's position and influence within the Sanctuary Alliance, a slight push would be more than enough to get Emperor God Lu Guang the seat. "I shall not stay for long. When the palace opens, I will send someone to inform you," Jian Wushuang said, and with that he left. Within the palace, Emperor God Lu Guang and the purple-haired lasses remained standing there. Emperor God Lu Guang had calmed down. "Sister, this is wonderful. You were worried about that seat a moment ago. Then immediately the Sword Emperor delivered it to you personally. I'm surprised as well." Emperor God Lu Guang smiled. "The Sword Emperor did owe me a favor, but I never asked for it. He came to return it on his own, with a seat in the Heaven Repairing Palace. I know a little regarding this Sword Emperor. Apparently, his powers are next to Emperor Bai's in the Sanctuary Alliance. With his status and power and influence, even if you had no potential, he could still get a position for you," the purple-haired lass said. "Indeed," Emperor God Lu Guang nodded. "I was intending to hold on to this favor for when something big happened, like a crisis, but now I didn't really help him out much back then anyway. I should count my lucky stars for getting this seat." Emperor God Lu Guang smiled and looked towards the purple-haired lass. "Qing Xian, the palace should not take long to open. I should prepare myself during this period of time. Forgive me for taking my leave." "Understood," the purple-haired girl replied. She was extremely happy for her. Emperor God Lu Guang immediately started preparing for the palace. On the other side, Jian Wushuang made his way for the Red Dragon Sanctuary. This time, he was going down personally. On the huge island, the Red Dragon Sanctuary. "Oh, Red Dragon King, this twirling divine serum was painfully obtained by me 2 million years ago. Please try it." Emperor God Zhu Xian stood before the Red Dragon King respectfully and offered the serum. The twirling divine serum was one of the rarest delicacies of the eternal chaotic world, almost as good as the white blaze fruit. Emperor God Zhu Xian had been through much pain to obtain 2 pots. He had drank 1 pot previously, yet could not bear to drink the other. Now he was offering it to the Red Dragon King. "Twirling divine serum?" The Red Dragon King seemed indifferent but took it anyway. He drank the entire pot in 1 gulp. Emperor God Zhu Xian was pained at the sight of this, but did not show it. "Oh, Red Dragon King, do you think the higher-ups at the Sanctuary Alliance will give me the spot?" Emperor God Zhu Xian asked cautiously. Red Dragon King glared at him and sneered. "Who knows? If it were me, I would have tortured you till you handed it over. If you refused, then I'd kill you anyway. Luckily for you, the Sword Emperor is more merciful than me." Emperor God Zhu Xian's face turned white, and he looked awkward upon hearing that. "Let's see if the Sword Emperor is willing to fight for you or not." With his power and influence in the alliance, if he is willing to put in a good word for you, he will most certainly receive it. But Zhu Xian, as an almighty within the Red Dragon Sanctuary, has a piece of advice for you. Regardless of if the Sword Emperor got the position for you, you must pass him your soul attack secret skill. If not, Red Dragon King's expression turned ice cold. He was only willing to say all this after receiving Emperor God Zhu Xian's swirling divine serum. Without it, he could not bother less. Emperor God Zhu Xian nodded. Of course, I only hold a strand of hope regarding the seat. It does not matter if I receive it or not. I will hand over the secret skill anyway. Chapter 21:14-3 Divine Lights. Good to hear, Red Dragon King nodded. At that moment, Wang, a figure formed within the palace. It was Jian Wushuang. Sword Emperor. Emperor God Zhu Xian immediately took a bow. Zhu Xian, you got lucky. Jian Wushuang looked at Emperor God Zhu Xian. Emperor God Zhu Xian knew what that meant. He looked at Jian Wushuang in delight and excitement. With a flip of his hand, the token appeared in Jian Wushuang's hands. Emperor God Zhu Xian knew what that was. It was the Heaven Repairing Palace's token. I've discussed it with Emperor Bai and the others. You can have a seat on one condition. Regardless of if you become great emperor or not, you will swear to fight at the forefront as our vanguard when the time to battle the three emperors' world comes. Do you accept this? Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Emperor God Zhu Xian flinched. Red Dragon King at the side laughed. The Sanctuary Alliance has always been fair. You want something others could have possessed instead. You need to pay a higher price than them. This is normal. Emperor God Zhu Xian nodded and replied, Sword Emperor, I am willing. As long as I get the chance to enter, I will do it, even if it costs me my life. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and tossed the token towards him. After he received it, Emperor God Zhu Xian clenched the token tightly with his fists, his eyes lighting up. The Heaven Repairing Palace. The opportunity of a lifetime. Seeing that, Jian Wushuang nodded his head from a corner. If it were him that had reached a bottleneck as a pinnacle emperor god, he too would have gambled everything for a chance to enter the palace, even putting his life on the line. Any cultivator with the heart of an elite expert would have done the same. Furthermore, the emperor god had nothing to hold him down from his ambitions. Nothing was more important to him than becoming stronger. Emperor God Zhu Xian, the soul attack secret skill? Red Dragon King asked. Emperor God Zhu Xian bounced and took out a murky gray pearl. Sword Emperor, the secret skill lies within the pearl. In order to obtain the secret skill, you must obtain the method of inheritance from the pearl. I was unable to inherit it completely, so I was only able to learn a fraction of the secret skill. Oh! Jian Wushuang reacted. Emperor God Zhu Xian's soul attack was already very impressive with a fraction of the skill. What if he had learnt the complete set? Let me try! Jian Wushuang smiled and held the murky pearl in his palm, his soul power entering it. Information soon overwhelmed him. Jian Wushuang had started the inheritance process. As the process went on, he learned the name of the secret skill. The three divine lights, it was called. The secret skill came from the ancient era, created by an ancient expert proficient in soul attacks. The secret skill was split into 3 parts: Golden Light Scripture, Foggy Light Scripture, and Nether Light Scripture. The Golden Light specified one-on-one soul attacks, concentrating all soul attack power to form a golden light, increasing the soul power's abilities and decimating enemies. The Foggy Light allowed for area soul attacks suitable for messy battles or when the person was surrounded by enemies. That skill delighted Jian Wushuang. With the battle against the 3 emperors' world coming up, he would be able to use the skill against the countless enemies in one blow. The last scripture, Netherlight, focused on soul control. This scripture was the most powerful of them all, allowing Jian Wushuang's soul control to be silent, yet deadly. The nether light was much stronger than the soul control skills he had known. The three scriptures were entering Jian Wushuang's memory without obstruction or resistance. Within an hour, the process was done. Phew! Jian Wushuang opened his eyes and exhaled lightly. He was smiling. How is it, Sword Emperor? Red Dragon King looked towards Jian Wushuang. Not bad. This is an impressive skill, one of the best and most comprehensive soul attack skills I have ever encountered. It is not just good for one-on-one combat, but also area attacks. Soul control skills will help me a lot as well, Jian Wushuang said. That was true. Without a doubt, the secret skill was enough to cause substantial improvement in his soul attacks, allowing him to use it flawlessly during battles. Emperor God Juxian, you can have the pro back. Jian Wushuang tossed the pro back to him. Emperor God Juxian received it, but remained shocked. Sword Emperor, have you inherited the entire skill? Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded. How is that possible? Emperor God Zhu Xian could not believe it. When I first started learning, it took me almost a month for the golden light scripture alone. The foggy light took me 3 years, and up till now I have yet to master the nether light. But Sword Emperor, you did everything within an hour. HNGH, how can you compare yourself to the Sword Emperor? Red Dragon Emperor looked at Emperor God Zhu Xian. He laughed awkwardly, but deep down he was impressed. He is indeed the recognized genius of the eternal chaotic world. Emperor God Zhu Xian raised his head. Sword Emperor, although you have obtained the complete secret skills, they all need constant practicing for them to get stronger. I do not know much on Netherlight, but the other two can be split into 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and master. Each level will improve the secret skills abilities greatly. Chapter 2115 Unhindered for levels. Jian Wushuang gently nodded. Thanks for letting me know. With the secret skill in our hands, Sword Emperor and I shall take our leave. Remember, Zhu Xian, never tell anyone about this incident. We never visited you, understood? Red Dragon King instructed. Understood. Jian Wushuang and the Red Dragon King left after a moment's notice. Only after they had left did Emperor God Zhu Xian start to relax. His eyes were still gleaming with light. A spot in the palace, I actually did it. Emperor God Zhu Xian's excitement could not be contained. Before all of that, he could never have imagined entering the palace. But Jian Wushuang's appearance had given him a glimpse of hope. Even with that, he did not have high hopes the Sanctuary Alliance would actually allocate him a seat. In the end, all thanks to the Sword Emperor. It was rumored that this Sword Emperor slaughtered mercilessly during his conquests. Even during the lineage of Star Battle, he took down more than 100 Almighties. But looking at him now, he's a nicer person than I had imagined. A good negotiator, too. Emperor God Zhu Xian fumbled for a while before making his decision. The palace is my last hope. I will make the best of it. Within the Red Dragon's sanctuary. Thank you for helping me out, Red Dragon King. Jian Wushuang smiled. Not a problem. You are most welcome to visit whenever you are free, Red Dragon King replied. Haha, sure. Jian Wushuang nodded before taking his leave. Jian Wushuang returned to the Green Fire World and started analyzing the 3 Divine Lights' secret skill. There was still a period of time before the Heaven Repairing Palace would be activated. Naturally, he would try to cultivate while he could. 20 years passed. Within those 20 years, the 12 seats for the palace were selected. It was about time to activate the palace. 3 emperors whirled within the dark void. Once there were 3 thrones within the void, now there were 4. Besides Lung Ruxiwe, Kaiser Blood, and Demon King Chenyu, a new red-robed elder sat in the new throne. His hair and brows were all flaming red. He was a ball of fire. His flames felt as if they had burned through eras. Through the eras, the fire had shown no traces of extinguishment, but rather it grew to be more intense. He was Lord Fun, oldest amongst the 3 emperors' world, and a third-stage Great Emperor. He sat beside Lung Rushue, his aura pressing down upon Demon King Chinyu. Demon King Chin, yes, face darkened. Old Fun, we've been friends for years. Is there a need for this? HNGH, I just wanted to see how much you've improved. So many years, nothing. Not unexpected, Lord Fun snorted. Asshole, who do you think I am? My powers have long reached their limits since the ancient era, and restricted under these heavens. You should know this, right? Demon King, Chinyu replied. Oh, I forgot, Lord Fun laughed, with a tinge of sarcasm in his tone. Stop it, the both of you! Kaiser Blood at the front finally opened his mouth. Lord Fun raised his eyebrow and stopped talking. Lord Fun, you were severely injured during your previous fight with Emperor Bai. After all these years, you should know him best, Kaiser Blood said. Emperor Bai, Lord Fen's face darkened. He had a grudge. His power doesn't mean much back in our era, but now, terrifying would be an understatement. That battle with him, I was suppressed completely. Based on the first era divisions, I'm close to pinnacle third stage levels, but I know for sure that if I were to fight him now, I wouldn't stand a chance. Kaiser Blood's pupils widened. It's how he cultivated himself. He learned inverse cultivation, completely different from what I learnt. In this era, under the restrictions of these heavens, I can only utilize peak chaotic realm powers. But Emperor Bai, he had no restrictions. When I fought him, I could feel it. His foundation powers were already beyond chaotic realm powers. After pausing, Lord Fun continued, he already has the advantage based on pure strength, along with the rules of order and secret skills he has learnt. Combine that together and you get an expert, so strong almost no one from the first era can hope to surpass him. Such fighting power makes him invincible in this era. No offense, Kaiser Blood, but even though your rules of order are better than his under the restraints we are placed under, I'm afraid you are not his match. Kaiser Blood's eyes went even more bloodshot, meaning to say, I have underestimated this Emperor Bai. His smile was ice-cold, sharp like a blade. Inverse cultivation? Who created this system? How could it be so powerful as to ignore the restrictions these heavens have placed upon us? I'm not sure, Lord Fun shook his head. According to what I know, Emperor Bai was the first inverse cultivator. There have been others after him, but their achievements were limited. None of them reached chaotic realm powers. As Lord Fun finished, Lung Rushue responded. Now there's a second one, Jian Wushuang. His inverse cultivation is now at chaotic realm powers, next to Emperor Bai. Chapter 21, 16 Day of Activation. Oh! Lord Fun frowned. He had not exposed himself to the outside world for many years. It was natural he had not heard of the name Jian Wushuang. Kaiser Blood started mumbling. To recreate a cultivation system that goes against natural law, it was definitely not done by experts from this era. If anyone had the skills to this, it must have been a super expert from my era, the strong few. But who did it, and why did he create this? I do not know. Lord Fun and Demon King Chin Yu fell quiet upon hearing that. They may have been impressive in the current era, but place them in the ancient era amongst the few super experts of that time. They were nothing more than ants, easily squashed. If they ever encountered such an expert in their lifetimes, they would all need to get down on their knees. Enough of this. I just received news from the Archulon Palace. The Sanctuary Alliance intends to activate the Heaven Repairing Palace once again. They want to increase their Great Emperor numbers before the fight, Kaiser Blood said. Great Emperor levels are the best this era can reach. We have made preparations for so many years, but we still do not have enough Great Emperors. Along with the various mistakes we made previously, we no longer have an advantage against them. Our fighting power is almost equal to theirs as of now, but if they gain a few more Great Emperors, Kaiser Blood looked at Demon King Chinyu. Demon King Chin, yes, face darkened. He knew The advantage the three emperors' world had previously had been lost by the Archilon Palace under his lead. He had infiltrated both human and special tribes from the Archilon Palace for so many years, but he had lost everything in moments. Years of effort gone. Relax! The heaven-repairing palace lies within the ancient mystery land. We have laid our traps over there for so many years. With me in charge this time, I guarantee there will be no more mistakes. But that emperor by Demon King Chinyu frowned, recalling the previous fight with him. He knew he was not his opponent. If Emperor Bai were to appear, he would not stand a chance. I'll pressure Emperor Bai on my side. Giving him no time to clone himself, Kaiser Blood said. That'll do. As long as Emperor Bai doesn't appear, no one in the Sanctuary Alliance can stop me. I'll kill all that enter the heaven-repairing palace, and maybe a great emperor or two, Demon King Chinyu said. Kaiser Blood and Lord Fun looked at one another and nodded. Indeed, regardless of Sanctuary Alliance or Special Tribes Alliance, Emperor Bai was the only terrifying person around. No one else was a third-stage great emperor. As long as Emperor Bai did not surface, Demon King Chinyu could crush anyone who stood in his way. Another thing, Demon King Chinyu said. We brought back some experts from the Sky-Swallowing clan from the Special Tribes domain. Ba Su from that clan wishes to enter our land of opportunity and try to master some rules of order. Ba Su. Kaiser Blood squinted and said, Ba Su was not able to complete our mission, but he has the ability. As a pinnacle second-stage great emperor, he would be strongest within the three emperors' world, excluding us. If he can really master just a bit of rules of order and ascend to third-stage levels, that'll be good for us. His chances are slim, but he can try, Lord Finn nodded. In that case, we'll let him try once. But before he goes in, preparations must be made, Kaiser Blood said. Of course, if he wants to enter, he'll have to listen to our orders from now on, Demon King Chinyu laughed. In the eternal chaotic world near Thunderbolt Island was a huge floating plateau. This piece of land was built by Sanctuary Alliance experts at a cost. The people that resided on the plateau were the experts from the Special Tribes Alliance. In a huge hall, Jian Wushuang sat there, watching over King Chinyu, Black Dragon Emperor, and Inquan. I'll leave the alliance matters to the three of you during my period of absence, Jian Wushuang said. Rest assured, Ancient Emperor, the Human Sanctuary Alliance is sincere. During this period of time, they have not clashed with us. Nothing will happen while you are at the palace, King Qinxing said. Okay, Jian Wushuang nodded and left. At the void outside the plateau, Abysmal Saint Master had been waiting. Abysmal, you're making the rounds personally? Jian Wushuang laughed at him. Not just me, East Royals already waiting outside the heaven-repairing palace. Oh. Jian Wushuang was astonished. What can I say? The palace lies within ancient mystery land, not under Sanctuary Alliance control. Furthermore, this is important. East Royal and I will guard the palace till you all leave, Abysmal Saint Master said. Jian Wushuang nodded. He knew that the Sanctuary Alliance dared not be reckless after spending much to activate the palace. They did not just send 2 great emperors to guard the palace, but placed multiple sealing formations at the ancient mystery land's entrances, with guards to protect them as well. This was to ensure no one from the 3 emperors' world would come to interfere. Furthermore, Emperor Bai personally deployed himself to the void outside the 3 emperors' world. If any experts were to come out, he would block them. The Sanctuary Alliance made their fair share of preparations. Let's go, Abysmal Saint Master said. Sure, Jian Wushuang replied. Using a wormhole, they arrived at one of the entrances. Jian Wushuang immediately discovered the multiple sealing formations. Tight security. With that, the both of them stepped into the ancient mystery land. Chapter 2117. Entering the heaven-repairing palace. The ancient mystery land had been activated multiple times from the first era to the second. Now, the land remained permanently open. A huge ancient battlefield lay upon the land. Huge crowds of experts came during the early days of the eternal chaotic world. But as the green fire world expanded with their own superior ancient battlefields, not many people came back. I've heard of this ancient mystery land multiple times, but this is the first time I've been here, Jian Wushuang smiled. This land still holds many opportunities, but it's nothing compared to the battlefields in your hometown, Abysmal Saint Master said. Jian Wushuang smiled. Soon both reached the palace. The heaven-repairing palace stood amongst piles of rubble. It looked like a dilapidated palace beyond repair, but there was more to it than met the eye. Many experts were already waiting outside the palace. In front stood East Royal Emperor, the other 11 experts and more who were in charge of protecting the palace, along with the East Royal Emperor. Jian Wushuang, Abysmal Saint Master, East Royal Emperor greeted them. Everyone's here, East Royal? Abysmal Saint Master asked. Yes, with the Sword Emperor's arrival, we can begin to activate the palace, East Royal Emperor said. Jian Wushuang nodded and looked towards the 11 people. Among those were Emperor God Lu Guang and Zhu Xian. Noticing Jian Wushuang's gaze, they immediately bowed. Jian Wushuang smiled and noticed Qian Mingzi. Elder Qian, how are you? Jian Wushuang smiled. Qian Mingzi was an expert under Purple Moon Emperor. They had once helped the lineage of stars against the 3 big alliances. You're too kind, Sword Emperor, Qian Mingzi respectfully replied. Besides the trio, Jian Wushuang recognized another person. This young man wore a white robe, his hair white as snow, his gaze as cold. Emperor God Tianling. Jian Wushuang was surprised. Emperor God Tianling, co-founder of the Soaring Heaven King Palace, was the strongest expert within the Star Extermination Alliance back when he fought at the lineage of stars. His abilities were already pinnacle Emperor God at that time, and he was qualified to fight against the Underworld God. After so many years, this Emperor God had yet to reach Great Emperor levels. But amongst Emperor Gods, he was definitely the most qualified person for a seat in the palace, with the highest chances of actually reaching Great Emperor. Emperor God Tianling sensed Jian Wushuang looking at him. His emotions were conflicting. Jian Wushuang back then had fought vigorously against him at the Soaring Heaven King Palace. They only decided to let down their grudges temporarily for the 3 emperors' world battle. But the Jian Wushuang of today, he had grown so strong that he left Emperor God Tianling speechless. At the same time, he was glad this battle was about to emerge. Without it, Jian Wushuang would have long ago made his move against the Soaring Heaven King Palace, and he would not be able to do anything about it. Regardless, I must reach Great Emperor levels after this. If not when Jian Wushuang comes after me, the Soaring Heaven King Palace will go down without a fight. Emperor God Tianling clenched his fists. He was determined. What he did not know was that Jian Wushuang no longer cared so much about his rivalry against the Soaring Heaven King Palace. A small Soaring Heaven King Palace was no longer worth the time and effort needed to exact his revenge. Jian Wushuang's biggest enemy now is the 3 emperors' world. He could even put down his grudge against Abysmal Saint Master and become good friends with him. As long as the Soaring Heaven King Palace did their best, he would not come after them. Of course, if they were to make any sudden movements, he would not let it slide. His gaze shifted to another person. This person attracted Jian Wushuang more than anyone else. His aura was the strongest amongst the Emperor Gods, even more than Emperor God Tianling. Maybe as good as a normal Great Emperor. If I am not wrong, you are Underworld God. Jian Wushuang asked the green-robed, normal-looking, middle-aged man. Greetings, Sword Emperor. The man bowed humbly, but without much fear. I see, Jian Wushuang smiled. Rumor has it that you are the only Emperor God around able to go against a Great Emperor. I guess they were right. In fact, you're probably stronger than that. If I were to put you against a Great Emperor, you could probably handle it, right? Hearing this, the Underworld God smiled. He did not deny it, but he still humbly replied, the rumors are not true. I can indeed go against great emperors as an emperor god, but am not the only one. With you, Sword Master, the unbelievable emperor god at that point of time, how could I claim this title alone? Air. Jian Wushuang laughed. He took a few more glances at the underworld god and emperor god Tianling. The rest he did not care for as much. Since everyone is here, let us activate the palace now, Jian Wushuang said. Understood. East Royal Emperor nodded and waved a few gestures towards the palace. A token was tossed into the palace. The dilapidated palace started to glow and began its restoration to its former glory. The doors soon opened. You all can enter now, East Royal Emperor said. Please guard us well, both of you, Jian Wushuang said and entered the palace first. The other 11 emperor gods followed one by one. Chapter 2118 Altars. After entering Heaven Repairing Palace, Jian Wushuang and his party arrived at a vast, dark space. This space seemed to stretch on forever. In the middle of this dark space were 12 light balls. As they walked nearer, they recognized the 12 light balls. They were 12 large old altars. These 12 altars floated quietly in the middle of the dark space. An ancient aura radiated outward slowly. These 12 altars represents 12 seats, and everyone here will take one seat. Take charge of your own opportunities, and you will not disturb anyone else during this period of time. If not, I will, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Yes, the 11 emperor gods nodded their heads in unison. Go on. Jian Wushuang waved his hand as the 11 emperor gods moved towards the altar. Jian Wushuang did not waste any time as he too flew to an altar. The large altar was made of a special black crystal. There were complicated secret restrictions carved on every single corner of the altar. Jian Wushuang realized that even at his power level, he could not understand these restrictions at all. Jian Wushuang sat in the middle of the altar. He took a deep breath as divine power started to radiate from his body. The moment his divine power was radiated, the purple secret restrictions glowed like bright purple snakes and came to life. As these purple restrictions started to work, HUM! A surging energy erupted out of nowhere. This energy was gray in color, and it looked as though there was nothing there. However, Jian Wushuang was shocked when this power appeared. This energy is so pure! Jian Wushuang exclaimed. He sat in the middle of the altar and could feel how amazing the energy was as it surrounded him. Jian Wushuang thought the purest energy found within the eternal chaotic world should have been the divine power. However, this gray energy was at least 10 times more pure and vast. It felt as though it was a higher form of power. A beginner cultivator would absorb the spiritual influence of heaven and earth and store it as spiritual energy to be used. Only when one reached the stage of universe God would his spiritual energy evolve into divine power. Between divine power and spiritual energy, the difference was that divine power was a higher form of power. Now the gray energy on the altar felt as though it was of a higher form than divine power. What is this energy? Jian Wushuang muttered to himself as he tried to contain the surprise he had. Even though he was unsure what exactly the gray energy was, the gray energy started gushing into his body. Rumble. Vast amounts of energy gushed into Jian Wushuang's body. His heavenly creation skill started to work by itself and started to absorb this gray energy at an insane rate. My God, I finally understood why the Heaven Repairing Palace can help some top-tier emperor god evolve into great emperors. Just by this pure energy itself, it can help many top-tier emperor gods to try and force their way into the realm of great emperors. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. A normal cultivator needed many conditions before he could evolve from an emperor god to a great emperor. For example, their understanding of Tao, the amount of divine power they had, and most importantly, the opportunity to evolve. Now, with such an incredible amount of the gray energy, even if the opportunity to evolve was not there, one could try to force their way through. Even though the chance of success was low for such a brute method, they would still have a small chance as long as they tried. This energy is so pure that I can benefit from it greatly. As an inverse cultivator, the energy for me to reach stage 3 is far too much. The energy gushing out from the altar is still insufficient for me to evolve. Jian Wushuang thought to himself, the 7th step in inverse cultivation, evolving from stage 1 to stage 2, did not need too much diving power. Jian Wushuang got his opportunity and cultivated within the Supreme Emperor Stone and managed to accumulate sufficient divine power to evolve. The divine power needed to evolve from stage 2 to stage 3 was far greater. Jian Wushuang knew this well. Hence, he did not plan to reach stage 3 using this time within the Heaven Repairing Palace. He just wanted to try his best to become stronger. If I absorb this energy, I will have slightly more divine power. The increment in fighting power is insignificant. I shall instead use it on my immemorial celestial body. Jian Wushuang thought to himself, immemorial celestial body, the strongest secret skill of body refinery that the ancient God clan had. Jian Wushuang successfully cultivated the first scroll, which boosted his power by a great amount. Now that he had reached stage 2 of Chaotic Realm, he hoped to be able to cultivate the 2nd scroll. Calm down. There must be more opportunities within the Heaven Repairing Palace other than this mysterious power. Let me go and see if there are more. Jian Wushuang smiled. He closed his eyes as his soul power radiated out. His consciousness melted into the altar. To be exact, it melted into the bright purple secret restrictions on the altar. From what Jian Wushuang could perceive, the secret restrictions acted as though they had turned to live snakes. The snakes were slithering within his mind and forming a complete picture. This picture was of a sleeping exotic beast. Looking at the way the purple restrictions moved, the chest of the purple exotic rose and dropped as though it was snoring. When the picture appeared in his mind, Jian Wushuang was shocked beyond words. He stared into the purple exotic beast and tried to perceive it. Tao, endless Tao. Jian Wushuang widened his eyes. Supreme 4 Doctrine, 9 Heaven God Doctrine. Everything is here and so complete and clear? He was shocked beyond words. This was because the purple exotic beast looked as though it embodied everything that heaven and earth had to offer. Chapter 2119 Purple Exotic Bios Supreme 4 Doctrine, 9 Heaven God Doctrine. There was Sword Doctrine, Knife Doctrine, Spear Doctrine, and whatever other doctrines there were. Jian Wushuang could sense the Sword Doctrine. He was an expert in most clearly and strongly. He also could sense space-time doctrine and the reincarnation doctrine. The purple exotic beast embodied everything. No matter space-time doctrine or the reincarnation doctrine, what I will be seeing is the complete doctrine. This, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. Unbelievable. He felt that this purple exotic beast was unbelievable. Who made these 12 altars? What exactly is that exotic beast? Jian Wushuang muttered to himself as he looked at the beast. He was looking at the fundamental makeup of the beast and how the doctrine operated. That was derivation using doctrine as a foundation. He could clearly sense how a high form of power had been derived from the power of Heavenway. The higher form of power was paramount to everything he knew. No form of doctrine could compare to this new power. Only through derivation could this power be formed from doctrine. Is that rules of order? Jian Wushuang muttered to himself softly. He felt the high form of power. He understood how it had come about. Without a doubt, they were the rules of order. Just like Emperor Bai said, even though he sensed rules of order from the purple exotic beast, he could not perceive them. What a pity. This had nothing to do with the ability to perceive. Even though the purple exotic beast contained rules of order, there was no way that one could perceive it. They could only experience it. Even though I could not perceive it, I could still benefit greatly if I understood the process. At least I know that in the future, I will have an idea of how to perceive the rules of order. Jian Wushuang smiled contentedly. After experiencing rules of order once, Jian Wushuang had started to study the doctrine within the purple exotic beast. Reincarnation doctrine, space-time doctrine, and sword doctrine. This exotic beast embodied everything, and I perceived it. Jian Wushuang smiled and made a decision. He did not hope to have a big breakthrough and reach stage 3 or grasp rules of order on the altar. He decided he should use this short amount of time to improve his space-time doctrine, reincarnation doctrine, and sword doctrine. He would also use the pure energy to cultivate the second scroll of Immortal celestial body. My battle power has reached the brink of a stage 2 great emperor. As long as I improve my understanding of doctrine and successfully cultivate the second scroll of Immortal celestial body, my battle power will be that of a stage 3 great emperor. Jian Wushuang thought as he clenched his fist. He calmed down and started meditating. At the same time, the other 11 emperor gods realized how magical this altar was. Unbelievable! This energy is so much purer than divine power. What is this mysterious energy? And that purple exotic beast? How could it embody all the doctrines? Emperor God Zhu Xian sat on the altar as his eyes brightened like never before. This is the real big opportunity. This will probably be the biggest and last opportunity in my life. I can't waste this. Meditate. Spare no effort to meditate. Waste not a single second. Back in the ancient past, they have incredible means. I wonder which Almighty created this heaven-repairing palace. It's too amazing. Underworld, God thought to himself. With the help of the altar, there is a high chance I will reach the realm of great emperor despite the short time I have. What is important is how strong I will be after I reach the level of great emperor. There is no hurry, I will take it slowly. Underworld God was absolutely confident. He was already very close to the realm of great emperor. All he needed was an opportunity which could be found everywhere within this heaven-repairing palace, which meant that it was almost confirmed that he would reach the realm of great emperor. Emperor God Lu Guang, Elder Qian, and every other emperor god on the altar realized the opportunity the altar provided. They were overjoyed. Before long, they were concentrating on meditating and working towards the realm of great emperor. They were different from Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang planned to use the heaven-repairing palace to raise his own fighting power and understand the doctrine. The remaining emperor gods planned to use this opportunity to reach great emperor. The opportunity that heaven-repairing palace provided them with the conditions to do so. All that was left was their own ability. Heaven-repairing palace had only opened once since its discovery. This was the second time it had opened. The amount of resources needed to open this palace was unbelievable, so even the Sanctuary Alliance found it hard to bear with. Like for today's opening, Sanctuary Alliance had used nearly 60% of the resources it had accumulated over the ages. The remaining resources would not allow them to open this palace, even if they wanted to. Every time the heaven-repairing palace was opened, it would last for a month. A month's time was very short, hence the people within the palace gave it their all. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Jian Wushuang, who sat on one of the altars in the darkness, opened his eyes. The purple exotic beast is beneficial for me. I meditated to all 3 of my doctrines, the space-time doctrine, the reincarnation doctrine, and the sword doctrine. I managed to have a breakthrough for my reincarnation doctrine. Jian Wushuang smiled. Chapter 2120 Incoming Enemy. Jian Wushuang's understanding of the reincarnation doctrine reached the 8th level within the Doctrine Palace, but did not achieve any breakthrough. Even though he did not focus on the reincarnation doctrine with these conditions, he still managed to achieve a breakthrough, and his understanding reached the 9th level of the Doctrine Palace within just 3 days. Even though he was a genius, the main reason for this was because the purple exotic beast had helped him far too much. Continue. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes and continued meditating. In the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang and the group of emperor gods had been in the palace for half a month. Within this half a month, it was very peaceful. This peace was about to be broken. In ancient mystery land, which was a distance away from the heaven-repairing palace, there was a plot of ordinary land. Even if one used their soul power to scan, they could not sense anything. In reality, within the depths of this land, there was a hidden formation. At this point in time, the formation was running. It caused the entire land to tremble lightly. Within moments, peace returned. However, figures appeared on the formation. There were around 30 people in black cloaks. The leader was a well-built man whose skin color was bronze and was over 2 meters tall. His aura was far stronger than everyone else's. If Jian Wushuang was here, he would be able to recognize him immediately. This man had fought with Jian Wushuang before. It was the stage 3 great emperor, Demon King Qinyu. 6 other men in black cloaks reached the realm of great emperor and had a terrifying aura. The remaining people were all emperor gods. This was probably the strongest lineup Acheron Palace had. 6 great emperors and 20 emperor gods led by a stage 3 great emperor, Demon King Qinyu. Their target was heaven-repairing palace. Back then, I set this formation in the ancient mystery land as a precautionary measure. Never did I think I would actually use it, Demon King Qinyu smiled devilishly. At every entrance to the ancient mystery land were experts from the Sanctuary Alliance standing guard. It was further reinforced with secret restrictions. It was impossible to sneak past undetected. Furthermore, if the ancient mystery land was still sealed, this formation would not work as well. Because of the exposure of Zi, Su, and Vientiane Tower, I lost face in front of Kaiser Blood and Lord Fin. This time, I will do it personally as I cannot allow for any mishaps. I will not be able to have my influence in Holocaust Sect or 3 Emperors world anymore. Demon King Qinyu roared quietly. Yes, the experts from Acheron Palace nodded their heads and answered in unison. Their vision turned cold. Move out! Demon King Qinyu waved his hands as the 30 or so experts flew towards Heaven-Repairing Palace. Heaven-Repairing Palace looked like an ordinary palace. Even though the door was wide open, no one could enter as the 12 seats had all been filled. Before the palace was opened, Sanctuary Alliance had sent over 20 Almighty over to guard it. The 2 leaders were the Abysmal Saint Master and East Royal Emperor. Abysmal Saint Master, how many do you think can break through to the level of Great Emperor? East Royal Emperor chatted casually with the Abysmal Saint Master. No idea. When we were still clueless about the palace the previous time it was opened, we didn't choose the candidates carefully, and yet Colored Gaze and Jiu Qiao made it into the realm of Great Emperor. This time, we spent so much effort choosing the candidates. The chances should be much better. There should at least be 3, even 4 if we are lucky. 3 or 4. Among the 12 who entered, Underworld God is the strongest. It is sure that he will make it into the realm of great emperors. Emperor God Tianling from Soaring Heaven King Palace is weaker only to the Underworld God. He is also very talented and has a high chance of making it through. As for the remaining, it depends on their luck. That is true. But no matter what, Jian Wushuang will not make it, Abysmal Saint Master said. Is that not obvious? East Royal Emperor smiled. Jian Wushuang was an inverse cultivator. How could he break through so easily? When they were having a casual chit-chat, in the space far away, a black cloud appeared. This cloud started becoming bigger as it approached the palace at a very fast speed. That is, the Abysmal Saint Master and the East Royal Emperor was aware of the approaching black cloud. They saw the true identity of the black cloud when used their soul power to scan it. It was a group of experts in black cloaks. These experts appeared instantaneously in front of them. Terrifying aura swept towards the heaven-repairing palace. Oh no! They are from Acheron Palace! Abysmal Saint Masters and East Royal Emperor's faces turned pale. Damn it! How did the people from Acheron Palace came into the ancient mystery land? Aren't the entrances guarded by people and secret restrictions? Even if they force their way through, there should have been a heads up for us, the abysmal Sane Master yelled. He realized that these experts from Acheron Palace did not enter via the entrance. They must have came from other routes. Without giving them any more time to think, the experts in black cloaks approached them. Humph! The abysmal Saint Master snorted as he turned into darkness. The darkness turned into a large, dark vortex. A monstrous black beast charged out from within the vortex. Chapter 21:21 Crumbling. Roar! The black beast made a deafening roar. At that instant, the abysmal Saint Master erupted. He went all out. The leader of the group, the demon King Chinyu, looked at the beast in disdain. Scram! Demon King Chinyu yelled as he took a step forward. His fist, surrounded by a thick demonic mist, punched out. A terrifying aura swept out. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated as the dark beast the size of a small mountain exploded under the impact of the punch. At the same time, the dark vortex the abysmal Saint Master was in started to crumble with a bang. Whoosh! The abysmal Saint Master retreated and barely managed to balance himself once again. He was pale, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. The difference between Stage 2 and Stage 3 is so big. The abysmal Saint Master looked at Demon King Chinyu in shock. He managed to break through to become a Stage 2 Emperor not long after he had left the 3 Emperor world. He was slightly stronger than the Red Dragon King. Even so, he was helpless against the Demon King Chinyu, who was in Stage 3. Mayday, mayday! Heaven Repairing Palace is under attack. Acheron Palace has a Stage 3 Great Emperor. East Royal Emperor and I are no match for him. Requesting help immediately. The abysmal Saint Master sent out a distress message. He knew that even if he asked for reinforcements now, the experts from Sanctuary Alliance and the Special Tribes Alliance would need time to get there. During this period of time, could he and East Royal Emperor fend off the attackers? The answer was no. Humph! I will not waste time on trash like you. Demon King Chinyu looked abysmal Saint Master in the eye as he moved towards the Heaven Repairing Palace. Stop! The abysmal Saint Master yelled fiercely as the darkness shrouded him in an attempt to stop the Demon King in his tracks. Before he could get to the Demon King, he was stopped by 3 other great emperors. None of the 3 great emperors reached Stage 2, but they could hinder his movements when they worked together. On the other side, the East Royal Emperor was in the same predicament as the abysmal Saint Master. He was surrounded by 3 great emperors. Damn it! The abysmal Saint Master and East Royal Emperor did not look good. On the other hand, the Demon King Chinyu appeared in front of the Heaven Repairing Palace. Is this the Heaven Repairing Palace? According to legend, the palace was built at a great cost by a clan. It was a top-tier opportunity, even back in the ancient past. It is a pity that such a place is now used by a group of people in the chaotic realm trying to break through. What a joke! I shall completely destroy it. Demon King Chinyu smiled coldly. He clenched his fist and punched outwards. Boom! It was a powerful punch, so powerful that everything between his fist and the palace exploded. A deafening sound was heard. The entire palace trembled and returned to normal after a while. Oh, it seems to be quite sturdy. That's right, this palace managed to survive that apocalyptic war. Of course it should be sturdy. Demon King Chinyu was surprised. Then he understood why. Since that is the case, a flash of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes before his aura rose to the peak. He was surrounded by demonic mist before he attacked, once again. This time, the Demon King Chinyu used both his hands. Boom! 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 Punches with the power to kill an ordinary great emperor rained down on the palace. Under the frenzied assault, the palace started to tremble more and more. It threatened to collapse at any time. Within the Heaven Repairing Palace in the dark space, Jian Wushuang sat quietly, meditating to the various doctrines and cultivating the second scroll of the immemorial celestial body. After half a month of meditation, his understanding of the space-time doctrine and reincarnation doctrine improved significantly. Both his reincarnation doctrine and space-time doctrine reached the 9th level within the Doctrine Palace, with the space-time doctrine only one step away from turning into rules of order. As for his sword doctrine, his understanding had improved greatly. If he were to cast his sword principles, such as Sword Principle Xianluo, it would be much more powerful and brilliant. As for the second scroll of immemorial celestial body, this secret skill was of a very high level. If Jian Wushuang were in the outside world, he would need a long time to successfully cultivate it. Now, on the altar, with the help of the pure energy, his progress was fast. He was not far from success. He estimated he would need roughly 10 more days before he successfully cultivate the second scroll. If that was the case, his fighting power would skyrocket once again. He left after half a month inside the Heaven Repairing Palace. Under normal circumstances, he would have made it in time. Right then, boom! A thunderous boom exploded in his eardrums. A crack in space appeared in the dark space in which the 12 altars were located. That was just the beginning. Soon after, the boom started to become more regular. A large amount of space was destroyed as the 12 altars threatened to collapse at any time. What is going on? What is happening? Looks like someone is attacking the Heaven Repairing Palace from outside. Abysmal Saint Master and East Royal Emperor should be guarding the palace. Who dares to create this commotion? The 12 Emperor gods were surprised as they received a message from the Abysmal Saint Master. 7 great emperors from Acheron Palace attacked. As far as he knew, Sanctuary Alliance paid utmost attention to the opening of Heaven Repairing Palace this time. There were 2 great emperors guarding the palace personally. At the various entrances, there were secret restrictions and many almighties standing on guard. And yet the Acheron Palace managed to break through all these defenses? Chapter 21-22, Jian Wushuang. Retaliation. Looks like I underestimated the capabilities of the Acheron Palace. Jian Wushuang thought solemnly. He made a decision instantly. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang left the altar. He appeared in the dark space, which was severely damaged. He scanned the emperor gods sitting at the other altars and said, "All of you continue to meditate and cherish this opportunity. Let me handle the commotion outside." He then left the 11 emperor gods behind and dashed out of the palace. There shouldn't be any problems, since the Sword Emperor decided to handle the matter personally. Let us continue. Underworld God said before he closed his eyes. The remaining 10 emperor gods composed themselves and continued meditating. Outside the Heaven Repairing Palace, Demon King Chinyu was still in a frenzy, throwing punches at the palace. The palace looked like it was going to collapse at any moment. None of the experts from Sanctuary Alliance could stop him as he rained down punches ruthlessly on the palace. Right then, whoosh! A beam of light burst forth from within the palace. The moment it appeared, a terrifying sword aura swept out in all directions. Jian Wushuang had fire in his eyes. Divine power raged all around as Blood Mountain Sword turned into lightning and slashed towards Demon King Chinyu. With his current power level, even a casual slash was very powerful to the point a stage 3 great emperor like Demon King Chinyu would be threatened. Demon King Chinyu frowned. His fist changed its target from the palace to the sword light. Clang! The collision between flesh and metal made a thunderous sound. After the collision, Demon King Chinyu staggered while Jian Wushuang took 3 steps back. While Jian Wushuang was moving back uncontrollably. Whoosh! 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 7 beams of golden light glowed. Every beam of light was a sword which contained great power. They were his Hong Jun golden swords. Before Jian Wushuang entered the Heaven Repairing Palace, His understanding of the space-time doctrine had limited him to being able to command only 6 of these swords. After half a month of intense cultivation, his understanding had reached the peak of the 9th level within the Doctrine Palace. Hence, he was able to command the 7th sword. The 7 Hong Jun golden swords were like 7 shooting stars. They streaked across the space and appeared in front of Demon King Chinyu together. Humph! Demon King Chinyu grunted as demonic mist surrounded him. His right hand enlarged and encompassed all 7 swords. With a bang, the 7 swords flew backwards. Jian Wushuang's face turned dark upon seeing this. Demon King Chinyu has grasped a little of rules of order. He is much stronger than me if he uses his power together with his secret skills. Each slash by any of my 7 swords has the power of a top-tier stage 2 great emperors. However, he simply used his fist and punched all swords away. This power, it's a pity that he has come too early. If he came 10 days later, I would have successfully celestial immemorial body. Using that power, it would be much easier to deal with him, Jian Wushang muttered. The immemorial celestial body would not only make his diving body stronger, but also strengthen his Buddhist self-defense mechanism. He should also experience a leap in the quantity and quality of his divine power. When he had first cultivated the first scroll of the immemorial celestial body, the quality of his divine power had increased 3-fold. Even though the second scroll would not have such a crazy leap, there would still be a leap in his power. Using that insane divine power, he could match Demon King Chinyu in power without even grasping rules of order. However, the fact was that he had not cultivated the second scroll of immemorial celestial body. Hence his fighting power was not at that level. Even though my fighting power is lower, I can still fight him head-on using the unique properties of an inverse cultivator. Jian Wushuang thought as a glimpse of sternness flashed across his eyes. Jian Wushuang, it's you again. Killing intent spew forth when Demon King Chinyu saw him. He hated Jian Wushuang to the core. At first, Jian Wushuang had ventured into the 3 Emperors' world and destroyed the Supreme Emperor Stone. This had caused their plan of using the Supreme Emperor Stone to destroy the eternal chaotic world to fail. Then, Jian Wushuang had helped to expose Ziza's true identity as a spy. Jian Wushuang had used himself as bait and deduced that there was a spy among the higher-ups within the Sanctuary Alliance. The reason why the spies among Sanctuary Alliance were found and killed were largely due to him. Lastly, the reason why the plan for the special tribes had failed was also due to Jian Wushuang. This meant that the reason why the Acheron Palace had failed over and over again was because of him. This was also the reason why he had been shamed in front of Kaiser Blood and Lord Fin. Looks like it's my lucky day. You managed to escape the other time in the 3 Emperors' world, but you won't be so lucky this time around. What a joke. You couldn't even kill me the previous time. This time, you probably can't even fight me head-on. Jian Wushuang said coldly as he attacked. Ha! You've got guts. Demon King Chinyu fought back excited. He completely ignored the heaven-repairing palace. Compared to the Emperor gods, Jian Wushuang posed a bigger threat to the 3 Emperors' world. He was an inverse cultivator like Emperor but with terrifying growth. If this were to continue, he could become the 2nd Emperor Bai. Killing him would mean much more than killing the Emperor gods within the heaven-repairing palace. Demon King Chinyu was confident about being able to kill Jian Wushuang. Back in the 3 Emperors' world, the reason Jian Wushuang had survived was because Emperor Bai had arrived on time to save Jian Wushuang. Another reason was because all Jian Wushuang did was run. Now that Emperor Bai was not around, no one could stop him. Furthermore, Jian Wushuang did not show any signs of wanting to escape and wanted to fight him straight on. How could he miss such a precious chance? Die, Jian Wushuang! Demon King Chinyu roared as 6 more arms grew to make up a total of 8. Chapter 21-23 Battle against Demon King Chinyu. The Demon King Chinyu suddenly exploded in size and was 10 feet tall. His skin completely turned into bronze, and each of his 8 hands gripped a different weapon. Sword, bats, mirrors, seals at the same time, a vertical third eye slowly opened in between his eyebrows. It was charming, but released red light. At that moment, all 8 of his arms swung at Jian Wushuang. Each arm gripped tight of the respective weapons, as each attack brought about limitless demonic aura. Jian Wushuang had experienced the power of these weapons firsthand before. He dared not to be careless. Humph! Jian Wushuang grunted as his divine body grew in size. Arms started to grow out of his body. His giant divine body looked like a giant vortex that swallowed everything there was. A special sword essence of gale boiled. Sword principle Xian Luo. Mixed elements spirit. Sword lights swept out in all directions. Qian Wushuang had improved greatly over the course of half a month when he had meditated to the purple exotic beast within the heaven repairing palace. His understanding of the various doctrines and his sword skills had increased greatly. When he cast sword principle Xian Luo, not only was it more powerful, the entire process had been much smoother and seemed more natural. Clang, 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 clang. Sounds of metals crashing together rang out loud as the monstrous aura swept uncontrollably outwards. Jian Wushuang fought the demon King Qin Yu head-on. His divine power was boiling. Within a second, both had exchanged blows at least 100 times. Using his 8 arms and weapons, Demon King Qin Yu attacked in a frenzy with incredible power. However, Jian Wushuang had managed to parry all the attacks without fail using sword principle Xian Luo. He was unharmed. When I last fought this brat, he was battered and exhausted. This time he was able to hold his ground well. Demon King Qin Yu thought coldly. A vicious aura then erupted and swept out in all directions. A ray of blood-red light burst forth from his third eye between his eyebrows. This light was excellent, glaring and fast. At such a short distance, its sudden appearance did not allow Jian Wushuang to have any time to defend against it. Uft! The blood-red light penetrated his body and went straight for his soul. Haha, soul attack? It would probably threaten or kill me if it was cast back in the Three Emperors world. But now, Jian Wushuang laughed in disdain. He was different from when he was still in the Three Emperors world. Ever since he had refined the soul-swallowing pearl, the strength of Jian Wushuang's soul had improved significantly. His soul was no longer his weakness. It had become his advantage instead. The power of the blood-red light was reduced when it passed through the 5-gem armor. The remaining power was diminished by over 90% before it finally broke through all the defenses and crashed into his soul. There was a slight jerk in his consciousness before it returned to normal. Just by looking at him, he seemed to be unaffected. Die! Demon King Qin charged after the blood-red light shot out of the eye on his forehead. The power of the 8 divine weapons were fully utilized, and the most terrifying among them was a blood-red slash. The powerful attack had Jian Wushuang completely surrounded. Demon King Qin Yu thought that even if Jian Wushuang were able to block the attacks, he could not do so as there would be a blank in his consciousness after the soul attack. In reality, the unique sword essence swept over Jian Wushuang as he cast mixed element spirit, a move from sword principle Xian Luo. He managed to block the attacks easily. The powerful force barely managed to force him to take a few steps back. He blocked it. Demon King Qin Yu was surprised. Jian Wushuang regained his balance and smirked. Demon King Qin Yu, that move was decent. It is a pity that you cannot harm me. Now try this. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold as the sword essence he radiated changed. The essence before was unrestricted and felt like it could devour everything. At that instant, it felt like it had become the supreme power in this world. A will of the emperor that surpassed even that of the 9th heaven swept out in all directions. Jian Wushuang held the Blood Mountain sword with 4 of his arms. A huge amount of divine power and bloodline power was transfused into the sword steadily. He grew in size. At that moment, it was as though Jian Wushuang had morphed into a supreme emperor, and the sword that he was holding high was the emperor's sword. King Sword Principle. It was the most powerful secret skill that Jian Wushuang had. However, King Sword Principle was a poorly offensive skill. Furthermore, it needed time to channel. This was a skill used only when people wanted to use their ultimate skill head-on. On the other hand, Sword Principle Xianluo was a skill best used in close-quarter battles. Jian Wushuang could only cast the first move of the King Sword Principle for a long time. Even so, the power was still incredible. Now, after half a month of meditating within the Heaven Repairing Palace, there was a leap in his understanding of sword doctrine and sword skills. This allowed him to cast the second move in the King Sword Principle. The move that Jian Wushuang had cast was the second move in King Sword Principle. Die. Jian Wushuang yelled as he slashed his sword downwards. The power had already accumulated to the maximum. This slash split the sky. The entire space was split into 2 right away. Wherever the sword slash passed, it erased everything. Walala. The powerful slash appeared in front of the Demon King Qinyu. His iris constricted when he saw this move. He knew that just based on power alone, this attack without a doubt had already reached the power level of a stage 3 great emperor. This brat. Demon King Qinyu swung the arm which was holding the large black bat ferociously. Boom! A mighty shadow of a black bat appeared in the space and crashed into the slash. Chapter 2120. For the final hope bang. A deafening bang reverberated in the air. When the 2 attacks met, the space around cracked as though it was made of paper. After the clash, Jian Wushuang backed off immediately. As for Demon King Qinyu, he too took 3 steps back. After the 3 heavy steps, Demon King Qinyu raised his head and looked at the Demon King Qinyu and frowned. This brat managed to force me to back off. Even though he had the upper hand in this clash, it was very small. Most importantly, the sword light forced him back. This meant that Jian Wushuang had the power to threaten him. Demon King Qinyu, that is your maximum power? Jian Wushuang stood in the air as he smiled at Demon King Qinyu coldly. Rage filled his heart before he had his temper back in control. This brat has an extraordinary power level. It is almost impossible for me to kill him alone. My target this time is the Heaven Repairing Palace. There is no need for me to waste my time on him. Demon King Qinyu thought. He moved after he made up his mind. This time, he did not move towards Jian Wushuang. His target was the Heaven Repairing Palace. Jian Wushuang frowned when he saw this. Take this, Demon King Qinyu. Jian Wushuang roared as his deep voice reverberated through the battlefield. Dark jade light burst forth from the 9 ancient god stars on top of his forehead as the divine power around him boiled. Ancient god secret skills, moon picking skill. Heaven and earth shook as the space around Demon King Qinyu started to constrict. As for Jian Wushuang's current power level, the moon picking skill could restrain even people like Demon King Qinyu to a great extent. This secret skill, Demon King Qinyu was surprised. A large, soft hand started to float towards him, as though a mother was about to touch her baby. This large hand made Demon King Qinyu cautious as he sensed danger. Based on its power, it was even stronger than the sword skill that Jian Wushuang had cast. Even though Jian Wushuang is not a stage 3 great emperor, he still has many tricks up his sleeves. Demon King Qinyu thought as he turned even more ferocious. Walala. Monstrous clouds of demonic mist filled the sky instantly. Scram! The space-time which constrained him exploded with a roar as he swung the blade he held in one of his hands. A mirage of a colossal blade appeared and descended upon everyone. It tore everything in its way apart. It instantly ripped the hand apart. Jian Wushuang's offense disintegrated instantly. His purpose was not to injure Demon King Qinyu, but to halt him for a brief moment when the Demon King was parrying the attack. At that instant, Jian Wushuang dashed in front of Demon King Qinyu. Demon King Qinyu, let us have a rematch. Jian Wushuang mocked. A unique sword essence could be felt radiating from him as he managed to cut off the Demon King. As for his current power level and sword principal Xianluo, he had no problem stopping Demon King Qinyu. Jian Wushuang managed to block the fury of attacks by the angry Demon King Qinyu, stopping him from getting closer to the Heaven Repairing Palace. Damn it! Demon King Qin, yes, blood boiled as he yelled at everyone who was around him. What are all of you doing? Go and destroy the Heaven Repairing Palace and kill everyone around here. Upon hearing this, the experts from Acheron Palace attacked. This time, Acheron Palace not only sent a stage 3 great emperor, Demon King Qinyu, but almost every single expert they had. There were 6 great emperors. These 6 great emperors simply kept Abysmal Saint Master and East Royal Emperor occupied. In reality, not all 6 great emperors needed to be there to get the job done. Hence, 3 great emperors broke away and headed towards the Heaven Repairing Palace. Oh no! The Abysmal Saint Master and East Royal Emperor turned pale. However, they could not do anything to stop them. Jian Wushuang, who was fighting Demon King Qinyu, was aware of the situation around the battlefield. He grunted as he pulled out an old mirror. He used his divine power and summoned 5 figures with powerful auras from the mirror. 5 war spirits stopped them. Jian Wushuang ordered the war spirits. The 5 war spirits dashed towards the great emperors immediately and used all their might. The 5 war spirits were like 5 great emperors. They stopped the 3 great emperors immediately. Nice one, Sword Emperor. Never would I have thought that the Sword Emperor would have such an amazing treasure. The Abysmal Saint Master, East Royal Emperor, and everyone else heaved a sigh of relief. It was already amazing that Jian Wushuang could possess such a treasure which allowed him to have 5 great emperors as helpers. However, Jian Wushuang's face was still solemn, even though the 3 great emperors had stopped. 5 war spirits from the 5-fire godly spirit mirror indeed have the fighting power of a stage 1 great emperor and can stop the few great emperors. However, there are many emperor gods this time, Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. Indeed, there were around 20 emperor gods apart from the 7 great emperors led by Demon King Qinyu. Among these emperor gods, there were 8 who were top-tier emperor gods. The remaining were also very close to that power level. On the side of the Sanctuary Alliance were little experts on guard. The quality of these experts were also not good compared to the Acheron Palace. At the start, they could barely stop the invaders. Now, they were completely oppressed. Many of the emperor gods from Acheron Palace had freed themselves and started attacking the Heaven Repairing Palace. These emperor gods would have posed no problems on a normal day. However, no matter Jian Wushuang, Abysmal Saint Master, or East Royal Emperor could not free themselves to deal with them. Only one of the war spirits could find the chance to go and stop those emperor gods. However, that would not be effective as there were too many emperor gods. Soon, these emperor gods appeared in front of the Heaven Repairing Palace and started to attack the palace with all their might. Even though the power level was nothing compared to the Demon King Qinyu, the Heaven Repairing Palace was already severely damaged by Demon King Qinyu and was at the brink of collapsing. Even though the attacks were not very powerful, they could still potentially destroy the palace once and for all. Chapter 21-25 The 2 Men Who Broke Through. Boom! 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 Waves of attacks were being cast by the emperor gods as they crashed heavily on the Heaven Repairing Palace. After all these attacks, the palace started to shake vigorously. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. He was facing a choice, the choice of whether to cast his soul attack. Since the start of the battle, Jian Wushuang had not cast his soul attack, no matter how his battle went against Demon King Qinyu. In reality, his soul attack was extremely powerful, even without casting any soul attack secret skills, or with the help of soul-swallowing pearl. His soul attack was powerful enough to threaten the Stage 2 Great Emperor. Now that he had mastered 3 divine lights, a soul attack secret skill from the ancient past, his soul attacks would be very powerful and destructive. Even though he could not free himself in his battle with Demon King Qinyu, soul attacks were very bizarre and could directly affect the Emperor Gods. Once he had cast soul attack, it could instantly kill all Emperor Gods who were attacking the Heaven Repairing Palace. However, once he did this, his trump card would be made clear. Soul Swallowing Pearl and his soul attack were trump cards that he wanted to hide. Emperor Bai also reminded him personally to not use this trump card unless absolutely necessary, as it could be of great use and greatly damage the opponents during the final battle against the 3 Emperors' world. The element of surprise would be lost if this trump card was revealed early to the 3 Emperors' world. Hence, Jian Wushuang was hesitant. In this scenario, if I do not use my soul attack to kill these Emperor Gods, Heaven Repairing Palace might be destroyed. The huge cost that the Sanctuary Alliance incurred would go to waste. Jian Wushuang thought as he made his decision. Looks like I have to use this move. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. It looked like he was still keeping Demon King Qinyu occupied and stopped him from having any way to attack. Jian Wushuang was preparing his soul attack secretly, right when he was about to cast soul attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures, one after another, dashed out from within the palace. At the same time, 2 overbearing auras filled the entire battlefield. Jian Wushuang looked at the 2 figures immediately. One of them was a middle-aged man who wore a green shirt, while the other was a young man with white hair and eyes. Both of them looked around coldly. They were Underworld God and Emperor God Tianling. The auras that radiated from both of them were far more powerful than that of an Emperor God, especially an Underworld God. His aura was on par with a Stage 2 Great Emperor Abysmal Saint Master. They broke through. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. Abysmal Saint Master and East Royal Emperor too were elated. Indeed, both of them had broken through. They were already at the brim of the Emperor God realm. With the help of Heaven Repairing Palace, it was almost guaranteed for them to reach the realm of Great Emperor. Both of them wanted to get more opportunities within the Heaven Repairing Palace, so they were not in a rush to break through. Like Underworld God, he could have broken through on the 5th day in the palace. He did not waste time on breaking through, as he knew he could do so even after he left the palace. Instead, he spent the time meditating. Emperor God Tianling could have broken through on the 12th day in the palace. Both of them wanted to benefit more from the palace. However, they felt that the Heaven Repairing Palace was in danger, and hence both of them made the decision on the spot to break through. Now, they stood in front of everyone as great emperors. Humph! Bastards from Acheron Palace! Underworld God scanned the battlefield coldly as he fixed his gaze on the Emperor Gods attacking the palace frenziedly. Immediately, boom! It looked like a simple step, but the Underworld God was like a large, demonic beast as he appeared in the middle of these Emperor Gods. Waves of green light engulfed everyone around. Those lights were sharp claws, each with the ability to tear heaven and earth apart. Oh no! When the Emperor Gods reacted, their faces turned pale. They had no time to block the attack. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Terrifying power killed 6 Emperor Gods straight away. After Underworld God attacked, Emperor God Tianling was not too far behind. A black spear appeared out of nowhere from behind one of the great emperors. It had an incredible aura and terrifying destructive power as it targeted the heart. No, the great emperor from Acheron Palace was shocked. He was in the middle of a heated battle against one of the war spirits, and did not expect a spear to come out of nowhere. This powerful spear had appeared too suddenly. Even though the great emperor tried his best to shift his body to the side to avoid striking the heart, the spear still collided hard with his divine body. Puff! A mouthful of blood came out of his mouth as he turned extremely pale. A top-tier stage 1 great emperor. This great emperor backed off immediately, staring at Emperor God Tianling in the eye as he was severely injured. Emperor God looked at his prey coldly as he continued his attack. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang, Abysmal Saint Master, and East Royal Emperor were relieved. The reactions of the experts from the Acheron Palace were quite the opposite. Fear was written all over their faces. Originally, at the great emperor level, the lineup had been even as each was preoccupied by another person of similar power level. This was why the emperor gods could attack the palace. Now, with the addition of Underworld God and Emperor God Tianling, the balance was broken. Underworld God, who had the power level of a stage 2 great emperor, charged into the lines of Acheron Palace and started a massacre. The tides of the battle turned once these two men entered the battle. Now, Sanctuary Alliance had the absolute advantage against both great emperors and emperor gods. The experts from Acheron Palace could no longer threaten the heaven-repairing palace. What was left to do for Jian Wushuang and his friends was for them to try their best and kill the remaining experts from Acheron Palace. Chapter 21-26 Desperate Measures. Kill them all! East Royal Emperor eyes were bloodshot as he fought a great emperor from Acheron Palace with a war spirit. Since all of you dare to come to heaven-repairing palace, you should be prepared to die. The Abysmal Saint Master screamed. He turned into a dark beast and fully displayed his stage 2 great emperor fighting power. He managed to suppress 2 great emperors from Acheron Palace. Underworld God killed most of the emperor gods and began focusing on his attacks on a great emperor from Acheron Palace. The great emperor retreated as the underworld god used his stage 2 great emperor fighting power. Emperor God Tianling continued to chase the great emperor, which he had wounded as he got closer to killing him. The last great emperor was in the worst state as he was being attacked by 4 war spirits. As for Demon King Qinyu, he was occupied by Jian Wushuang and had no chance to help his other teammates. Damn all of you brats! Demon King Qinyu's eyes were bloodshot as a terrifying killing intent radiated from him. He was burning with rage as the 8 divine weapons swung around crazily in an attempt to kill Jian Wushuang. However, his efforts were in vain as he could not even harm Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang could stop all his attacks using mixed elements spirit from the sword Principal Xian Luo alone. Even though he was passive and felt sullen, he did not mind at all. As for the current situation, the Sanctuary Alliance had an advantage. Lord Demon King, I cannot hold on much longer. Lord Demon King, let's retreat. Lord Demon King. Many urgent calls came from all around the battlefield as the great emperors from Acheron Palace could not hold their ground much longer. It was natural given the large gap in their power levels. Even though each great emperor had the ability to survive the most dire situations, that was only applicable if they were running away. Now, they were obviously at a disadvantage. If they did not run, they were simply awaiting their death. Bastard! Hearing the surrounding voices, Demon King Qinyu was angered even more. Acheron Palace had already failed many times. I have lost face in front of Kaiser Blood and Lord Fun. This time, Acheron Palace has already sent almost every expert it had. I even came down personally to take charge. If we were to fail again, my dignity and that of the Acheron would cease to exist, and we would become a joke in the eyes of Holocaust sect. This time we cannot fail. Kill. Continue to kill. If all else fails, cast soul ignition. Demon King Qinyu roared as his voice blasted out loudly over the battlefield. Hearing this, the experts from Acheron Palace were shocked. Under these circumstances, Demon King Chinyu was still prioritizing his dignity. He asked them to give it their all and cast soul ignition. The experts from Acheron Palace were stunned as their faces turned dark. Under normal circumstances, they would be willing to give it their all. But soul ignition? Everyone knew that one would definitely die if they cast soul ignition. All the experts from Acheron Palace had taken a very long time to reach where they were right now. Who would die willingly? Most importantly, even if they risked their lives, they still might not be able to turn the tides of this battle, or even kill a few great emperors from Sanctuary Alliance. Furthermore, even if they could kill a few great emperors, or destroy the Acheron Palace to disrupt the plans of Sanctuary Alliance, it would cost them 6 great emperors. It was not a worthy trade. If they died this way, there would be no value or meaning in their deaths. Who would be willing to do something like this? Hence, the experts from Acheron Palace fell quiet after hearing the roar from Demon King Chinyu. None of them chose to cast soul ignition. The experts that Acheron Palace left in the ancient mystery land transmitted a message to Demon King Chinyu. Lord Demon King, the reinforcements from Sanctuary Alliance arrived at the ancient mystery land. There are a total of 6 great emperors and countless almighties. They will reach Heaven Repairing Palace soon. Demon King Chinye's face turned dark when he received this message. He was not surprised by this. The ancient mystery land was within the eternal chaotic world and was under the control of the Sanctuary Alliance. The experts guarding Heaven Repairing Palace would definitely request reinforcement from Sanctuary Alliance when they were under attack. Sanctuary Alliance would send experts to reinforce immediately. He planned to destroy the Heaven Repairing Palace and kill some experts from Sanctuary Alliance and flee before the reinforcements could arrive. What actually happened was the Heaven Repairing Palace was not destroyed, but the reinforcements were already arriving. He would be salty if he had to leave this way. Brat, you forced me to do this. Demon King Chinyu roared as a terrifying demonic mist boiled all around him. At the same time, streaks of blood-red secret restrictions lit up as they covered his whole body. He looked like he was made entirely out of blood. At the same time, the aura he had grew to a whole new level. This is... Jian Wushuang was shocked. He could deduce that Demon King Chinyu had used another secret skill to boost his power and not soul ignition. Demon King Chinyu was risking his life and giving his all. A stage 3 great emperor chose to risk his life? How strong would he be then? Jian Wushuang then experienced it firsthand. Die, die, die. Demon King Chinyu roared with rage as his 8 arms swung the divine weapons at Jian Wushuang. It approached Jian Wushuang from every possible angle. The speed and power of the attacks had reached a whole new level. Jian Wushuang looked gloomy. Divine power boiled as he cast his sword skills again, fearlessly. Boom, 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 boom. Waves of deafening collisions shook the entire battlefield. With each collision, Jian Wushuang grunted. With the sudden growth in power, Jian Wushuang took even more effort to fend off the attacks. After barely fending off these attacks, the aftershock of the attacks still managed to hurt him, even though the 5-gem armor had neutralizing effects. Jian Wushuang's current divine body was extremely powerful, yet the aftershocks of Demon King Chinye's attack could still harm him. This proved how powerful the attacks were. Chapter 21-27, The Salty Demon King Chinyu, the terrifying onslaught, continued. The fighting power that Demon King Chinyu displayed shocked Abysmal Saint Master, Underworld God, and everyone around. They knew they could not even fend off one attack at that level. However, Jian Wushuang could fight the Demon King head on single-handedly without backing off at all. Demon King Chinyu could not deal with Jian Wushuang even after he had risked his life and given his all. His face was dark. After many collisions, the aura radiating from Jian Wushuang did not weaken at all. Under the fury of attacks, Jian Wushuang was unharmed? This brat! Demon King Chinyu gritted his teeth and thought. What he did not know was that Jian Wushuang was actually hurt. After each collision, his divine body would be hurt. However, his divine power would heal the injury instantly. This caused the illusion that Jian Wushuang was completely unhurt. This was how overpowered the perfect chaotic holy body in the 7th step of inverse cultivation was. Demon King Qin Yu could not do much to Jian Wushuang. Furthermore, Qin Yu. Another message came through. This time, Demon King Qin Yu was surprised as the person sending the message was Kaiser Blood. Qin Yu, leave immediately. Emperor Bai is headed your way. Kaiser Blood said urgently. Demon King Qin Yu did not care about the 6 great emperors who were coming to assist. There was no way they could hurt him. However, this was not the case for Emperor Bai. He had fought Emperor Bai head-on before. He clearly knew how powerful and scary that man was. The last time they had fought in the 3 Emperors world, he had some confidence. However, this time they were fighting in the ancient Mystery Land, in the territory of Emperor Bai. His life would be at risk if he was overwhelmed by Emperor Bai and the experts from both the Sanctuary Alliance and the Special Tribes Alliance. Even though Demon King Qin Yu was extremely unwilling to retreat, he dared not stay. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Retreat!" His voice reverberated across the battlefield. He had originally attacked Jian Wushuang in a frenzy. Now he backed off quickly. The experts from the other battlefield had long reached their limit. Now they heard the command to retreat. They heaved a sigh of relief and started to retreat. Humph! You do not simply come and go at will. Chase them and kill them all. Jian Wushuang commanded coldly. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang turned into a shooting star and started the chase. Kill! Kill! Kill them all! Abysmal Saint Master, Underworld God, Emperor God Tianling, and East Royal Emperor chased alongside Jian Wushuang. As for the 5 war spirits, Jian Wushuang recalled them to the 5-fire godly spirit mirror. The experts from the 2 different sides started a game of cat and mouse. They flew across the ancient battlefield at amazing speed. Jian Wushuang and his allies had a very strong killing intent as they chased the people running quickly. Within the ancient battlefield, they had no additional consideration as it was under the control of Sanctuary Alliance. The situation was different for the experts from Akron Palace. The 6 great emperors from Sanctuary Alliance and Special Tribes Alliance have already entered the ancient battlefield. I have already messaged the others to see if they will stop the bastards from Akron Palace in time. Abysmal Saint Master said, giving chase. Jian Wushuang's face turned dark. He knew clearly that there had to be a wormhole within the ancient battlefield. There would be no way that the experts from Akron Palace could sneak past the various defenses that Sanctuary Alliance had put in place otherwise. Now these experts from Akron Palace were heading towards the wormhole. They had no idea where the wormhole was, or whether the reinforcements could stop the intruders in time. It doesn't matter how many I can kill. I have to try and kill some of the people from Akron Palace, Jian Wushuang said emotionlessly. All of the bastards from Akron Palace should die. Underworld God roared with great killing intent. His eyes were filled with anger. Underworld God hated Akron Palace greatly. He hated them not just because they were part of the 3 Emperors' world. More importantly, they had tried to assassinate him before the eternal chaotic world was aware of the crisis. When he had just broken through and become an Emperor God and displayed great potential, Akron Palace judged that there was a high possibility that he would become one of the higher-ups in the Sanctuary Alliance. Hence, they had planned an assassination once they received news that he had broken through. For Underworld God, he barely survived the assassination. More importantly, his master, whom he respected greatly, had died in the process. Underworld God could not forget this grudge even though years had passed. Now he had finally broken through and become a great emperor and faced Akron Palace once again. Kill! Kill them all! Underworld God roared. Emperor God Tianling and East Royal Emperor God at the side wanted to kill the experts from Acheron Palace badly. The chase lasted half an hour. During this time, Emperor Bai arrived at the ancient battlefield and was finding his way to get to the experts from Acheron Palace. The experts from Acheron Palace finally reached the space which hid the formation. The hidden formation was already operating at full force. The camouflage was gone as it appeared in front of everyone. There were 4 emperor gods in black cloaks who Demon King Qin especially left behind to receive him. They were the few who activated the formation. The wormhole was ready, and the experts from Acheron Palace simply needed to step inside. Faster! Demon King Qin shouted as he and the other 6 great emperors dashed forward at their fastest speed. The distance between the 7 people and the wormhole was shortening. Oh no! The experts from Sanctuary Alliance all had black faces. Jian Wushuang knitted his eyebrows tightly. No matter what, I have to kill some of them. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth. At his forehead were 9 ancient god stars which were radiating jade-black light. 2 of the topmost stars suddenly disintegrated. Jian Wushuang casted Star Destruction skill, and he destroyed 2 ancient god stars. Ancient God Secret Skill. Moon Picking Skill. Rumble. Jian Wushuang's bloodline power erupted after using Star Destruction skill. He cast Moon Picking Skill right away using this powerful energy. The oppressive space-time started to suppress the 7 men who were running away. Chapter 21-28 Double Loss, the complete Moon Picking Skill, was absolutely formidable. The only question Jian Wushuang had was whether the skill could suppress 7 people at the same time. 3rd stage Great Emperor Demon King Qin included. Desperate, he had to crush 2 ancient god stars to increase his bloodline power, amplifying the skill's powers. Wang, heaven and earth, space and time were all being suppressed. The 7 people, Demon King Qin included, who were about to jump into the wormhole, instantly stopped. What is this? They were all frightened, except Demon King Qin. Die. The experts from the Sanctuary Alliance took this opportunity, while the 7 were being suppressed, to make their way towards them. All of them made their moves in a frenzy. The great emperors who were being suppressed could not block the attacks. A terrifying roar resonated sequentially, and boundless power was being dispersed. The suppression only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. Run! A great emperor from the Archelon Palace gave a loud roar. They had no intention of getting into an intense fight with the Sanctuary Alliance experts, and all made a run for the wormhole. Show! For figures jumped into the wormhole. Finally, it was quiet. The wormhole was already activated. In front of it, Jian Wushuang levitated without a word. It's a pity a few of them got away, the abysmal Saint Master snorted. There's nothing we can do about it. Those great emperors had impressive skills up their sleeves. Without the Sword Emperor's time-space suppression and constriction, they would all have run away, East Royal Emperor said. Indeed, if a great emperor wanted to escape, it would be extremely difficult to take him down. But with Jian Wushuang's moon-picking skill constricting the heavens, earth, space, and time itself, and with such intensity, even a great emperor could not resist. It was also because of that skill that the Archelon Palace suffered its own fair share of losses at the last minute. Regardless, we of Sanctuary Alliance did not suffer too much of a loss this time. On the contrary, this was our victory, Jian Wushuang said. Our victory? The surrounding great emperors looked at each other, all smiles. Even the cold and indifferent Emperor God Tianling had a smile on his face. In front of them were 3 cold corpses floating. From the looks of it, they were all great emperor-level experts from the Archelon Palace. Counting Demon King Qin, there were 7 great emperors. But now they had taken down 3, all thanks to Jian Wushuang's moon-plucking skill. leaving them vulnerable when they were cut down. The Archilon Palace had poured their resources into this battle with the intention of destroying the Heaven-Repairing Palace and killing Sanctuary Alliance experts. But in the end, the palace had not been destroyed, and the Sanctuary Alliance had only lost a few Sir Gods and Emperor Gods. But the Archilon Palace had lost all their Emperor Gods and 3 great Emperors. This battle was definitely the Sanctuary Alliance's victory. Show! 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 Experts from the Sanctuary Alliance and Special Tribes Alliance all started pouring in, along with 6 great emperors and many almighties. Soon after, Emperor Bai came down personally. When those experts saw the 3 corpses, they were all stunned but immensely glad. 3 great emperors. The entire 3 emperors world, along with the Archilon Palace, only had a handful of great emperors. This was definitely a major setback for them. Not only did they fail in their mission, but they had lost so many people as well during the battle. The ancient Mystery Land was always in Sanctuary Alliance's control. We never expected the Archilon Palace to place such a formation without a trace. Emperor Bai waved his hand, and soon the formation the Archilon Palace had left behind started to fall apart. "Come, let's go to the Heaven-Repairing Palace," Emperor Bai said. The Heaven-Repairing Palace was on the verge of collapsing after the destruction Demon King Chinyu had caused. But soon it was restored to its previous position. The Emperor Gods were still cultivating within the palace. They were not affected by what had happened outside. Unfortunately, Jian Wushuang, Underworld God, and Emperor God Tianling were no longer able to re-enter the palace. The Underworld God and Emperor God Tianling were fine with that, having already reached their objective of reaching great emperor levels, but Jian Wushuang. "It's a shame. Give me more time, and I could have finished the 2nd scroll of the Immortal celestial body." Jian Wushuang had some regrets, but he could do nothing about it. He had to protect the Heaven-Repairing Palace. Although he had only been inside for half a month, his skills had already improved tremendously. For the Immortal celestial Bodis 2nd scroll, he was certain he could master it. It was simply a matter of time. Jian Wushuang and the others waited outside the palace. Another fortnight passed within the blink of an eye. The Emperor Gods started to exit the palace. "I wonder how many managed to become great emperors out of the 9 of them." Jian Wushuang and the other experts waited in anticipation. At this juncture, every extra great emperor would influence the upcoming battle significantly. Soon, all 9 remaining experts walked out of the palace, and the palace returned to its dilapidated facade. Jian Wushuang watched the 9 people closely. After a moment, he beamed. "Not bad," even Emperor Bai nodded. The other experts were surprised as well. They all knew that amongst the 9 people, 6 of them were at pinnacle Emperor God level. 3 of them were already at great Emperor level. Chapter 21-29 5 Great Emperors, the Heaven-Repairing Palace did wonders. The reason why the Sanctuary Palace had paid such a high price to activate it was to create as many great emperors as possible. They had estimated only 3 great emperors would emerge, for if they were lucky. But now, 3 great emperors came out from the remaining 9 people. Adding Underworld God and Emperor God Tianling would make a total of 5. 12 seats, 5 great emperors. It was way beyond the Sanctuary Alliance's expectations. Amongst the 3 new great emperors was one Jian Wushuang recognized. It was Emperor God Lu Guang. The token for her to enter the palace had been given to her personally by Jian Wushuang. She indeed had not disappointed him, having ascended to great emperor levels herself. Another person who had fought for the seat, Emperor God Ju Xian, was not so lucky. Or perhaps it was due to his lack of ability. Even though he had managed to secure a seat with his sole attack secret skill, 3 divine lights, he was not able to reach great emperor levels within the month. Jian Wushuang took a glance at him and realized he had accepted that fact relatively calmly. Emperor God Ju Xian had no regrets. He had tried his best. This trip was not completely futile either. Qian Mingzi did not make it either. Jian Wushuang shook his head. In terms of ability, Qian Mingzi was right after Underworld God and Emperor God Tianling. It was a pity he could not ascend to great emperor levels. Luck is a pretty unpredictable thing after all. The activation of the palace has given us 5 more great emperors and taken down 3 of our Qilin palaces. This has been a great blessing to us. It's only a pity you came out earlier than expected. Emperor Bai looked at Jian Wushuang. The surrounding experts looked at Jian Wushuang. Their gazes all conflicted. The experts from the Heaven Repairing Palace, like Emperor God Lu Guang, looked towards him with gratitude. They all knew Jian Wushuang should have had his abilities improve further in the palace, but had to leave early to resist the Archilon Palace experts. It was due to Jian Wushuang that the rest could cultivate for a full month. What's done is done. Jian Wushuang, follow me to Thunderbolt Island, Emperor Bai said. Jian Wushuang nodded. Both of them headed for Thunderbolt Island, while the other experts scattered. In Thunderbolt Island's great hall stood Emperor Bai, Jian Wushuang, and Ancestor Tianqin. Jian Wushuang, although you only trained for half a month, you must have gained a lot, right? Emperor Bai asked casually. Indeed, Jian Wushuang nodded. I have improved tremendously in terms of Tao understanding, and I managed to feel the rules of order. My only regret is not having complete mastering my secret skill. If not, I would have 3rd stage fighting powers by now. Of course. Even without the palace, I should be able to master it on my own. How long will that take? Emperor Bai asked. About a decade, Jian Wushuang replied. He had mastered half of the Immortal Celestial Bodhis 2nd scroll. 10 years should be enough. A decade? How about 3 years? Can you do it within 3? Emperor Bai asked. 3 years. Jian Wushuang frowned and thought for a while. Normally 3 years would be impossible, but if I had sufficient resources and treasures to supplement me, it may be possible. But may I ask, Emperor Bai, why 3 years? Jian Wushuang had questions. The battle between the eternal chaotic world and 3 emperors' world had not begun yet. What was the rush? Unless Jian Wushuang looked towards Emperor Bai. Emperor Bai and Ancestor Tianqin had suspicious smiles on their faces. Ancestor Tianqin said, Sword Emperor, you should know how prepared we are now. Sanctuary Alliance and Special Tribes Alliance have all made their preparations. And with the 5 extra great emperors we have now, we could fight the enemy straight on to the death if we wanted to. But not them. Jian Wushuang understood. So, both of you want to make the first move, he asked. Indeed, Emperor Bai smiled. Since the eternal chaotic world is ready, there's no need to drag this out. We should strike while the enemy is unprepared. We can no longer be on the passive side. From the Dark Millstone, to what happened at the Special Tribes Alliance, to the Heaven Repairing Palace attack. We have been reacting to their attacks this entire time, but not once were we on the offensive. Even counting the last time you and 3 other experts snuck into 3 Emperors' world to destroy the Supreme Emperor Stone. That too was reactionary. But now it is time for us to make the first move. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang nodded. May I know, Emperor Bai, Ancestor Tianqin, about your plans, he asked. He knew if they were to tell him this, they would have drawn out a plan by now. We have one plan, and it's quite simple. ITLL will be the same as the last time. Send a small team of experts to infiltrate and damage the 3 Emperors' world, Emperor Bai said. What? There again? Jian Wushuang's face changed. The 3 Emperors' world was the enemy's base. To send a small team to infiltrate that place would be immensely dangerous. Chapter 2130. Forestalling the last time Jian Wushuang had infiltrated the 3 Emperors' world with a small team was because they had to. The Dark Millstone was operating, and they had to stop it. It was out of necessity. But this time, although it would be a surprise attack, there was still a high level of risk involved. Relax. Even though the risks are high, we have a more comprehensive plan in our hands, Emperor Bai smiled. Jian Wushuang started listening attentively. Jian Wushuang, the 3 Emperors' world is different now. They used to have enormous formations to protect themselves, and they had spies monitoring our every move within the Sanctuary Alliance. That was why the enemy knew what you all were doing the previous time. But now, with the Supreme Emperor's Stone destroyed, the Three Emperors world no longer has large protective formations to protect themselves. The spies have all been taken off too. You will be able to infiltrate without a trace, Emperor Bai said. Jian Wushuang squinted and asked, even though that may be true, the Three Emperors world on its own is still very strong. If we want to hurt them badly, we need more great emperors, and that will be impossible to hide. That is correct. That is why we need you to hide, Emperor Bai smiled. Me? Jian Wushuang flinched before coming to his senses. You want me to disguise myself and let the great emperors hide within my chaos divine weapon? The last time the four experts had managed infiltrated into the Three Emperors world's core, the Imperial City, Jian Wushuang was only at the early stage chaotic realm, with the other great emperors hiding within his blood mountain sword. Again, the same move? Jian Wushuang, your chaos divine weapon is an outstanding weapon in terms of power and aura concealment abilities. Even I could not tell it was a suppressing type treasure. If our experts were to hide within it, the other experts would not be able to tell. You can still infiltrate the Three Emperors' world's lair, the Imperial City, easily. Find the best chance and strike. Kill those experts in the shortest time possible. Not just the great emperors, but the emperor gods. Sir gods, kill as many as you can. I have discussed it with Tianqin. If you pick a good time, our team will take down hundreds of almighties within the shortest time, and maybe take down some great emperors if we are lucky. Emperor Bai said solemnly. Jian Wushuang's eyes were gleaming, trying to process everything. After a while, he nodded. Indeed, the Imperial City is the Three Emperors' world's largest congregation of experts, with plenty of almighties. If I can find a good opportunity, I can make a dent in their forces. But after I'm done, they will naturally send their reinforcements in the shortest time possible. It'll be in danger by then. Don't rush, Emperor Bai waved his hand. That was just step 1. Now, for step 2, that's the most important one. The second step? Jian Wushuang's gaze shifted. A token prepared for you. Emperor Bai handed it Jian Wushuang. This token was gold from top to bottom and had an ancient aura to it. Most importantly, it had a boundless space-time power which even Jian Wushuang could not see through. Emperor Bai, this is... Jian Wushuang looked at the golden token curiosity. This is a void token discovered by our experts in an ancient battlefield a long time ago. From the creation of the Sanctuary Alliance till now, we have only found one, Emperor Bai said. Only one. Jian Wushuang flinched. One could only imagine the rarity of this treasure. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. He was familiar with time-space tunnel tokens. They had them at the Eternal Chaotic World. But those tokens had restrictions. They could only work within the same Holy Kingdom. If the other party was in another kingdom, the token would not work. Those tokens were also constricted by space and time. If a certain space-time were to be locked up, the token would not work. But the token Emperor Bai was holding, it ignored space-time locks and distance. No matter how far you were, the token would work. No wonder the Sanctuary Alliance could only find one. Jian Wushuang was certain that the token must have been a rare treasure, even in the ancient era. Jian Wushuang, before your team makes their move, I will gather all the experts from both the Sanctuary Alliance and the Special Tribes Alliance. Once the Three Emperors' world reinforcements start to come for you, use the token. Well, I'll rush through. Emperor Bai said solemnly. Jian Wushuang was taken aback by this plan, but understood completely. Send a small team of experts to forestall the Imperial City and deal as much damage as possible. Then use the Void token to bring in the rest of the forces to fight the enemy reinforcements. You intend to wipe them out in one shot? Jian Wushuang asked. Correct, or at least we must damage them severely. We cannot go soft on our sworn enemy. We will make our move once we get the opportunity, Emperor Bai said coldly. Chapter 2131, The Second Scroll, complete. The original plan between Emperor Bai and Ancestor Tianqin had only one step, which was for Jian Wushuang to infiltrate into the imperial city, use the void token, and allow all the experts from the eternal chaotic world to come in and destroy the city. But after some thought, Emperor Bai felt wiping out only the experts within the city was not enough. After all, most high-level experts would not stay in the city. From there, Step 2 was formed. I have discussed this plan several times with Tianqin. It should be possible. And if we want to make our move, we should do it while the Three Emperors world is not completely prepared. If you need a decade to master the secret skill and reach third stage, I'm afraid they will have been well prepared by then. So 3 years at most. Emperor Bai looked towards Jian Wushuang. You must complete it within 3 years. If you need resources, just say. The Sanctuary Alliance has spent 6/10 of our resources opening the Heaven Repairing Palace, but the remaining resources are still plentiful. Understood, rest assured, I will master it within 3 years, Jian Wushuang replied. Jian Wushuang was confident. 3 years may not have been a long period of time, but with enough resources, cultivating the immortal celestial Bodhis second scroll would not be difficult. Even if he did not make it in time, he could still head for Three Emperors world without third stage, Great Emperor fighting power. Good, Emperor Bai nodded. Regarding the list of experts that will follow you, Tianqin and I have decided on that already. Take a look. Emperor Bai passed the list to Jian Wushuang. He took a look at it. There were 6 more great emperors on it besides him. Abysmal Saint Master, Underworld God, and Emperor God Tianling from the Sanctuary Alliance. King Qin Shing, Black Dragon Emperor, and Lei Yin from the Special Tribes Alliance. 6 great emperors, 3 from each alliance. In terms of ability, Abysmal Saint Master, Underworld God, King Qin Shing, and Black Dragon Emperor were second stage great emperors. Emperor God Tianling and Lei Yuan were pinnacle first stage great emperors. Add Jian Wushuang himself, and the team became extremely formidable. What do you think? Emperor Bai asked. ITLL do, Jian Wushuang nodded, but I want to add another person. Oh. Emperor Bai looked over, surprised. I have a sword servant by the name of Jian Yi. He is from the ancient era, his powers fully restored, with pinnacle second stage fighting powers, Jian Wushuang said. Pinnacle second stage? Emperor Bai and Ancestor Tianqin's eyes gleamed. The current eternal chaotic world only had 2 people with that level of fighting power, Emperor Bai and Jian Wushuang himself. They had never heard of a third person. Sure, bring him along. Just remember the list of people. No need to mention it for now. 3 years from you. Before you take off, find them one by one. And don't tell them of your purpose, just in case, Emperor Bai said. Understood. Jian Wushuang soon left. Soon after Jian Wushuang returned to the Green Fire world, Ancestor Tianqin sent people to deliver the resources Jian Wushuang needed. Jian Wushuang himself began to shut himself out. In a secret room, Jian Wushuang sat in the middle of a pool. The water in the pool was emerald in color with its own fragrance. The water was Eternal Chaotic World's rare emerald heart water, each drop containing pure and billowing divine power. A drop of this was rare in the world, but over here there was a whole pool of it. Besides that, there were other treasures. Jian Wushuang absorbed the pure power frenzily to cultivate the second scroll. The faster he absorbed, the higher the price. Every day Jian Wushuang cultivated, he used an astronomical figure of resources, enough to dumbfound an almighty. But in those circumstances, the Sanctuary Alliance did not hold back. No matter the price, as long as Jian Wushuang could cultivate in time, it would be worth it. Time passed. 3 years soon flew by. Specifically, it was only 2 years and 9 months. Within the secret room, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes, and along with it a golden light emerged. A black, jade-like complexion covered his body. Immortal celestial Buddhist second scroll, complete at last. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists, visibly excited. Instantly, he could feel his divine body changing. The immortal celestial body itself was an extremely powerful skill, with the divine body going through the most change upon completion of the second scroll. Without doubt, the strength of his divine body had risen to a whole new level, his self-defense mechanism now stronger. With such a strong divine body, along with the perfect chaotic holy body he had obtained through inverse cultivation's seventh step, even if he faced a pinnacle third-stage expert, he would have no fear. He would not be able to kill Jian Wushuang. Once he truly reached third stage, he would be truly invincible. By then, even a fourth-stage great emperor could not stop him, and the highest one could go was the fourth stage. Besides his divine body, his divine power had increased significantly as well. This power, slightly stronger than what I expected. Jian Wushuang smiled. He could feel this billowing power. This power was way beyond what a normal great emperor could possess. Based on fundamental power itself, Jian Wushuang had already surpassed great emperors. This was inverse cultivation's advantage. It was not subject to the constrictions the land had placed. Even Demon King Qin, yes, fundamental powers, could only hit pinnacle, great emperor levels. It was only because of the secret skills he had learnt, along with rules of order, that he reached third stage. Jian Wushuang could not have beaten him previously in terms of power. But now, even without rules of order, based on inverse cultivation's advantage alone, along with the immortal celestial body, he was on par with Demon King Qinyu, or perhaps even stronger. Chapter 2132 setting. Oh, now this is true third stage fighting power, Jian Wushuang smiled. Although he could go head-on against Demon King Qinyu back at the Heaven Repairing Palace without fear of suppression, thanks to his impressive survival abilities, in terms of true power, Jian Wushuang was still slightly lagging behind. Now, Jian Wushuang was almost stronger than Demon King Qinyu, and did not lose out at all when it came to secret skills. Jian Wushuang was confident he could take Demon King Qinyu head-on once again, and perhaps even suppress him if he played the right cards. This fighting power was of a true third-stage great emperor. If I could make some further improvements to reach the third stage, or get the hang of some rules of order, my fighting powers would increase. Jian Wushuang shook his head and laughed. The time I've taken cultivating has simply been too short. I could not ask for more. With the immemorial celestial Buddhist second scroll successfully cultivated, Jian Wushuang was ready to take off. This time he took Jianyi, Thunderbolt Island, within the Great Hall. Emperor Bai sat at the top, while Abysmal Saint Master, Underworld God, King Qinsheng, Black Dragon Emperor, and Lei Yuan stood at the center. These 6 emperors rushed over upon Emperor Bai's transmission. Xiao! A figure appeared within the hall. It was Jian Wushuang. Sword Emperor, Ancient Emperor, Abysmal Saint Master, King Qinsheng, and the others all called out. Jian Wushuang nodded and looked towards Emperor Bai. When he refined the immemorial celestial Buddhist second scroll, he made sure Emperor Bai knew, who then summoned the experts. Everyone, I have gathered you all here for a special assignment. I require your collected strength. Are you all willing to join me? Emperor Bai asked the 6. Abysmal Saint Master and others looked at each other, and all nodded. Seeing this, Emperor Bai continued, the task is extraordinary, so Jian Wushuang will lead it personally. Throughout the mission, you must follow his orders. Is that understood? The 6 were taken aback, but had no objections as it was Jian Wushuang leading them. Needless to say, the 3 experts from the special tribes followed their leader, Jian Wushuang. The 3 Sanctuary Alliance members had no objections either, even Emperor God Tianling, because regardless of strength or status, no one could beat Jian Wushuang, so of course he should lead them. Seeing the expressions of the 6 emperors, Jian Wushuang smiled, then solemnly said, "For special reasons, I cannot tell you the specific task content for the time being. There is another thing. I'll need to put the 6 of you in an uncomfortable position. You all may be slightly aggrieved by it." Aggrieved? The 6 emperors were all surprised, but all were fine except the abysmal Saint Master. He had already guessed what Jian Wushuang had wanted to do because Jian Wushuang had said the same thing to him before entering the imperial city back at the 3 emperors' world. Sure enough, Jian Wushuang spoke. "The divine weapon I hold is a suppressive treasure. I will need to suppress all 6 of you within this divine weapon to facilitate movement. Are you all willing?" The expressions of all 6 people changed, except the abysmal Saint Master. After all, being suppressed meant handing their lives over to another person. "I'm okay with that." Abysmal Saint Master was the first that spoke. He had stayed in Jian Wushuang's divine weapon for years, previously at the 3 emperors' world. With that experience, he had no fear. King Chen Xing came from the ancient god clan and had pledged allegiance to Jian Wushuang. Naturally, he did not hesitate too much and directly agreed. "Haha, it's only for a short period of time. It means nothing. Whatever the ancient emperor commands, I will never refuse." The Black Dragon Emperor smiled. Jian Wushuang had saved her life and clan in the past. She had already developed feelings for Jian Wushuang long before the request. She would never reject Jian Wushuang's request to stay within the divine weapon. 3 of the 6 had agreed. Underworld God and Lei Yuan hesitated for a while, but eventually agreed. 1 person was left, and it was Emperor God Tianling. Emperor God Tianling. No, Great Emperor Tianling. Emperor Bei's voice resonated. "I know what your concerns are. Rest assured, Jian Wushuang will not take his personal revenge against you. Abysmal Saint Master was in the same situation as you previously." Emperor God Tianling flinched and took a glance at abysmal Saint Master. Eventually he agreed. Like that, all 6 great emperors agreed. "Since you all have agreed, please do not resist." Jian Wushuang smiled as his blood mountain sword turned into a huge mountain and suppressed the 6 great emperors. If it had been under other circumstances, it would not have been easy these 6 great emperors. It was much easier to do it when they did not resist. Soon all 6 of them were suppressed within Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain Sword. 4. Jian Yi. He was long within the Blood Mountain Sword. "Jian Wushuang, take care and do not be reckless. This is a life and death situation for the eternal chaotic world." Emperor Bai instructed. "Understood." Jian Wushuang nodded and made his way. Within the boundless dark void, the dark millstone the size of a few kingdoms floated there quietly. It had long stopped moving. Within the dark millstone lie the 3 emperors' world. Jian Wushuang had arrived at the edge of the dark millstone. Before arriving at the dark millstone, Jian Wushuang could not help but sigh. The Supreme Emperor Stone had not been destroyed the previous time I was here. There was such a huge formation then. The Sanctuary Alliance took great measures to send my team of 4 in the 3 emperors' world. But now, the temporary seals around the dark millstone do not stop me from entering without a trace. They encountered several seals along the way, but Jian Wushuang had managed to make his way around it. Soon, he was within 3 emperors' world territory. Chapter 2133, Revisiting 3 Emperors' World at the Edge of the 3 Emperors' World. Jian Wushuang's figure appeared above the boundless void. As he appeared, his appearance and the aura on him began to change. Within a moment of time, he turned into a cold young man with a sword on his back. His aggressive aura was too strong to not notice. It was as if he would strike anyone down the moment he was not pleased. His aura was at a regular Emperor God's level, meaning to say a middle-stage chaotic realm expert. There were many similar experts in the 3 Emperors' world. "Let's go!" Jian Wushuang went straight for the 3 Emperors' world's core, the Imperial City. With his previous experience, he was able to navigate the way there easily. After some time, Jian Wushuang arrived at the void near the imperial city. Jian Wushuang stood in the void and looked over the huge city. The last time Jian Wushuang had been there, the Supreme Emperor Stone had already been destroyed, leading to the collapse of the imperial city's formation. But it seemed that the formation had been reactivated. Looks like the Three Emperors world has found another power source, Jian Wushuang mumbled, but was not surprised. A formation only the size of a city did not require too much power. It was not hard for the Three Emperors world to reactivate it. But the dark millstone outside was too gigantic. With the Supreme Emperor Stone destroyed, they could not find an alternative power source, which kept it from reactivating. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and headed towards the imperial city gates. The gate was heavily guarded as usual. During his way in, Jian Wushuang felt a concealed aura. The aura could not have been sensed by normal experts, but Jian Wushuang could feel it clearly. It was a great emperor seeing to the guarding of a city gate personally. Jian Wushuang smiled. Obviously, after the previous incident, the Three Emperors world had increased their level of vigilance. Jian Wushuang was immediately stopped at the gate, and a silver-haired elder appeared in front of him. "Do you intend to enter the imperial city?" he asked Jian Wushuang. "Indeed," Jian Wushuang nodded. "May I get your name, as well as which family or domain you come from?" the silver-haired elder asked. Jian Wushuang frowned and said, "My name is Duan Lingfeng. I have no family, and I have always acted alone. From the Dragon Heart God Mansion." The Dragon Heart God Mansion was one of 48 God Mansions the Three Emperors world controlled. Jian Wushuang himself had never traveled to that place. Duan Lingfeng? Dragon Heart God Mansion? The silver-haired elder nodded. "Please give me a moment to confirm this." "Confirm." Jian Wushuang felt something was amiss. Unexpectedly, the silver-haired elder raised his head and said, "Sir, I have just talked to the ruler of the Dragon Heart God Mansion owner. He has not heard of a middle-stage chaotic realm expert by the name of Duan Lingfeng." "What nonsense is this? The Three Emperors world is so large with countless experts. I myself rarely show my face outside. Of course, I would be unrecognized by others. You mean I cannot enter the imperial city because of this?" Jian Wushuang was angered. "My apologies, but the Sanctuary Alliance has already given their orders. Any lone experts that we are unable to properly identify are all barred from entering the imperial city. You'll need an expert from the high ranks of the Sanctuary Alliance to give you the green light," the silver-haired elder said. "Such a hassle! Might as well not enter." Jian Wushuang snorted and turned away. The silver-haired elder watched Jian Wushuang leave emotionlessly. Duan Lingfeng? A middle-stage chaotic realm expert, unrecognized by anyone. What a freak. Under these circumstances, it's best we don't allow these kinds of people into the imperial city, the silver-haired elder mumbled to himself. In a void not far from the imperial city, Jian Wushuang stopped. His expression was visibly sour. "How could I be rejected at the gates?" Jian Wushuang mumbled. "It's normal. You entered the imperial city using the same method as previously, causing them their Supreme Emperor Stone. With that heavy lesson, it's normal for them to take precautions," the suppressed abysmal Saint Master said from within the Blood Mountain sword. "Our plan was to infiltrate and attack the Three Emperors' world's lair from within. If we can't even get through their gates, how will we succeed?" Underworld God said. Jian Wushuang had explained the mission to the great emperors on the way. "It is a bit troublesome, but there is a way," Jian Wushuang said solemnly. "They simply bar unknown experts from entering. If that's the case, I'll create an identity or simply disguise myself as a Three Emperors world expert." "Disguise? How would you disguise yourself?" Abysmal Saint Master asked. "No rush. Let's find the Three Emperors world's intelligence unit first." Without further explanation, he went on his way. The three emperors' world had 12 states, 84 god mansions, and countless domains. Within such a large domain, the influence spheres were similarly complicated, and naturally there would be organizations that sold intelligence. Jian Wushuang soon found a relatively powerful intelligence unit. I need intelligence regarding some chaotic realm experts, those that have disappeared or fallen. The more ancient the better, Jian Wushuang instructed. Please wait. The personnel immediately started organizing their information. Within the Blood Mountain Sword, the 7 great emperors, Jian included, looked at each other. They understood what Jian Wushuang was trying to do. He was about to disguise himself as a 3 emperors world expert that had vanished for years. Those kinds of experts hid well, to the extent that no one knew if they were still around. It was normal for those kinds of experts to appear once in a while. Within moments, the personnel from the intelligence unit handed Jian Wushuang a detailed list of the chaotic realm experts. Jian Wushuang began analyzing the list. There were 10 people on the list, all of whom had vanished. The youngest missing case was 160,000 years ago, whereas the oldest missing case had happened 8 million years ago. It was almost certain that he had fallen. Chapter 2134 Old Monster Hongchen. These people, Jian Wushuang took a close look at every expert's details on the list, but finally, his eyes fixated on one person. This person was named Hongchen, also known as Old Monster Hongchen, Old Demon Hongchen, and he had vanished over 1 million years ago without a trace. The information indicated that due to Old Monster Hongchen's inward nature, he had made no friends. He was quite the willful devil as well. It was because of that he found himself chased down by a family he had offended 1 million years ago, but escaped from, badly hurt. He was not heard of since. This old monster Hongchen has disappeared for over 1 million years. He has most likely fallen. Maybe he's still alive, but still too afraid to show his face against so many enemies he had made. No matter, his identity will be useful to me. Jian Wushuang smiled. He chose Old Monster Hongchen out of 10 vanished experts for 2 reasons. He had no friends, making him unrecognizable, and his willful personality would make things easier for Jian Wushuang. Him it is. With that settled, Jian Wushuang's appearance started to change. Once a cold youngster with a sword on his back, Jian Wushuang had now changed to a red-robed, red-haired fierce elder. It was based off what the information had suggested regarding Old Monster Hongchen's appearance. With abilities at such a high level, it was too easy for Jian Wushuang to transform. Not only his appearance, but even Jian Wushuang's aura transformed into an evil, eerie one. The impression he gave others was undoubted of a devil. With how I look right now, if I call myself Old Monster Hongchen, unless someone is extremely close with him, no one will doubt my disguise. Furthermore, this Old Monster Hongchen had no friends. Who could identify me? Of course, I still need to make some preparations before I enter the Imperial City. Jian Wushuang snorted and made his way towards the Imperial City. Several days later, in a normal domain within the 3 emperors' world, a remote mountain range could be spotted within a dense, eerie forest. Xiu! 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 For figures appeared in the void above the mountain range simultaneously. This is it, guys. A purple-robed woman looked downwards at the mountain range. Ling Shi, you're sure a mountain dwelling lies within this range? A sturdy man asked while frowning. I'm sure, the purple-robed woman replied. The mountain dwelling was discovered by accident 3 days ago. I did not notice it at first, but at that moment a boundless aura came from within the dwelling. The aura must have come from a treasure, which led me to the dwelling. I wanted to search for it on my own, but I was stopped by a battle puppet. That puppet was strong, even though his methods were ordinary. I don't know what he did, but his strength and speed were at early-stage chaotic realm levels. I was not his opponent, that's why I found you all. A treasure's aura, with a strong puppet to guard it. Undoubtedly, the mountain dwelling had something. Let's approach it quietly. Ling Shi, you lead the way. The four went on their way. Soon they had entered the mountain dwelling and found the puppet which the purple-robed woman had mentioned. The four of them had already reached pinnacle chaotic real God. Collaborating and using all their might, they finally surpassed the puppet and continued, making their way towards the mountain dwelling. They did not know that a red-robed, red-haired elder was waiting for them. They have arrived. Jian Wushuang smiled and continued pretending to be in meditation. Before long, the four real gods reached the deepest part of the mountain dwelling. When they reached, they did not find any treasure. Instead, they found the red-haired elder. Before they could react, the red-haired elder opened his eyes. A terrifying aura was instantly let out from within the mountain dwelling. The gall of you all to barge into my place of seclusion. Die! The red-haired elder made his move. Crap! Make a run for it. The four real gods were flustered. It was then that they realized the mountain dwelling was no expert's remnant, but a chaotic realm expert's place of meditation and seclusion. They had offended the other party, and now he wanted them all dead. Hum! 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 The red-haired elder made several moves and instantly killed 3 people. Only the purple-robed woman managed to escape. Of course, Jian Wushuang had intentionally let her go. After the purple-robed female had left, the word spread as expected. Old Monster Hongqin, a name last heard 1,000,000 years ago, had reappeared. This was what Jian Wushuang had wanted. He had intentionally lured the 4 people in and let the woman escape, all for Old Monster Hongqian's name to be mentioned all over 3 Emperors' world once again. But this was not enough. Soon after Old Monster Hongqian's name started going around, Jian Wushuang arrived at a huge family. This family was the famous Dan clan within the 3 Emperors' world. The Dan clan had many experts, with reported 7 chaotic realm experts and 1 middle-stage chaotic realm elder. This Dan clan had also chased down Old Monster Hongqin over 1,000,000 years ago, forcing him into seclusion. Looking at the huge family, Jian Wushuang laughed. A loud roar resonated through the heavens. You Dan rats, you chased me down 1,000,000 years ago, forcing me out. Today, I have come for my revenge. Everyone in Dan clan die. Chapter 2135, Shocking the 3 Emperors. World Dan clan was exterminated. Even though the chaotic realm experts had managed to rush back from the imperial city in time, it did not change the fact that they were exterminated. Over 90% of the experts from the Dan clan were killed. Only the lucky few escaped. The Dan clan disappeared within moments. The one who had caused this was the old monster Hongqin, who had disappeared over 1,000,000 years ago. This news spread like wildfire across the entire 3 Emperors' world. Many of the experts and clans were surprised and were all commenting on the incident. Old Monster Hongqin is alive after all these years. Not only is he alive, he has become even stronger. He must have encountered great opportunities during the time he was gone and become a top-tier, middle-stage chaotic realm. This old monster is still so fierce and heartless. The first thing he does when he comes to light is to exterminate a clan. He is not even affected after killing so many cultivators. He is called Old Monster Hongqin for a reason. He was never a kind man. Back then, it was the Dan clan that caused him to almost die. Now that he has finally recovered some power, what is stopping him from taking revenge? Many of the experts in the 3 Emperors' world were talking about this incident. No one doubted his true identity, no matter what their opinions on the matter were. There was nothing to be suspicious of. Everyone believed that the one who had exterminated the Dan clan was Old Monster Hongqin, who had disappeared 1,000,000 years ago. However, within a city somewhere in the 3 Emperors' world, an elderly man in red clothes was in disbelief when he got news of this. Who is impersonating me? This elderly man in red clothes was the real Old Monster Hongqin. He had been hiding his true identity all this time as he was afraid of the Dan clan. Now, Dan clan had been exterminated. Most importantly, he was the one who had exterminated it. He was still an early-stage chaotic realm expert. How could he exterminate the Dan clan alone? Without a doubt, there was someone using his identity. Why did he impersonate me? What is his goal? Old Monster Hong, Chin muttered to himself. He then shook his head and continued, "It does not matter. He helped me exterminate Dan clan and avenged me. I shall let him use my name to do whatever he wants." Old Monster Hong Chin did not plan on exposing Jian Wushuang. Even though the Dan clan had been exterminated, he would never use the identity of Old Monster Hong Chin ever again. Old Monster Hong Chen's name had become well known in the Three Emperors world after the Dan clan was exterminated. Jian Wushuang had achieved his goal. Now I can enter the imperial city confidently. Jian Wushuang smiled as he headed toward the entrance of Imperial City. At the gate of Imperial City, it was guarded tightly. The elder in gray clothes who had stopped Jian Wushuang from entering was still standing there. An extremely evil and gloomy aura could be felt from the space far away. This aura was flamboyant. Even though the person was still far away, the elderly man in gray clothes noticed it. What an evil aura! Who is that? The elderly man in gray clothes knitted his eyebrows. Soon, the owner of the aura appeared at the entrance and revealed his face. It was an elderly man with red hair and clothes. It has been so long since I was last here. The imperial city feels different. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself casually, "May I know who you are?" The elderly man in gray clothes asked Jian Wushuang. "I am Ancestor Hong Chen." Jian Wushuang replied, "Ancestor Hong Chen?" The elderly man in gray clothes turned pale. The actions of this devil were widespread across the Three Emperors world. According to some, this devilish man had been meditating in a secluded cave until some real gods chanced upon his cave and woke him up. He had then immediately exterminated the Dan clan, which caused quite a commotion. Now he was here at the Imperial Palace. "Oh, so why are you here at the Imperial Palace?" The elder man in gray clothes asked. "I have reached the peak of middle stage chaotic realm. I am very close to peak chaotic realm. Why do you think I am here?" Jian Wushuang smirked. "You are here to use the resources within the Imperial Palace to break through to peak chaotic realm." The elder man in gray clothes understood his intentions and was not suspicious at all. "Hey, old fool, are you going to let me through?" Jian Wushuang said impatiently. The elder man in gray clothes knitted his eyebrows. Even though old Monster Hong Chen was infamously known to be Adavil, he still had the right to enter the Imperial Palace as long as he was an almighty. "You can enter. I have to remind you to control your temper and not break any rules inside the palace. Even though you can exterminate the Dan clan alone, there are still many experts within the palace who can kill you easily." The elder man in gray clothes said, "I do not need someone like you to remind me of these things. Scram and stop blocking my way," Jian Wushuang roared as he headed into the palace. The elder man in gray clothes knitted his eyebrows lightly but did not stop him. "It took some effort, but I finally made it in." Jian Wushuang smiled as he looked around within the Imperial Palace. Since he had made it into the Imperial Palace, what followed would be much more simple. This is Emperor Summit? The protecting formation is gone. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up when he saw the magnificent summit in the distance. The Imperial Cabinet was located at the top of that summit. He remembered he had only managed to successfully enter the Emperor's Summit after winning the qualification battle. Now, the Emperor's Summit was completely open to the public. Beside the Emperor's Summit, there were 3 large statues which stood tall and proud. There had originally been a golden vortex in the middle of the 3 statues. Now that the Supreme Emperor Stone was destroyed, the vortex had disappeared too. Many people were meditating in front of the three statues. Within a bar inside the imperial palace, Jian Wushuang sat there drinking wine. He was also listening in to the people around talking about the changes to the imperial palace. According to what the waiter was saying, the changes to Imperial City had happened about 10 years ago. Someone had ventured into the Emperor Summit and destroyed the sacred stone, Supreme Emperor Stone. The people in the Three Emperors world called the man who had destroyed the Supreme Emperor Stone the Devil. Chapter 2136, Baited Devil. Jian Wushuang touched his nose as he looked at the people talking weirdly. He knew that he was Devil the experts from the Three Emperors world were talking about. Ever since he had destroyed the Supreme Emperor Stone, the security within the imperial palace had been much tighter and the rules much more stringent. Furthermore, there were more experts on standby within the imperial palace to prepare for the upcoming battle. This meant that there would be far more experts within the palace compared to before. If there are more experts in the palace, this means that we can kill more when we ambush them. The Three Emperors world will face a greater loss. Jian Wushuang thought coldly. Everyone get ready. We are about to execute our plan. Jian Wushuang messaged the other 7 great emperors. Finally, haha, I can't wait anymore. The 7 great emperors inside the Blood Mountain sword were all excited. They had anticipated this, since they knew what the mission was about. Now, they were finally going to start the mission for real. Throughout the journey, Jian Wushuang had also communicated with Emperor Bai and asked him about his preparations. Ever since the Supreme Emperor Stone had been destroyed and the formation surrounding the Dark Millstone had collapsed, the space-time was no longer restricted and Jian Wushuang could transmit messages with the outside world easily. After receiving Jian Wushuang's message, Emperor Bai gathered the experts from Sanctuary Alliance and Special Tribes Alliance. Everything was prepared quickly and everyone was ready to go. After taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang moved. He flew towards the 3 statues. Since they were going to ambush, they should ambush a place where there would be a large number of people. At the foot of the 3 Emperors' world, that was where the highest number of experts gathered. Thousands of experts in the realm of Chaotic Realm who were sat in front of the statues were meditating. They were densely packed in that small space. Sword Emperor, even though there are many almighties here, there are no great emperors. It would be better if we attracted a few great emperors here. Abysmal Saint Master said. Yes, I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded his head while he looked at the imperial cabinet. There were 3 great emperors around the golden vortex, guarding the Supreme Emperor Stone when it was still here. After the stone was destroyed, there was no need for a great emperor to be on guard anymore. Hence, most of the great emperors within the 3 Emperors' world stay within the Emperor Cabinet. It would not be a wise choice if they decided to ambush the Emperor Cabinet directly, as there were many great emperors residing within it. The best way was to attract the attention of a few great emperors and fight them beside the 3 large statues. Just then, 2 figures were flying towards the space Jian Wushuang was in. One was a handsome prince. The other was a teenage girl in green clothes. Coincidentally, Jian Wushuang had met them before. Huh? Ling Tianhao? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Ling Tianhao and him had had a grudge when had first come to the imperial palace. Back then, Jian Wushuang had masked his identity by pretending to be a rude, overpowering man-show. Now he was here for the second time. They met again. Ha! What a coincidence! Jian Wushuang laughed. He thought for a moment. I have an idea. Jian Wushuang fixed his gaze on Ling Tianhao as he flew towards him. Ling Tianhao and the teenage girl in green clothes planned to meditate in front of the 3 statues. A figure which radiated gloom and death appeared in front of them. What a powerful aura! Ling Tianhao was shocked. The person radiating this aura is at least a person in middle stage, chaotic realm. The teenage girl in green clothes panicked. The 2 people quickly calmed down and greeted the man humbly. Is there a problem, sir? Humph. Are you Ling Tianhao? Jian Wushuang asked coldly. Yes, I am. Ling Tianhao replied, curious as to why the unknown man had asked him this. If that is the case, Dai, your family, and the Dan family, tried to kill me. This is revenge. Jian Wushuang attacked. Oh no. Ling Tianhao and the teenage girl in green clothes were caught by surprise. The experts, meditating in front of the statues, were alarmed as they looked over in surprise. They were surprised by his courage, not his power. He had dared to attack within the imperial palace, right in front of the 3 statues. He was neglecting the imperial cabinet and the rules within the palace. The moment Jian Wushuang attacked. Boom! 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 Many powerful auras erupted as 6 figures appeared. They were the 6 deacons in the middle stage chaotic realm. Stop! You have courage, attacking so flagrantly within the imperial palace. You better stop, or you will die. Roars of anger were heard. Hearing these roars, Jian Wushuang bellowed with laughter. The few of you can't stop me, Ancestor Hongqin. Jian Wushuang's blood-red hand grew in size as a terrifying aura radiated in all directions. The hand managed to force the 6 deacons back. His aura was overbearing. Many people in the crowd were stunned. It's him, Ancestor Hongqin. The man who single-handedly exterminated the Dan clan is here at the Imperial Palace? No wonder he dared to attack others within the Imperial Palace. He is notorious for his lawlessness. Many of the experts exclaimed. Ha! Jian Wushuang continued to chase after Ling Tianhao ferociously. Oh no! The 6 deacons turned pale. They were responsible for maintaining order around the 3 statues. If Ancestor Hongqin killed Ling Tianhao, they would be severely punished. Right then, humph! A majestic grunt was heard. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was elated. They took the bait. Chapter 2137 Judgment. You have courage to attack in the middle of the Imperial Palace. A deep voice reverberated through the entire space, and an overbearing aura was felt. The crowd fell quiet. A red-haired elder who had his hands behind his back appeared in the space above the statues. The aura came from him. Everyone around looked at this elder man with red hair. It is a titan. A titan in the realm of peak chaotic realm appeared. I recognize this man. He is Lord Fengwu. Many cultivators look at him in respect and adoration. Titans in the peak chaotic realm were the equivalent to the great emperor realm in the eternal chaotic world. It was rare to see them in 3 emperors' world, and every single one of them was well respected by everyone. This red-haired elder Feng Wu was one of them. Lord! Lord! The 6 deacons greeted the elder man. One of them stepped out and said, Lord, the 6 of us are in charge of maintaining peace and order here in front of the 3 statues. When Ancestor Hongqin tried to kill someone, we tried to stop him immediately, but he overpowered us. If you had not appeared, he would have killed the man successfully. Oh! Feng Wu knitted his eyebrows. Lord Feng Wu, I am from the Ling clan, from the prefecture Tong. My family has no grudge with Ancestor Hongqin. I also have never done anything to piss him off and have no idea why he attacked me today. I hope you, my lord, can help me. Nonsense! Once Ling Tianhao had finished speaking, Jian Wushuang roared. If I had no reason, why would I bully a youngster like him? Back then, the Ling clan and the Dan clan allied with each other and almost killed me. Since I met a disciple from the Ling clan, of course I wanted to kill you to vent my anger. Humph! Feng Wu looked at Jian Wushuang coldly and said, Even if you had great resentment against the Lin clan, you should settle it outside the imperial palace. Since you are in the palace now, you need to obey the rules. Your name is Hongqin, right? You attacked others and almost killed someone within the palace. You have infringed the rules set in place in the imperial palace, and you shall be punished. I sentence you to 100,000 years within the emperor jail." Feng Wu said coldly as he declared Jian Wushuang's sentence. Everyone was shocked. The emperor jail was a place which all the high-profile prisoners were sent to. There were many ways inside to torture their victims. Even experts in the chaotic realm would turn pale once they heard of the emperor jail. Usually a chaotic realm expert would start breaking down after 1,000 years. 100,000 years? Even an expert in the middle stage chaotic realm would not have been able to take it. No one dared to stand up for Jian Wushuang. They felt that Jian Wushuang should receive punishment when he broke the rules. Feng Wu was one of the few titans in the emperor cabinet. He had the right to sentence people to jail. They felt that Jian Wushuang should take the punishment willingly. In reality, me, going to the emperor jail for 100,000 years? Dream on. I like my unrestrained lifestyle, and I don't care about the rules within the imperial palace. Since I am not welcomed here, I shall leave." Jian Wushuang laughed and turned around as though he was about to leave. "How dare you!" Feng Wu roared in anger. "The imperial palace has its own rules. If you are obedient and enter the jail for 100,000 years, you can still be free. If you do not obey my orders, you shall die." "I will die." What a joke! Jian Wushuang was not afraid as he tried to leave. Die. Feng Wu stopped wasting time with Jian Wushuang as killing intent surged. His aura erupted and covered everyone around. He moved. He was like an emperor as he attacked Jian Wushuang. He was very quick and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang almost instantaneously. Die. Feng Wu yelled as he chopped with his blood-red sword. Clouds of blood filled the entire space as the imperial palace turned red. A terrifying aura radiated outwards as the experts turned pale. This is the power of an expert in peak chaotic realm. Only those in the peak chaotic realm could be called titans. The difference in each stage within the chaotic realm is too large. Ancestor Hongqin could have survived if he had listened to Lord Feng Wu and gone to the emperor jail and stayed there for 100,000 years. Looks like he will die here today. Lord Feng Wu is attacking him personally. Ancestor Hongqin is dead meat. Humph! He asked for it himself. Who can he blame? The experts around looked at him sympathetically. They all felt that Jian Wushuang was definitely dead. It was normal for them to think so. There was no doubt that a peak chaotic realm could kill a middle stage chaotic realm easily, especially within the imperial palace. Even if Feng Wu could not kill him, there were other titans within the palace that could. The blood-red strike appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. It contained the power of space-time and locked onto Jian Wushuang. He could not have escaped even if Head wanted to. Jian Wushuang stood there and smiled playfully. He did not attempt to dodge, which made the rest think that he was either too shocked to move, or he knew he couldn't dodge it. In reality, he was not worried at all. Jian Wushuang saw the red-haired elder Feng Wu before. Back then, he had been one of the guardians of the Supreme Emperor Stone, and they'd even fought. It was a pity Jian Wushuang had lost easily, as there were 3 of them there. Feng Wu was at the power level of an ordinary stage 1 great emperor. Jian Wushuang was not worried about attacks coming from him. Eventually, the blood-red slash hit Jian Wushuang in the chest as it tried to slash him into half. In the end, clang! This sound made it seem like the slash had clashed onto an indestructible rock, not a human being. After the collision, only a spark was seen. Jian Wushuang was unharmed. Chapter 2138. No choice left. What? The confident, red-haired elder Feng Wu was in shock. The experts around had their mouths open wide in disbelief. Feng Wu was a titan in the peak chaotic realm. His attack had collided with the target, and yet he was unharmed? Even if the person had body armor, the force the slash contained would either get him severely wounded or cause the victim to fly back. However, Ancestor Hongqin just stood there calmly, not moving. He was not affected by the attack from Feng Wu. You! Feng Wu looked at Jian Wushuang, dumbfounded. What? Do you think this is amazing? Jian Wushuang smiled playfully. When Feng Wu saw that expression, a dawn of realization hit him. No, that's not right. Even another expert in peak chaotic realm would be forced back when hit by my attack. No one within the Three Emperors world has this terrifying self-defense mechanism. I have only seen one person in my entire life reach that stage. Feng Wu widened his eyes as he stared at Jian Wushuang and roared. You are definitely not Ancestor Hongqin, and you are definitely not in middle stage chaotic realm. Ha! Jian Wushuang smiled sheepishly and revealed his true form. At that instant, an aura even more terrifying than Feng was erupted and swept out in all directions. This aura made every expert tremble to their core. At the same time, Jian Wushuang's appearance changed. It was originally a stubborn elder man in red clothes. Now he looked completely different. He looked younger, firmer, and colder. Once the face had appeared, Feng Wu felt his head was about to explode. It is you. Of course it is you. Jian Wushuang. A loud howl reverberated in the sky. This terrible howl pierced through the air and shocked everyone. Not just Feng Wu, who was dumbfounded, but Ling Tianhao, who was standing not too far away, was also shocked. A fear, like never before, manifested in his heart. Devil. It's the devil. The devil is back. Ling Tianhao screamed crazily. Devil. The surrounding experts were stunned, and then the uproar began. Only one person had been called the devil in all of Three Emperors' world history. That person was the man that had stood up to 13 titans in the chaotic realm, destroyed the Supreme Emperor Stone, and left alive. In everyone's mind, this person was the strongest, most undefeatable, and unkillable devil. And this devil was now here? Haha. Looks like my name is well known in the Three Emperors world. Jian Wushuang saw the facial expressions of the experts around and smiled. Feng Wu, who stood in front of Jian Wushuang, was fearful for his own life and retreated quickly. He wanted to escape as he knew for a fact that there was no way he could beat Jian Wushuang. It was a pity that Jian Wushuang had other plans for him. Don't be so anxious to leave. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly as he waved his hands. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 7 figures appeared in the space around Jian Wushuang. When the 7 figures appeared, 7 overbearing auras of peak chaotic realm swept out. Any one of these 7 auras made Feng Wu fear for his own life. Oh no! Feng Wu turned pale and ran without hesitation. The 7 experts who came out from the Blood Mountain sword attacked. All 7 of these great emperors targeted Feng Wu. Most importantly, every single expert was much stronger than Feng Wu. Feng Wu stood no chance against the 7 men. Boom! After a loud bang, his corpse fell to the ground. There was a hole in his head and chest area. His life dissipated instantly without a trace. I thought that great emperors were very powerful, and it would take a great amount of effort to kill one. Looks like it is easy to kill one if the person is powerful enough or many great emperors ally together. Jian Wushuang smiled as he looked at the crowd. Everyone, let us start the massacre. Once Jian Wushuang finished a sentence, the 7 great emperors moved. Boom! Overbearing aura mixed with a heavy killing intent erupted. The 7 great emperors split up and they attacked. There were a great number of experts around the 3 statues. Initially, there were around 1,000 chaotic realm experts meditating there. Following the commotion, many experts were drawn over, and there were over 1,500 experts now. They were simply in the early stage chaotic realm and the middle stage chaotic realm. No matter how many of them there was nothing they could do unless they formed up in a battle formation. Against the 7 great emperors, they had no chance. No, no. Run. Escape. The devil brought some titans from the peak chaotic realm. Run. Miserable shouts and cries could be heard everywhere. The experts in the chaotic realm had no courage to try and withstand the attacks. They simply ran. However, their speeds were no match for great emperors such as the abysmal Saint Master. The 7 great emperors slaughtered a great number of experts from the chaotic realm. Around the 3 statues was an area for meditation. Within seconds, it had turned into azure hell. In the middle of the battlefield, Jian Wushuang stood there calmly. Ling Tianhao and the teenage girl in green clothes stood in front of him. These two stared at Jian Wushuang, terrified. Devil, devil. Ling Tianhao roared as fear rose from the bottom of his heart. Jian Wushuang looked at Ling Tianhao coldly as he slashed his sword. 2 sword lights shot out instantly. Ling Tianhao and the teenage girl were killed by the 2 sword lights. They could not even put up a fight. Do not blame me for being merciless. I have no choice, Jian Wushuang muttered. Chapter 2139 16 Great Emperors in the middle of the battlefield. Jian Wushuang stood coldly as he surveyed the battlefield. He was emotionless even when he saw abysmal Saint Master Jian Yi and the other great emperors kill a large number of experts from the 3 emperor world. Many of these people were innocent cultivators. They might not have even known of the existence of the eternal chaotic world. They were born in the 3 emperors' world. They cultivated there to become stronger. However, the leaders of the 3 emperors' world had already decided to declare war on the eternal chaotic world. Only one side would emerge victorious after the battle. If the 3 emperors' world lost the war, they would be exterminated. That was the same case for the eternal chaotic world if it lost. All life would be lost. Just like Jian Wushuang had said, he had no choice. He had to cause the greatest damage to the 3 emperor worlds lineup to achieve victory in the upcoming war. He had to find a way to do it, and scrupulously, even if it cost him everything he had. Not just him, but every single of the 7 great emperors had the same mentality. Jian Wushuang had control over Jian Yi's brain. For the remaining emperors, Abysmal Saint Master, Underworld God, Emperor God Tianling, King Qinxing, Black Dragon Emperor, and Sir Lei Yuan. They were all well-respected and powerful people, but they would never give it their all to kill so many experts in the eternal chaotic realm. This time, however, they had made up their minds. They had no choice. Everything I am going to do is for the eternal chaotic world. Jian Wushuang clenched his fist as he made up his mind. He looked up and looked at the distant space. There, figures with powerful auras were rushing towards him. They were the great emperors residing within the imperial cabinet. There were at least 10 of them. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. Continue to kill them. I will handle those great emperors. Jian Wushuang yelled and flew towards the 10 great emperors. Many great emperors were rushing towards the 3 statues some distance away from the 3 statues. There were a total of 16 great emperors. This was about half the total fighting power of the 3 emperors' world. They saw the massacre of the large number of chaotic realm experts and turned pale. The distance between the imperial cabinet and the 3 statues was not very great. They rushed over immediately after they noticed the battle. However, they still need some time to travel over even if they were great emperors. This time they took was sufficient for the abysmal Saint Master and the remaining 6 great emperors to start the massacre. They could sense that at least 300 experts in the chaotic realm were dead, and the slaughter was still ongoing. Bastard! One of the great emperors cursed. Jian Wushuang. It is this Jian Wushuang again. The bald man who looked like a wild beast said. He was the leader of the 16 great emperors. This bald man was Ling Zong. There were 2 people flying alongside him. They were 2 great emperors. One of them was in a golden cloak, while the other was a white-haired elder woman. As for the remaining 13, They were all stage 1 great emperors. The previous time, the 3 emperors' world knew of his whereabouts and was well prepared for his arrival. We even set a trap for him. Not only did he destroy the Supreme Emperor Stone, he also escaped back into the eternal chaotic world. This time, the 3 emperors' world took precautions and their security was tighter than ever before. Yet they still managed to sneak in. Lingzong roared, "What can we do?" The Imperial Palace is a place for experts from the 3 emperors' world to come to and gain more resources to become even stronger. Unless we completely seal it off from the rest of the world, someone will eventually sneak past our defenses. One of the well-built, middle-aged men standing beside Lingzong said. This time, Jian Wushuang disguised himself as Ancestor Hongqin, who had disappeared for 1,000,000 years. He disguised himself so well that the intel department of the Imperial Palace had no suspicion as to whether he was real. That's why we allowed him to enter the Imperial Palace to begin with. After hearing this, the great emperors around shook their heads helplessly. They had indeed put out preventive measures to stop Jian Wushuang and the experts from the eternal chaotic world from entering. In the end, it had been useless. If the sacred stone was not destroyed and is still here, many of the secret restrictions within the 3 emperors' world can be used, and Jian Wushuang would not be able to be unrestrained. Lingzong said, "It is no use discussing all this. Let's go and stop the experts from the eternal chaotic world now." The white-haired elderly woman said. When they were communicating, boom, a figure which radiated gloom flew towards them. His body was covered in dark jade light, and he was over 10 feet tall. There were 9 heads and 18 arms on his giant body. Each of the 18 arms held a sword. Endless waves of sword essence radiated from him. It was as though he was an undefeatable god. Every one of the 16 great emperors was enraged when they saw this figure. "Jian Wushuang!" Zhong Ling screeched. Jian Wushuang continued to make his way towards the 16 of them without any delay. Within moments, he appeared in front of the 16 great emperors as his overpowering aura enveloped all of them. The aura was so strong that every great emperor trembled slightly when they felt it. "Kill him!" Zhong Ling roared as the 16 great emperors attacked simultaneously. Zhong Ling was the strongest of them. He was the first to take a step and raised his axe high up in the air. Boom! A black axe expanded in size, quietly. However, the aura was terrifying. It crashed down towards Jian Wushuang. The well-built, middle-aged man waved his hand, a hand which looked like it was made of jade. The hand too grew in size as it turned into a mountain made entirely out of jade crystals and crashed towards Jian Wushuang. This mountain felt like it could suppress everything in this world. Lastly, the white-haired elder woman held a dark, golden stick. She swung that stick at Jian Wushuang as numerous shadows of the dark, golden stick were seen. These shadows fused together quickly as it attacked Jian Wushuang. Chapter 2140 Unstoppable, Part 1-3 Stage 2 Great Emperors attacked together. Additionally, 13 other Stage 1 Great Emperors attacked with their most powerful skills. There were many different types of attack, and each attack could easily kill an Emperor God. At that moment, the 16 attacks flew towards the space Jian Wushuang was standing in. Boom! A loud boom. The heaven and earth shook. Living things in the vicinity trembled in fear. The space that Jian Wushuang was standing in was covered in a terrifying storm of divine power. This storm was humongous, and it seemed that no great emperor could survive the strangling power of the storm. Is he dead? One of the 16 great emperors who stood in front asked as he stared at the storm. Dead. Lingzong shook his head as he looked ahead grimly. He clearly knew how scary Jian Wushuang was. He had fought 13 great emperors fearlessly over 10 years ago. He had had no injuries no matter how many hits he suffered. How could he die so easily with his unmatched self-defense mechanism? Sure enough, a sword light lit up the entire storm of divine power. The terrifying aura of the sword light chopped the storm into half. From the middle of the storm, the same 10-foot-tall figure appeared again. He was still equally powerful and unrestrained. This time, Jian Wushuang dashed towards the 16 great emperors. "Watch out! The devil is here!" Ling Zong screamed as his divine power boiled. Every great emperor stood prepared and looked serious. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang was very fast. He appeared in front of the 16 great emperors and swung his blood mountain sword. A powerful sword essence burst forth. Sword Principal Xian Luo. Blast rainstorm, it had the speed of a gale and contained the power of a thunderstorm. Jian Wushuang slashed out mercilessly towards 6 great emperors. The 6 great emperors turned pale when they saw the sword light. "Let us work together and deflect this attack." Yes. The 6 great emperors made the decision and made their own moves. A terrifying boom exploded as the sword light demolished the attacks the 6 great emperors had cast, and the aftershocks swept out. Out of the 6 great emperors, 3 of them grunted as blood seeped out of the corner of their mouths. The remaining 3 flew back like cannonballs. 6 great emperors tried to deflect the attack from Jian Wushuang. The results: the 6 great emperors had lost. A surging aura came from behind Jian Wushuang. It was a battle axe so large that it filled the sky. It took the chance Jian Wushuang was making his sword skill and ambushed him. The axe was aiming for the head in an attempt to behead him. Jian Wushuang did not even bother looking at the axe as he swung his sword casually. Even though it was a casual swing, the power it contained was still terrifying. One who had great strength could overpower 10 others. Clang! The sound of collision could be heard clearly as the shadow of the axe dissipated. The master of the axe backed off quickly as he looked at Jian Wushuang savagely. He spat out a mouth of blood in the process. The blood covered his body armor as his aura weakened. Jian Wushuang has become much stronger than before. The last time I fought him, I was only at a slight disadvantage when he attacked me with full force. Now his casual attacks can deflect my most powerful attack and injure me severely? Stage 3. His fighting power must have reached Stage 3. Ling Zong widened his eyes as he stared at Jian Wushuang. He was shocked. Stage 3 Great Emperor. They were the true leaders among the experts in the chaotic realm. Over the course of history, only 3 people had managed to reach it within the 3 emperors' world. These 3 had become the leaders of this world. Now, the fighting power Jian Wushuang was displaying made Ling Zong think that he could be compared to demon King Chenyu. At the same time that Ling Zong was marveling at Jian Wushuang's fighting power, "Kill him!" Angry roars filled the entire battlefield as the various great emperors continued their attacks. The attacks were directed at Jian Wushuang as they approached from every angle possible. The numerous great emperors started their besiege on Jian Wushuang. Against these attacks, a unique sword essence could be felt radiating from Jian Wushuang. At that moment, it was as though his large body had turned into a dark vortex that could swallow everything as Jian Wushuang slashed his sword in a weird way. Sword Principal Xian Luo. Mixed elements spirit. Clang, 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 bang, boom. Waves of noise reverberated through the air as the attacks were all blocked by Jian Wushuang. The terrifying power of the sword principle forced many great emperors back. At that moment, a flash of killing intent could be seen in his eyes as Jian Wushuang attacked. He crossed the distance between him and the closest great emperor and appeared beside him. That was a mere Stage 1 great emperor. Hua! The sword light descended out of nowhere. This sword light was the fastest style in the sword principal Xian Luo, turned monstrous at one thought. Watch out! One of the other great emperors beside him said as a warning. What? The lady in red cloak had a terrified expression on her face as she stared at the sword light approaching her. It is too fast. This slash is too fast. I can't do anything. Desperation was written all over her face as the sword light collided with her body. Even though her body armor was extraordinary, it shattered under the sword light and allowed the slash to penetrate her body, killing her. This is only the first. Jian Wushuang looked at the rest coldly as he picked up the Qian Kuan ring and the remaining treasures. He then continued to attack the remaining 15 great emperors. Damn it! Bastard! Terror could be seen on the faces of the remaining 15 angry great emperors. They worked together as 16 great emperors with 3 stage 2 great emperors when they initiated the attack on Jian Wushuang. The result? Jian Wushuang remained unharmed while one of their comrades died. What was this overbearing, fighting power? Chapter 2141, Unstoppable Part 2. Quick! Use everything you have. Stop hiding your trump card and use it. Quick, use battle formation. Ling Zong yelled crazily. The eyes of the great emperors turned red. No one held back as they used all of their trump cards. The 10 great emperors formed 2 battle formations in order to have a greater fighting power. Boom! As they used their trump cards, their attacks became significantly stronger. They were much stronger in many aspects, such as speed. Jian Wushuang was at the center of all the great emperors. He frowned slightly when he saw the attacks. I should not look down on great emperors, especially when they group up together. Jian Wushuang thought coldly. Jian Wushuang could not defend all of these renewed attacks using sword principle Xian Luo. Since I cannot defend it, I shall not defend it at all. The pressure on Jian Wushuang erupted as his aura grew again. The 5-gem armor he was wearing started to shine brightly as his divine power surged. His body took a step forward, but he did not attempt to block the attacks. At last, boom, 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 the waves of attacks collided with his body. After the collision, Jian Wushuang shook and took a few steps back before he charged forwards again. What? This self-defense mechanism, the 15 great emperors were stunned. Jian Wushuang appeared in front of the few great emperors. The middle-aged man was the leader in one of the battle formations of incredible power. Break! Jian Wushuang roared as his blood mountain sword turned into a blood red, as though it was a droplet of fresh blood, and stabbed towards the formation. Sword Principal Xian Luo, Sanguis Extrema style. Humph! The well-built, middle-aged man grunted as energy was channeled from the great emperors within the formation. The middle-aged man slapped towards the blade. Boom! A colossal palm appeared out of nowhere. This palm crashed head-on with the sword. Initially, it had looked like the 2 powers would be able to go head-to-head. However, a wave of power erupted from the blade as the palm exploded. What remained aura the blade had continued the assault. Boom! Everyone, including the well-built, middle-aged man, backed off quickly. The battle formation broke into pieces. How terrifying! I personally commanded the battle formation we formed. The fighting power of the formation was definitely at the peak of a stage 2 great emperor. However, he could destroy the formation with one attack. Without a doubt, his fighting power has reached the power level of a stage 3 great emperor. He is comparable to the 3 emperors that lead our world. The middle-aged man sighed. Jian Wushuang had the momentum as he used one sword skill to destroy a battle formation. He was about to attack the middle-aged man once again when he heard sonic booms behind him. Even though the aura of the attacks behind him were not powerful, Jian Wushuang was interested. He saw 6 streaks of golden light flying straight for his head. Behind the 6 streaks of light was a young man with purple hair. Hong Jun Golden Sword? Jian Wushuang smirked. The young man in purple hair was Ziqin, and he had fought Jian Wushuang before. The Hong Jun Golden Swords he wielded were the legitimate ones. The ones Jian Wushuang was wielding were an imitation of the real ones Hence, the power was different. Of course, that was before. Now, I have great use for the Hong Jun golden swords you wield. Hence, you shall be second. Jian Wushuang looked at his own 7 golden streaks of light before dashing towards the other 6. 7 against 6, the swords collided head-on. Even though the 7 Hong Jun golden swords Jian Wushuang was wielding were replicas, it still managed to display power equal to the real ones. Clang, 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 clang. The 6 legitimate Hong Jun golden swords flew back without a fight. On the other hand, the 7 replica Hong Jun golden swords that Jian Wushuang was wielding continued to attack Zichen. What? Zichen was shocked. He could not imagine how his legitimate Hong Jun golden swords could lose to the replica Hong Jun golden swords that Jian Wushuang had. He wanted to escape when he saw the Hong Jun golden swords flying towards him. However, he was too late. 7 collisions could be heard. The 7 Hong Jun golden swords each had power levels near that of a Stage 2 Great Emperor. One was enough to kill Zichen, much less 7 of them. Zichen had only managed to survive the first 2 hits. The third sword penetrated his head while the remaining destroyed his divine body. Within an instant, another great emperor was dead. Jian Wushuang collected the remaining treasures and Qian Kunring. The second one. Jian Wushuang scanned his surroundings with a bloodthirsty smile. To the great emperors around, this smile looked like a devil's smile. This smile made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. They gave their all and tried their best to kill Jian Wushuang. They hoped they could at least hold their ground against this monster. But Jian Wushuang was far too powerful. The fighting power of a Stage 3 Great Emperor was far greater than that of anyone in the area. If Jian Wushuang simply had the fighting power of a normal Stage 3 Great Emperor, like Demon King Chinyu, they could fight head-on without fear. However, Jian Wushuang not only had the fighting power of a Stage 3 Great Emperor, but also a disgustingly powerful self-defense mechanism. He was like a maniac who did not care if he got injured. He only went on the offense. This method of fighting would put his life at risk, but he could be killed by this group of great emperors. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang could kill them easily. He was much scarier than a leader from the 3 emperors' world. He had the fighting power, he had good defense, and he did not care about his own injuries. No matter how strong their leaders were, they could not afford to neglect the attacks of a group of enemies. Unlike Jian Wushuang, who did not care at all, he had been invincible since the start of the battle. How to deal with such a person? He himself had suppressed every single great emperor on the battlefield. He had fought 16 great emperors. With his terrifying fighting power, he made the remaining great emperors tremble in fear. Chapter 2142, Seeking Reinforcements. Boom. Jian Wushuang was like a devil, and he found the gap among the various great emperors easily. He dashed in front of a young man in purple armor. Sword light with incredible power stormed down upon the young man. The young man tried to deflect the attacks, but was too slow. All he could do was watch the sword light penetrate his armor and mercilessly smash his divine body. He died instantly. The third one. Jian Wushuang looked stern with a strong killing intent. All the great emperors turned pale when they saw yet another of their comrades dead. They wanted to cooperate and kill Jian Wushuang. However, 3 of them had died before they could even harm him. Seek reinforcements. There is nothing we can do to stop him. If this continues, everyone here will die. We cannot stop him unless more peak chaotic realm experts join us, or the 3 leaders come down personally to stop him. He is disgustingly powerful. Roars reverberated around this battlefield. Within the short time that they exchanged blows, the great emperors were intimidated. Among the great emperors, Ling Zong too was studying the situation. While they were fighting Jian Wushuang, Abysmal Saint Master, Jian Yi and King Qinxing were still killing experts. They were going at such a fast pace that at least 1,000 of them died. There were no remaining almighties around the 3 statues. Hence they turned their focus to the remains of the imperial palace. If the killing continued, every single cultivator within the imperial palace would be dead. Lord, Lord, help us quickly. Ling Zong frowned as he urged the leaders. The massacre continued within the imperial palace. In the mysterious void in the 3 emperors' world, for figures gathered together. They were Kaiser Blood, Lord Fun, Demon King Chinyu, and Lung Rushue. When the imperial palace was attacked, they had received the news immediately. This Jian Wushuang. He was lucky he managed to escape the other time. Now he dares to attack us in the imperial palace again? Demon King Qin clenched his fist as he was burning with rage. Kaiser Blood, who was covered in a blood-red cloak, looked cold. The previous failures, especially the battle at the Heaven Repairing Palace, allowed the Sanctuary Alliance to have 5 more great emperors while we lost 3 of our own. Our advantage in numbers is no longer here. Now, the Eternal Chaotic World Scent has a small team of experts to ambush the Imperial Palace and kill our experts. If they were successful in doing so and escaped unharmed, we would be at a disadvantage. We cannot allow this to happen. Immediately order experts to reinforce. Kaiser Blood ordered immediately. Demon King Qin stood up and said, I have already asked Ba Su to rush over as fast as he can. He can hold Jian Wushuang there for a while. I will go down personally. I will not let that brat escape again. Demon King Chinyu disappeared from the mysterious void and headed for the Imperial Palace. Kaiser Blood looked at where Demon King Chinyu was and knitted his eyebrows. Demon King Chinyu had already sworn to kill Jian Wushuang many times and to cause great damage to the lineup of the Eternal Chaotic World. What were the results? He had failed every single time and returned defeated. Kaiser Blood started questioning his abilities. Even though he did not stop Demon King Chinyu, he turned to Lord Fun and said, Lord Fun, you will reinforce Demon King Chinyu personally. Bring along experts from the Holocaust sect as well. I have received news that Jian Wushuang and his team have already killed many of our experts. We cannot allow that group to escape unharmed. We will be at a severe disadvantage if that happens. Understood. I will go there as fast as I can. He and Lung Rushue disappeared from the palace. Kaiser Blood was the only person left. He sat there in a gloomy mood. His finger was hitting the chair lightly. What was he thinking about? Within the Imperial Palace, the massacre continued. There were 9 great emperors, Abysmal Saint Master, Jian Yi Underworld God, King Qin Shing, Black Dragon Emperor, Emperor God Tianling, and Lei Yuan who were responsible for it. The entire Imperial Palace was in a storm. The great emperors who were on guard within the palace was stopped by Jian Wushuang alone and could do nothing to help the others. Most importantly, there had been 16 to begin with. Now, only 13 were left. More than half of the 13 great emperors had been injured by Jian Wushuang. Even though Jian Wushuang was alone, he had completely suppressed these great emperors. Right when he was about to kill the 4th great emperor, boom! In the distance, a figure that radiated a tremendous aura was coming towards the battlefield at a fast speed. This aura was fixed on Jian Wushuang. Without a doubt, the figure had come here for Jian Wushuang. The remaining 13 great emperors who were in the battle, too, looked up at the figure. They soon recognized who the figure was. It's him. Jian Wushuang was surprised. Jian Wushuang recognized the person. Chapter 2143 Meeting Ba Su again. It was an arrogant young man with a hooked nose. His aura could be sensed from afar. The aura was not only way more terrifying than other great emperors, but it also had a strong bloodline aura as well. Jian Wushuang was familiar with this bloodline aura. It was the sky-devouring clan bloodline. It was the sky-swallowing clan's clan leader, Ba Su. The sky-swallowing clan had intended to exterminate the Black Dragon clan before their plans were discovered by Jian Wushuang. They themselves had been exterminated by Jian Wushuang's alliance with the other 3 top clans. But they had only destroyed the Sky Swallowing clan's base, unable to locate and take down most of the experts who had escaped. The Sky Swallowing clan experts vanished soon after and were not to be seen within special tribe domains. But now, Jian Wushuang faced Ba Su once again. Jian Wushuang! An uncontainable rage could be felt from Ba Su's voice. Ba Su's eagle eyes were dead on Jian Wushuang. There was still a certain gap between the two of them, but Ba Su's murderous intent had already formed into a deadly storm, heading straight for Jian Wushuang. There was so much resentment against Jian Wushuang. The demise of the Sky Swallowing clan and its experts was all Jian Wushuang's doing. Jian Wushuang, you must die! A powerful roar resonated across the heavens. As he approached Jian Wushuang, Ba Su started to leave residual shadows across the void. The residual shadows looked identical to the real person, with no way of telling which one was fake. Xiao! With a strange beam of light, Ba Su had already appeared beside Jian Wushuang. Golden claws landed on him like lightning. This speed, Jian Wushuang could not help but be surprised. Jian Wushuang was already at 3rd stage Great Emperor fighting powers and showed no fear against 16 Great Emperors fighting against him at the same time. But the speed Ba Su demonstrated shocked even him, which said much about Ba Su's improvement. Although shocked, Jian Wushuang showed no delay in his reaction. As the golden streak of light could be seen, he broke it with one sword move. Sword Principal Xian Luo turned monstrous at one thought. It was a fast sword move as well. Dang! As the sword light clashed directly with the golden flowing light, a metallic sound was heard. A terrifying power emerged as well. Jian Wushuang was taken aback uncontrollably by the power. Ba Su retreated as well. As both of them retreated, the battle took a short respite. The remaining 13 Great Emperors surrounding Jian Wushuang stopped their movements as well. Xiao! Jian Wushuang quickly stopped and looked towards Ba Su. His gaze turned solemn. 3rd stage. Jian Wushuang was sure of how powerful he was, but Ba Su's claws went head-on with him and matched him in terms of power. Undoubtedly, Ba Su was already at 3rd stage. Haha! Bet you didn't see this coming, Jian Wushuang. Ba Su, now positioned at a void far away, started grinning hideously. He looked towards Jian Wushuang with a sense of achievement. You're not the only one blessed with opportunities. I was able to as well. Thanks to you, my clan's lair was left destroyed and my experts homeless. Without a choice, we had to escape the special tribe's domain. Exactly because of this, I found motivation for me to improve. I paid a high price to enter the 3 Emperors' world site of opportunity. Luckily for me, I managed to understand a bit of the rules of order. Now, I am a true 3rd stage Great Emperor. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank. He knew that with Ba Su's abilities, it would not be possible for him to master rules of order in such a short period of time. But if he had treasures and opportunities to assist him, it would be different. After all, the most useful things for cultivators were opportunities. Ba Su obviously had hit the jackpot with that one. In the surrounding void, the 13 Great Emperors were all gleaming in delight upon hearing Ba Su's words, their leader Ling Zong included. They did not know who Ba Su was or where he had come from, but now they knew. Ba Su was obviously on their side with 3rd stage powers. That was enough to go against their 3 leaders. Sir, we'll leave Jian Wushuang to you, Ling Zong said. No problem, Ba Su nodded. Ling Zong glanced upon the other Great Emperors. Let's go. With that, the 13 Great Emperors left. They had no intention to continue their fight against Jian Wushuang, as they all knew that even if they were to strike Jian Wushuang, they could never kill him. Furthermore, they had more important work to do. They needed to think of a way to block the frenzied 7 Great Emperors. If not, all the cultivators within the imperial city would be massacred. Seeing the 13 great emperors escaping, Jian Wushuang did not stop them. Soon, in the large void, only Jian Wushuang and Ba Su remained. Both of their auras were extremely frightening. Jian Wushuang, do you know the price I paid to enter 3 emperors' world's land of opportunity? Ba Su's bloodshot eyes glared at Jian Wushuang. What? Jian Wushuang asked. My freedom. Not for 10,000 years, not 100,000 years, but forever. I have to listen to the 3 emperors' world's leaders for the rest of my life, showing no form of disobedience. I will only be free when I die. Ba Su sounded mad. Jian Wushuang flinched. The price of listening to the 3 emperors' world forever was a heavy price indeed. Huh. For billions of years, I will be someone else's pawn, but am willing to do so for this opportunity. Do you know why? Ba Su started laughing. Jian Wushuang looked towards Ba Su. My objective is to kill you. Ba Su started grinning deviously. Chapter 2144 Frenzied Ba Su. Jian Wushuang, give me your life. Huh. Ba Su made his move. The enormous distance between the duo was instantly closed by Ba Su. Ba Su appeared in front of Jian Wushuang with overflowing golden light all over him, looking like a god. Soon hua, 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 hua. Streaks and streaks of golden claws came down like lightning. Every single golden claw could tear heaven apart. Every streak could have easily wounded a first-stage great emperor, or even killed him. The claws came one after another, turning the sky golden. HNGH! Jian Wushuang snorted, and with a unique sword move, he turned into a heaven-swallowing black whirlpool. Sword Principal Shen Luo, Mixed Element Spirit. Chong! 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 Sounds of collision could be repeatedly heard, each sound containing terrifying, explosive power. As the golden claws came down like rain, Jian Wushuang found himself retreating. You won't parry my attacks. Counter! Jian Wushuang, counter! Ba Su had turned mad. His claws never stopped, and they were getting faster and more powerful. Ba Su was already equipped with pinnacle second-stage fighting powers, with his sky-swallowing clan bloodline. With the 3 emperors' world's opportunity, he had managed to master a bit of the rules of order, which increased his abilities tremendously. His claws, in terms of speed or power, were way more powerful than they had been in the past. Because of this, he had absolute confidence in his power. He knew Jian Wushuang would never match up to him again. Sure enough, he had completely suppressed Jian Wushuang from the beginning. The speed he threw his golden claws with were amazing. Jian Wushuang could only defend. Haha, useless. Good for nothing. Ba Su laughed wildly. The craze in his eyes was evident, but the craze only lasted for a moment. He realized something was wrong. How could this be? My claws are getting faster and more powerful with every blow. He could only resist in the beginning. It should be more difficult for him to resist later. But why has nothing changed? Ba Su looked at Jian Wushuang in amazement. He knew that if Jian Wushuang was really struggling to resist his attack, it would surely become more difficult to resist as his power increased. This difficulty would definitely manifest during the fierce battle. But in the end, although Jian Wushuang had been retreating the entire time, and it looked like he was being suppressed, nothing has changed since. What could this mean? It meant that when Jian Wushuang resisted his attack, it was not as strenuous as he had imagined. Or was it too easy for him? Sure enough, HNGH. A cold snort resonated through the void. Jian Wushuang, who had been defending Ba Su's attacks with his mixed elements spirit swordsmanship, suddenly took the offensive. Mixed elements spirit swordsmanship instantly turned into the sanguis extremis style. Pung! The sword light had cut down the oncoming golden claw. The power released from the collision was enough to throw Ba Su back. Jian Wushuang stood there, looking indifferently at the recomposed Ba Su. This is the power you were proud of? With this power, you want to take me down? There was disdain in his eyes, and his voice echoed through the heavens. How is that possible? Ba Su widened his eyes and stared at Jian Wushuang. It felt impossible, but Jian Wushuang had easily thrown Ba Su back. Idiot, you think everyone needs to sacrifice 1,000,000 years of their freedom to reach third stage, great emperor fighting powers? Jian Wushuang sneered. You reached the third stage as well. Ba Su looked stunned. Ba Su had rushed towards the imperial city upon Demon King Qinyu's message, and had not paid much thought to Jian Wushuang's fighting power. Even when he had arrived, he did not notice Jian Wushuang's true fighting power when he was going against the 13 great emperors. Even though he had confronted Jian Wushuang once at the beginning, Jian Wushuang had not demonstrated his true power then. He would never have imagined Jian Wushuang to possess that kind of power. But now he had finally realized. Fool, you dare call me useless? I'm afraid calling you useless would do the word a disservice. Jian Wushuang looked at Ba Su, full of ridicule. He had never intended to use his full strength against Ba Su. He simply wanted to know how far Ba Su had improved in mastering a bit of rules of order. The results were disappointing. I thought that with his previous fighting power, coupled with the sky-swallowing clan bloodline power, with the rules of order, he would be tyrannical amongst the third stages. Not only did he fail to master the complete rules of order, but the power he can use from it is negligible. Although this leaves him with third stage fighting power, it's nothing compared to Demon King Qinyu. Jian Wushuang sneered. Jian Wushuang's contempt and ridicule made Ba Su even angrier. You have a death wish. Ba Su's eyes seemed to spit fire. At the same time, his body started to transform into a giant golden bat. The golden bat had his golden eyes fixed on Jian Wushuang. Li. An eye-piercing, hissing voice echoed. At the same time, the surface of Ba Su's body emitted a strong golden light, like a dazzling golden sun. This move again. Jian Wushuang was indifferent. Wrong, it's not only the sky-swallowing clan soul attack, but there is also a powerful secret skill embedded within it as well. Maybe a soul attack treasure as well. Jian Wushuang was surprised. He had seen Ba Su play that trick several times. Every time Ba Su made his move, it was a simple soul attack. But now there was an embedded secret skill, along with an auxiliary soul attack treasure. His soul attack power had naturally soared. It seems that he's gained more than simple opportunities within the three emperors' world, Jian Wushuang mumbled. Chapter 2145, Not Enough. Ba Su had morphed into a golden bat once again, his eyes filled with bloodlust. The opportunity three emperors' world has not only allowed me to master rules of order, it has increased my soul power tremendously as well. I even learned a strong soul attack secret skill and obtained a soul attack treasure from the three emperors' world. With my soul power along with the sky-swallowing clan soul attack, the secret skill, and the treasure is unparalleled against anyone below third stage great emperors. This Jian Wushuang exposed his weakness to me both times that I fought against him. His soul! His soul is not strong. With a soul attack strong enough, ITLL ignore his self-defense mechanism and kill him instantly. This move I'm about to make will definitely kill him. Jian Wushuang, prepare to die. The frenzied Ba Su was absolutely confident in his soul attack skills. He had heard of Jian Wushuang's self-defense mechanism. Decades ago, when he just had second-stage fighting powers, he was able to face Demon King Qinyu head-on without dying. His self-defense mechanism had become scarier. It was impossible to kill Jian Wushuang by material attack alone. In this world, under the premise of constrictions, no one could do it. But soul attacks could ignore the self-defense mechanism and pierce the opponent's soul. Only soul attacks could truly kill Jian Wushuang. A terrifying soul attack was heading straight for Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's eyes squinted, but he darted out instead of retreating. During his movements, the soul attack pierced straight into Jian Wushuang. HNGH. Jian Wushuang let out a weird moan, and his face turned pale. But his body was not damaged by the attack at all. The Blood Mountain sword was already raised high, prepared to strike Ba Su. How could this be? Ba Su, still in the form of a golden bat, was surprised. He dared not believe it. Jian Wushuang had survived his strongest soul attack. Not only did he survive, he also did not seem to have suffered many injuries. When had Jian Wushuang's soul defense power become so powerful? Idiot! The decisive battle between the eternal chaotic world and the three emperors' world is about to begin. Knowing my soul was my weakness, you thought I would not take precautions? Jian Wushuang sneered. What kind of soul defense treasure do you possess? Ba Su could not help but ask. Jian Wushuang could not be bothered explaining it to him. The Blood Mountain sword had already fallen. Sword Principal Xianluo, blast rainstorm. This was also the first time that Jian Wushuang went on the offensive against Ba Su. With the help of immemorial celestial Bodis second scroll, bloodline power of the ancient clan doubled with sword Principal Xianluo's most powerful move. This sword move's power was enough to make any great emperor below the third stage fall into despair. Damn it! Ba Su could feel the power of the sword. Immediately, he exerted his means to resist. Pung! A loud bang went off. Ba Su's body was split apart, and a blast of flowing light was released. The gap in strength and power could be seen immediately. Ba Su, you've run out of moves. Now it's my turn. Jian Wushuang's desire to kill was at its peak. His huge ancient clan body started to make its attack. As he was about to make his move, a huge space tunnel appeared from far, at a void above the imperial cabinet. Several figures stepped out of the space tunnel. There were 7 people, all of their strong auras indicative of their great emperor levels, and headed by them was Demon King Qinyu. Demon King Qinyu had rushed into the imperial city with 6 other great emperors. 3 of the great emperors belonged to the Acheron Palace. The other 3 were 3 emperors' world experts. As the battle within the imperial city began, many experts of the 3 emperors' world arrived at the battlefield through various channels at Kaiser Blood's command. Jian Wushuang. Demon King Qinyu's eyes were fuming with rage, like he was a furious lion. He looked around the battlefield and saw an ugly sight. Every corner of the imperial city had turned into a bloodbath. Countless experts had fallen into the hands of Abysmal Saint Master and the other great emperors. Although the 7 great emperors have now been stopped by Lingzong and other 3 emperors, world great emperors, the slaughter from before was enough to traumatize anyone. Jian Wushuang, the 8 of you all will die with our fallen. Demon King Qinyu let out a huge scream and headed towards Jian Wushuang. The 6 great emperors behind him rushed into the battlefield and joined forces with Lingzong and the other 13 great emperors, fighting fiercely against Abysmal Saint Master, Jian Yi, and the others. The battle had been elevated to a whole new level. Jian Wushuang did not have the slightest fear when he saw Demon King Qinyu coming for him. Let's go! Bring it on! Jian Wushuang's war-fighting spirit had long been ignited. His abilities were at an all-time high. Die! Demon King Qinyu and Ba Su made their moves at the same time. 2 third-stage great emperors were joining forces against Jian Wushuang. Even against 2 enemies, with that almost indestructible unique constitution of his, Jian Wushuang had no fear. He looked as if he was already in a frenzy fighting against Demon King Qinyu and Ba Su. But deep inside he had never been calmer. Deep in his eyes was a light. Demon King Qinyu, Ba Su, 2 third-stage great emperors. along with the great emperors Abysmal Saint Master and Jian Yi are fighting against. That makes 19 great emperors. There are still a few more Sir Gods and Emperor God experts left in the Imperial City as well. This power, Jian Wushuang squinted. The forces that had gathered in the Imperial City were terrifying. But it was not enough for Jian Wushuang. Not enough. There are not enough experts here. Far from enough. The number of experts here is not enough to devastate the three emperors' world. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. In his Qian Kuan ring was the void token. He could use the token any time he wanted. Wait. Jian Wushuang could not use it yet. Chapter 2146 poised to attack Thunderbolt Island, Eternal Chaotic World. While the battle broke out at the Imperial City, countless experts had gathered. Not only the Human Sanctuary Alliance, but the Special Tribes Alliance as well. There were countless experts. At a glance, there was no fewer than 4,000 people. 4,000 may not sound like a lot, but if the 4,000 people were all almighties, the power would be enough to shock the world. The birth of an almighty was not easy at all. Any one of them could be regarded as an overlord. Every single one of them could easily open regions and dominate kingdoms. There were at most a dozen almighties in the Sanctuary Alliance. 4,000 was a terrifying number. Only when the two major alliances joined forces and gathered almost all the elites in the Eternal Chaotic World could such a number be produced. It was Eternal Chaotic World's maximum strength. Every single almighty around was eager. They knew why Emperor Bai had gathered them. No doubt it had to be for the final battle. Within the Presbytery Pavilion, the great emperors from both alliances had gathered. Even putting Jian Wushuang's team of 8 great emperors aside, both alliances could produce over 20 great emperors when they joined forces. Many of those 20 great emperors came from the human domain. Many did not belong to the Sanctuary Alliance beforehand. Joining the alliance was an inevitable choice for the upcoming battle, like Master Wu and Great Emperor Donggu. The great emperors were excited as well. King Luoyu, there are no problems over at the special tribe side, right? Emperor Bai looked towards King Luoyu and Inquan. Rest assured, Emperor Bai. The ancient emperor instructed all special tribe experts to heed your commands before he left. With your orders, all experts of the Special Tribes Alliance have rushed toward Thunderbolt Island. No one has kept any tactics from us. The many Dao soldiers and ancient god blood essences that the ancient god clan collected were all distributed. We are ready, King Luoyu said solemnly. With Jian Wushuang, King Qinxing, and Black Dragon Emperor headed for 3 Emperors' World. Many issues of the Special Tribes Alliance were left to King Luoyu and Inquan. Good. Emperor Bai smiled and nodded, turning to the other person by his side. Tianqin, how are our Sanctuary Alliance soldiers? They have all gathered, Ancestor Tianqin said. As you ordered, all experts who decided to join the battle were given the secret skills of Star Palace. Most of them can use the secret skills of Star Palace's first scroll. The Sanctuary Alliance and other forces have collated their hard-collected resources and redistributed them. Most of them now hold a mixed elements pill that can restore their divine power in a short period of time, and a heavenly life pill that can restore their divine Bodhis injuries. Even without those 2 pills, they will at least have replacement elixirs and treasures. Many experts of the Sanctuary Alliance will be able to set up certain battle formations. Lastly, the trump cards we have like the Heaven-Piercing Arrow, Dragon Imprisoning Formation, Blood Thunder Pill, Star God Puppet, and the Emperor Token have all been prepared. Emperor Bai nodded in satisfaction. Everything is ready. We just need to wait for Jian Wushuang to use the Void Token. Emperor Bai clenched his fists. Many of the great emperors were anxious. They were all waiting for the battle. In the Imperial City, the battle continued. The battle had split into 2 battlefields. The first battlefield was filled with many great emperors fighting fiercely. There were 7 great emperors from the Eternal Chaotic World. and 19 from the three emperors' world. The quantity was not in proportion, but the 7 great emperors from the eternal chaotic world were of high quality. The weakest of the 7, Emperor God Tianling and Lei Yuan, were at pinnacle first stage. The rest were all second stage great emperors, especially Jian Yi, as Jian Wushuang's sword servant and an ancient era expert whose abilities had been fully restored. Jian Yi's powers were at pinnacle second stage levels. With the many skills he had an advantage over Ling Zong and Wei Yin, the 2 middle-aged second stage great emperors. The remaining 6 great emperors were all using their full combat powers. With Jian Wushuang's additional 5-fire godly spirit mirror, releasing the 5 godly spirits into the battlefield, their total strength was not inferior to the 19 emperors of the 3 emperors' worlds. The battle between both sides was extremely fierce, but it was difficult to determine victory and defeat in such a short time. The second battlefield was where Jian Wushuang was located. Jian Wushuang was in his enormous ancient clan form, with his 9 heads and 18 arms. He had no fear of going against the 2 third-stage great emperors Demon King Qinyu and Ba Su at the same time. He could not take down the 2 third-stage great emperors in front of him, but neither could Demon King Qinyu and Ba Su, who had joined forces. Both battlefields were in a stalemate, but not for long. From the Imperial Cabinet, another huge space tunnel appeared. A series of figures emerged from the space tunnel. At a glance, there were hundreds of people. Most of them were Sir Gods and Emperor Gods, but the 8 at the forefront standing side by side, with their magnificent auras, were true great emperors. From the Holocaust sect, Jian Wushuang's pupils narrowed. A blood-tainted robe and that eerie aura emanating from them confirmed the identity of the people. But what made Jian Wushuang surprised was that amongst these Holocaust sect experts, Lung Rushua was nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was a red-haired elder. That elder stood there, and his aura felt like a raging flame that had burned for endless years. Jian Wushuang felt tremendous pressure from him. It was much stronger than when he had faced Ba Su and Demon King Qinyu. Chapter 2147 Void Token Lord Fun. Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank. He heard Emperor by mention the 3 known third stage great emperors in the 3 emperors' world. They were Kaiser Blood, Lord Fun, and Demon King Qinyu. Demon King Qinyu was the leader of Akron Palace and had exchanged blows with Jian Wushuang several times. But Jian Wushuang had never encountered Kaiser Blood and Lord Fun. That raging elder with the Holocaust sect experts was undoubtedly Lord Fun. Qinyu, I knew you were a good-for-nothing. Lord Fun glanced at Demon King Qinyu with a hint of taunt. Asshole. Demon King Qinyu could not help but curse. You're Jian Wushuang. Lord Fun looked towards Jian Wushuang. I was in seclusion this entire time, never bothering myself with the eternal chaotic world. I would never have let you reach where you are today, but it does not matter. I will kill you today. Die. With Lord Fen's command, the experts behind him charged towards the battlefield with the other great emperors. He went straight for Jian Wushuang. Hung Long Long. A terrifying aura started to spread from Lord Fen. His body swept over like a volcano that erupted for billions of years. Wherever he went, the void around was completely dissipated by the fire. When Lord Fun approached Jian Wushuang felt an unprecedented aura of fire charging towards him. The void in front of him had turned into a boundless sea of fire. At the core of this sea of fire was a fiery lord, over 5 meters tall, holding a flaming battle sword in his hands. He rose the flaming sword and slashed down towards earth. Hua-la-la, the entire void was covered by endless flames. The flaming sword was enough to burn everything around. Jian Wushuang stood and watched the flaming sword slashing down towards him. Demon King Qinyu was the weakest amongst the 3 elite experts of the 3 emperors' world. This Lord Fun is stronger than Demon King Qinyu, but by how much I do not know. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists firmly, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. He had no intention to dodge the flaming sword. His surging divine power rose from his body, along with a supreme sword essence. Jian Wushuang at this moment was the Emperor of Swords. His sword was the Sword of Emperor. Surging divine power entered the sword, and a shocking sword image could be seen. Emperor Sword Principle, Second Style. This was the strongest sword move Jian Wushuang knew. The shocking sword image went head-on with that flaming sword, confronting toughness with toughness. Pum! The world shook. The monstrous flames and endless sword essence dissipated. This collision did not lead to a stalemate. The battle was decided in an instant. This level of power. Jian Wushuang was shocked. He could feel a power passing through his arm, so strong that even his self-defense mechanism could not ignore it. Instantly, his body moved directly towards the earth like a meteorite. Eventually, he slammed on the ground below, creating a huge, bottomless pit. The next moment, Jian Wushuang rose from the pit. So strong! Jian Wushuang had his eyes fixed on Lord Fun. Both were third-stage great emperors, but Lord Fen's fighting power was way more powerful than Demon King Qinyu and Basus. Jian Wushuang estimated if Lord Fen was not at the pinnacle third-stage level, he was close. This fighting power was way above his. Sword Emperor! A low howl came from the other battlefield. Jian Wushuang turned towards the sound and realized that Abysmal Saint Master, Jian Yi and the others were already at a disadvantage. This was normal. They could fight 19 great emperors at the same time, but with the new Holocaust sect experts in the battlefield, along with other distraction tactics done by other almighties at the sidelines, they could not hold on any longer. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang's face darkened. 3 third-stage great emperors, 26 first or second-stage great emperors, countless, this is enough. Jian Wushuang was determined. The void token was now in his hands. Lord Fun, Demon King Qinyu, and Ba Su saw the token as well. What token was that? Ba Su was puzzled. The token contains great space-time power. Is he trying to escape? Demon King Qin, yes, face changed. Escape? Not on my watch. Lord Fen's face was ice-cold. The 3 emperors' world had lost too much during that sneak attack. The only way to rebalance the overall fighting power on both sides was if Jian Wushuang and the other great emperors stayed. Jian Wushuang and others could not be allowed to escape. Thinking of this, Lord Fen's blazing flames once again covered the earth, an entire battlefield, locking down the entire void. With his strength, he had created a space-time seal, which made normal space-time tokens useless. Jian Wushuang, you cannot escape. Prepare to die. With a low roar, Lord Fun, who had transformed into a blazing lord once again, headed towards him. Jian Wushuang squinted. With Lord Fen's power, along with Demon King Qinyu and Basu's cornering, if Jian Wushuang did not escape, he could really die. However, who told you I was escaping? Jian Wushuang's cheeky smile was as sharp as a blade. It is you who should be fleeing. Jian Wushuang clenched his right fist firmly and broke the void token. A vast power of space-time immediately swept through the environment. The power of space-time was beyond Lord Fen's imagination. Normal space-time measures would be ineffective under his space-time seal, but he was unable to stop the billowing space-time power. Wong! A huge space tunnel appeared in the void of the Imperial City. A strong light could be seen in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Step 2 has begun. Chapter 2148, The Sudden Decisive Battle on Thunderbolt Island. Eternal chaotic world. Countless experts waited in silence. Finally, the power of space-time created a huge space-time tunnel above Thunderbolt Island. The experts' eyes all lit up at the sight of the tunnel. Xiu, Emperor Bai, and the countless great emperors from both alliances appeared in front of the tunnel immediately. Looking at the tunnel in front of him, Emperor Bai's eyes lit up. His voice echoed around Thunderbolt Island. The great battle has arrived. Fellow warriors, let us slaughter our way into the Three Emperors' world to eradicate Eternal Chaotic World's largest tumor. Die. Emperor Bai was the first to step into the time-space tunnel. The countless experts behind him did not hesitate and followed suit. Countless more almighties entered as well. The void above the imperial city. Lord Fuan and Demon King Chinyu felt something was amiss when the huge space-time tunnel appeared. They could tell the tunnel was extraordinary. It was too big. The power of space-time was too strong. Jian Wushuang would not use such a big space-time tunnel to escape. And with what Jian Wushuang had just said, as Lord Fuan and Demon King Qin, you were lost in thought. Xiu, a figure appeared from the other side of the tunnel. He had white hair and white pupils. His fair complexion was terrifying as well. No aura came from him, but he still found himself under the spotlight. Lord Fuan and Demon King Qin, you could not help but fix their eyes upon that person. Emperor Bai. Lord Fuan and Demon King Qin, you were flustered. Both of them have fought against Emperor Bai before. They knew how terrifying he was. Now, Emperor Bai stood before them once again, and it was not just Emperor Bai. Figure after figure appeared from the tunnel. Red Dragon King, Ancestor Tianqin, Colored Glaze Emperor, East Royal Emperor, and other great emperors from the Sanctuary Alliance. King Luo Yu, King Zhan Tsang, and Quan, and other great emperors from the Special Tribes Alliance. There were over 20 people. Following them were countless almighties. The number alone was shocking. Within a short period of time, all the experts from the eternal chaotic world arrived at the Imperial City through the space-time tunnel. The fact that Lord Fun, Demon King Chinyu, and Ba Su were third-stage great emperors did not stop them from gasping at the sight of so many figures. Not to mention the other 3 emperors world experts. They completely froze. Emperor Bai's intention was clear as day. Everyone, let the slaughter begin. A faint sound came from Emperor Bai. The 20 great emperors and 4,000-odd almighties moved. Die. 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 Kill them all. The cries resonated across the entire imperial city. The figures headed for the 3 emperors world experts, like a swarm of bees. This had many 3 emperors world experts dumbfounded. Crap. The final battle. It was the final battle. The final battle has begun. Voices of terror could be felt from the 3 emperors world experts, and indeed it had begun. But the battle was so sudden, the enemy was not prepared for it at all. Technically, they had begun their preparations quite a while back, but they had never expected the eternal chaotic world experts to start the final battle in such a manner. First, a team of experts to deal as much damage to the 3 emperors world as possible. When the 3 emperors world experts came to their assistance, they crushed the void token, allowing the entire eternal chaotic world army to arrive instantly. It was too sudden. The 3 emperors world was caught unprepared. At that special dark void, Kaiser Blood said had been sitting peacefully, waiting for the imperial city's good news. But his face had changed. Final battle. Crap, we've been played. A grunt was made and Kaiser Blood disappeared from the void. The imperial city was now in complete chaos. The eternal chaotic world army had directly made their way towards the 3 emperors, world great emperors and almighties. All of them were dying to kill. At the vanguard was Ancestor Tianqin, dragon imprisoning formation. Ancestor Tianqin let out a low roar, heard by a few behind him. The people that heard him all took out an ancient black rock. The black rock let out a mysterious aura. Without hesitation, they threw the rocks at the 3 emperors world experts. There were 6 rocks thrown out. The rocks then exploded on the way out and formed a huge formation. 6 ancient formations were formed, covering 6 different voids. The 6 voids covered much of the great empires amongst the 3 emperors, world experts. What is this? The experts trapped in the formation were shocked and tried to break it down. But soon they realized that the formation was so strong it was practically indestructible. Even when the great emperors combined their powers, they could not take it down. They could only leave the formation when its energy had dissipated. The Dragon Imprisoning Formation had been one of Sanctuary Alliance's trump cards since the ancient era. Once the formation was set, even great emperors could not break it. The 6 Dragon Imprisoning Formations had now taken away the 3 Emperors' World's experts' opportunity for escape. Heaven-piercing arrows, stand by! Ancestor Tian Chun gave the order via transmission. In the void behind the eternal chaotic world army was a dozen Almighties. They did not charge into the battlefield like the others. In front of them were 4 huge ballistae. Chapter 2149. All the trump cards the ballistae were usually only found in the mortal world. Its presence was extremely rare in the eternal chaotic world. But the 4 ballistae above the void were from the ancient era. The 4 ballistae needed a dozen Almighties to draw the bow alone, which explained the many Almighties manning the devices. Now, the 4 bows were completely drawn with the use of the Almighty's power. But the most precious part of the ballista was not its bow, but the black arrow on it. The 4 arrows were called heaven-piercing arrows. Loose! An Almighty shouted. The 4 crossbows were released at the same time, for black flowing lights exploded out. It was too fast. So fast, even a great emperor could not react in time. The 4 ballistae were aiming for the 4 great emperors of the 3 emperors' world. The 4 were only first stage great emperors trapped in the Dragon Imprisoning Formation, still figuring out a way to escape. When the 4 black flowing lights were released, the 4 great emperors had an unprecedented sense of impending crisis. They did not know where the sense of impending crisis came from, but by the time they had reacted, the 4 black flowing lights had already penetrated them. The 4 great emperors looked at the black arrows in shock. They could feel the devastating power the arrows had, leading them to despair. Chi, 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 chi. For black flowing lights penetrated their protective armor, going through their bodies. Wong. For corpses fell straight down to the ground. The heaven-piercing arrow was known for its deadliness, even during the ancient era. In fact, the 4 ballistae could not fully bring out the power of the arrows, but it was enough to take down a great emperor easily. The Sanctuary Alliance had only managed to collect 9 of such arrows since its founding. Now they had used 4 in one shot. Star God puppets, roll out! Ancestor Tian Chun let out a roar. From the front of the crowd, boom, hum, hum, hum. Several violent auras erupted. 6 great beings appeared on the battlefield. They were all over 10 meters tall, but not a single trace of life could be felt from within them. It was obvious that they were puppets. However, the aura radiated by those puppets was enough to scare countless Almighties. Star God puppets. They were unique puppets obtained from ancient battlefields. Each puppet required a lot of resources and divine power to operate. But the moment they were activated, they were at pinnacle first stage fighting power. Now, operated by the Sanctuary Alliance at a high price, the puppets headed straight for the 3 emperors' world experts. In an instant, the eternal chaotic world army collided with the 3 emperors' world experts. Die, die. Every single eternal chaotic world expert was driven by bloodlust. Most of them were in their battle formations. Some powerful formations, like the one driven by 3 emperor gods and 12 pinnacle sir gods, fought directly against a 3 emperors world great emperor. Get lost! The great emperor's stone rod in his hands skyrocketed in the void to form a huge mountain. The mountain went straight for the formation. With a loud bang, the formation had to retreat, but it did not collapse. A great emperor indeed. 3 emperor gods and 12 Sir gods working together were still forced out by him. I guess there is only one method left, an emperor god within the formation said solemnly. The others understood what he meant. Wong, Wong, Wong. A peculiar force rose from the 3 emperor gods and 12 Sir gods. It was star power. At that moment, they had used the secret skills of Star Palace simultaneously. Although they had only read up the secret skills of Star Palace's first scroll, it was enough to increase their powers tenfold. With their powers increased substantially, the battle formation reached a whole new level. We have 10 breaths worth of time to take him down. We must at least wound him, the leading emperor god said, and with that the battle formation charged towards the great emperor. Both sides began their brawl once again. In a rage, the great emperor raised his stone rod with much more strength. The giant that had been formed by the battle formation threw a heavy punch. A loud explosion could be heard from the battlefield. The giant did not retreat at all, while the 3 emperors' world great emperor was left wide-eyed, trembling. Blood was flowing from his mouth. How could this be possible? The great emperor was astonished. But the giant did not stop and seized all the remaining time it had left. Master Wu of the eternal chaotic world had his eyes fixed on the great emperor as well. Together, they had completely suppressed that great emperor. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 9 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. Last breath, the leading emperor god said. As the giant threw out his last punch, 3 flowing lights burst out of the giant's body. The 3 streaks of flowing light were in fact 3 purple beads. It was another trump card of the Sanctuary Alliance, the Blood Thunder Pearl. The Blood Thunder Pearl was so strong that it was almost comparable to the blow of a great emperor. Now, 3 of the pearls were headed towards a great emperor, along with Master Wu's sword suppressing him. Chapter 2150, Overwhelming Superiority. The 3 Blood Thunder Pearls immediately exploded upon contact with the great emperor. Pum! 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 3 violent forces erupted from the Blood Thunder Pearls. The power was directed towards that 3 emperors' world great emperor, and at the same time Master Wu made his lethal sword stroke. A storm of divine power immediately rolled up. After it had dissipated, what remained was an unbearable scene of the great emperor. Not only was his complexion pale, his entire body was also stained with blood, and his breath was extremely weak. Did we injure him enough? The 3 emperor gods and 12 pinnacle Sir gods' eyes lit up. Their secret skills of Star Palace had stopped by then. Without the secret skills of Star Palace, we can no longer engage ourselves in great emperor-level fights. Let's leave the rest to Master Wu. Immediately, the giant left for another battlefield. The same scenario was happening at all corners of the battlefield. The Sanctuary Alliance had over 100 Blood Thunder Pearls, and every pearl contained the power equivalent to a great emperor when it exploded. The Blood Thunder Pearls were distributed in the hands of many emperor gods and Sir gods, and played a great role at critical times. All the trump cards and meticulously prepared treasures helped the eternal chaotic world army bring unprecedented damage to the 3 emperors' world. The situation on the battlefield was completely one-sided. There was no room for struggle. Actually, the overall strength of the 3 emperors' world was not weaker than the eternal chaotic world by 1 bit. Perhaps it was even stronger. However, they suffered because they had been caught by surprise. They were unprepared. They had suffered terrible losses from the very beginning. By the time they could react, their power was no match for the eternal chaotic world. The most they could do was block the eternal chaotic world's attacks. The defense could not last for long. As the eternal chaotic world's army charged towards the 3 emperors' world experts, Emperor Bai made his move at the other battlefield. His opponents were naturally Lord Fun and Demon King Chinyu. Wang, a huge, immaculate golden shadow, rose from behind Emperor Bai. It was a golden emperor. He was 99,000 feet tall, 3,000 feet wide, with a pair of golden pupils that could see everything. Like a golden arc, it was as if the entire world had surrendered under his feet. As the golden shadow appeared, Emperor Bai's aura reached its climax. He made his move. The white, slender arm made a fist, and explosive power began to be concentrated. The 99,000-foot golden shadow did the same and held his right fist tightly. Emperor Bai punched out. Hung long long. The void in front scattered instantly. It swept over everything. It was as if nothing, including heaven and earth, space and time, could resist that punch. Lord Fun and Demon King Qin, yes, faces changed. They had both fought against Emperor Bai before. They knew how scary he was. The punch and its imposing power frightened both of them. Together, Lord Fun billowed. His flames rise towards the sky once again. The fiery lord he had morphed into also rose to hundreds of feet tall. He was like the master of the world's flames. As the fiery lord held the flame sword with both of his hands, the sword started to emit a terrifying power. The power billowing divine power, secret skills, and rules of order. The rules of order were extremely violent. Cut! The fiery lord let out a loud roar, and the fiery blade swung down immediately. The fiery power from the draw of the blade incinerated everything around into dust. Demon King Qin, you made his move as well. He displayed his 8 arms, each holding a divine weapon. At that moment, the 8 divine weapons unleashed their potential and charged towards Emperor Bai. Soon, their attacks came into contact with Emperor Bai's shocking punch. Pum! A loud bang. The large golden fist rammed through the flaming blade, crushing Demon King Qin, yes, 8 divine weapons, and continued its attack. Hung long long. A terrifying power was in play. Lord Fun and Demon King Qin, you were darting out like bombshells. Too strong. Lord Fun marveled. Jian Wushuang, who had witnessed that scene from afar, was dumbfounded as well. 1 versus 2, crushing the enemies as well. Emperor Bai is strong indeed. Demon King Qin, you only possessed average 3rd stage great emperor fighting powers. But Lord Fun was near pinnacle 3rd stage level, yet he was ridiculously far behind Emperor Bai. This will be much easier now that Emperor Bai has joined the fight. Jian Wushuang smiled and stared at his opponent. Lord Fun and Demon King Qin, you were both marked by Emperor Bai. Now, Jian Wushuang's only opponent left was Ba Su. Let's do this, Ba Su. Jian Wushuang's voice was harsh and charged towards him. Back at the Imperial City, the battle had become extremely intense. But the situation was obvious. The 3 Emperor's world experts were retreating. The gap between the 2 worlds' overall power was getting wider. This excited many experts of the eternal chaotic world. They knew that the opponent was about to crumble. They just needed to continue to fight on, and victory would be theirs. But as 3 Emperor's world was at the verge of collapse, Wang, a beautiful crimson figure, appeared above the Imperial City via space tunnel. His appearance was well marked by his strong bloodlust. The smell of blood, its density was unprecedented. Many experts could not help but turn over. The 3 Emperor's world experts were elated. On the other hand, the eternal chaotic world's experts' pupils shrunk sharply. Kaiser Blood. He's finally arrived? Emperor Bai showed a baffling smile. Hapter 2151 Kaiser Blood. Arrival Kaiser Blood, one of 3 leaders in the 3 Emperor's world, and the strongest expert amongst them. Even the other 2 leaders looked to him for leadership. But Kaiser Blood barely showed up. The previous time the Supreme Emperor Stone had been destroyed by Jian Wushuang and others in the Imperial City, it had been Lord Fun and Demon King Qinyu that had moved out. He hid in the shadows. But now Kaiser Blood could no longer sit still. The void above the Imperial City was Kaiser Blood's fuzzy figure. His bloodshot eyes got a good look of the entire battlefield. His heart sunk upon the sight. At this moment, boom, a terrifying aura billowed over him. Kaiser Blood looked up and realized Emperor Bai had appeared in front of him. Emperor Bai's giant golden shadow remained standing, its desire for battle rising tremendously. Kaiser Blood, I finally get to meet you. Emperor Bai's voice was clear, with vast golden divine power coming out from him every time he spoke. It became a huge ocean of golden divine power. Emperor Bai was at the center of the wave of golden divine power. He clenched his fists and threw a punch. The punch stirred the entire golden divine power sea and arrived at Kaiser Blood within the blink of an eye. Emperor Bai? Kaiser Blood squinted. He had heard of many stories regarding Emperor Bai, so he dared not let his guard down. Immediately, he took a single step, releasing a horrifyingly bloody aura throughout the entire battlefield. Kaiser Blood's hazy right fist was covered by a crimson glow. He pointed his finger towards the void in front of him. With a finger, boundless crimson light burst forth, and a huge sculpture was formed in the void. The sculpture was taller than Emperor Bai's 99,000-foot tall golden shadow, at a sitting position to top it up. It was a crimson divine demon. Its 3 eyes were all fixated on Emperor Bai. An ancient aura was dispersed. At the same time, dong, 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 ancient bell sounds meandered across the heavens. The bell sound contained a special charisma, stopping many cultivators below Great Emperor level, leaving them dazed. The crimson divine demon made its move. The gigantic palms of his clapped. With one clap, heavens and earth fell silent. The palm was increasing in size. Finally, the palm came into contact with Emperor Bai's golden shadow's fist. Pum! Emperor Bai was slightly taken aback. The golden shadow behind him dimmed down quite a bit as well. The crimson divine demon statue in front of him, on the other hand, collapsed immediately as the crimson light scattered out. Within moments, the crimson divine demon was destroyed, blowing Kaiser Blood away. Kaiser Blood took a moment to compose himself. Indeed, the strongest expert in the world, Kaiser Blood said, his bloodshot eyes still fixed on Emperor Bai. You're not too bad yourself, much stronger than Lord Fun and Demon King Chinyu, Emperor Bai said, but there was doubt in his eyes. He could sense that Kaiser Blood's situation was peculiar. It's a shame I do not have the time today. If I did, I would really like to witness your inverse cultivation for myself, Kaiser Blood said. Trying to escape? Emperor Bai asked. Kaiser Blood simply smiled back. As he smiled, countless crimson light rays shone on him. Kaiser Blood at that moment had become a huge, dazzling crimson sun. The crimson sun shone its bloodshot rays all over, forming a continuous sea of blood, sweeping in from all directions. The sea of blood was so vast, and the power it contained was extremely unique. Even Emperor Bai's golden divine power, sea, could not stop it. In an instant, the sea of blood covered every corner of the imperial city's battlefields. Space tunnels started to appear from that very sea. Those space tunnels were formed haphazardly by the sea of blood, numerous and all located near the 3 emperors' world experts. The space tunnels released a terrifying suction immediately. Many 3 emperors' world experts, like the average emperor gods, Sir Gods, were all drawn in involuntarily and eventually disappeared into the space tunnel along with other great emperors. In an instant, the 3 emperors' world experts that had flooded the battlefields all disappeared. That included the great emperors, including Lord Fun, Demon King Chinyu, and Ba Su. The eternal chaotic world experts were simply unable to stop them. When Jian Wushuang realized Ba Su was gravitating towards the space tunnel, he immediately performed the moon picking skill in an attempt to seal the surrounding space-time. But he realized, as he was about to perform the moon picking skill, he was blown away by the sea of blood's impact. He could not force Ba Su to stay. Only one person from the 3 emperors' world forces remained in the imperial city. It was Kaiser Blood. Impressive, this Kaiser Blood. Jian Wushuang was fixated on him, slightly shocked by what he had done. The three emperors' world was already on the verge of defeat, so all they had to do was carry on hunting them down, and the enemy would have been left defeated. They could have kept at least half of the enemy forces, but with one move from Kaiser Blood, he directed all the experts to safety immediately. The method was heart-wrenching. Emperor Bai, the Blood Lord located at the center of the Sea of Blood, spoke. Our three emperors' world's forces were caught off guard this time. You will not be so lucky next time. Kaiser Blood then looked towards Jian Wushuang. Chapter 2152 Victory. Jian Wushuang's expression changed, and he looked towards Kaiser Blood. Kaiser Blood looked towards Jian Wushuang in a peculiar way. Jian Wushuang, you have destroyed the three emperors' world's plans several times. I remember you now. Wait and see. I'll give you a surprise the next time we meet. Ha! A burst of devious laughter echoed around, and Kaiser Blood's figure faded into nothing in front of all the eternal chaotic world experts. The blood-colored sea that had filled the entire imperial city gradually disappeared as well. The imperial city went quiet once again. With that, the final battle came to an end. Unfortunately, there was no decisive victory on both sides. Jian Wushuang, Abysmal Saint Master, and others gathered above the void. Are you all right, guys? Emperor Bai looked at the great emperors in front of him. The great emperors in front of him were those that had followed Jian Wushuang in the sneak attack. We're fine, but Black Dragon Emperor was hit badly by one three emperors, World Great Emperor, Abysmal Saint Master said. Jian Wushuang immediately looked towards Black Dragon Emperor and found her rather pale in complexion, and her aura had been weakened significantly as well. He frowned. I'm fine, I'll recover over time. Black Dragon Emperor looked at Jian Wushuang and smiled. Jian Wushuang nodded. At this time, Ancestor Tian Chen walked over. Emperor Bai, the casualties on both sides have been tallied, Ancestor Tian Chen said. The crowd looked at Ancestor Tian Chen. How is it? Emperor Bai asked. We lost a lot of Sir Gods and Emperor Gods, over 200 of them in total, with more injured. Luckily, they had elixirs to recover their injuries and divine powers immediately. If not, we would have suffered greater losses. We only have 3 injured great emperors, thankfully, Ancestor Tianqin said. The faces of Jian Wushuang and the others darkened. The battle had been completely to their advantage. But they'd still lost so many almighties? What about the 3 emperors' world forces? Emperor Bai asked indifferently. Ancestor Tianqin straightened himself and replied in excitement. Preliminary statistics showed that with the treasures like heaven-piercing arrows, blood, thunder pearl on our side, we took down 8 great emperors alone. Coupling the Sword Emperor's sneak attack, the 3 emperors' world lost 12 great emperors. Everyone flinched upon hearing the numbers. 12 great emperors. Before the eternal chaotic world had started the great battle, there had only been 13 allied great emperors known by the Sanctuary Alliance. It was only as the battle began that the hidden experts revealed themselves, increasing Sanctuary Alliance's total of great emperors. Taking down 12 great emperors in one blow must have been a devastating blow to the 3 emperors' world. The enemy lost even more Sir Gods and Emperor Gods. Ancestor Tianqin said with excitement. The main factor leading to such great numbers is naturally Jian Wushuang's achievement, taking down over 1,000 almighties. Add that to the almighties taken down by our army, and it means the enemy has lost over 1,500 Sir Gods and Emperor Gods. 1,500 almighties. The great emperors around were all shocked, especially Abysmal Saint Master, Underworld God, and King Qinxing. They had not considered how many they had slaughtered during the fight. Now, they realized how many people had fallen at their blades. They were not surprised, nor did they feel guilty about it. After all, the Sir Gods and Emperor Gods they had slaughtered were considered weak to them. In fact, a lot of them were innocent. They did not know a war was going on between both worlds. Slaughtering such almighties brought them no pride or joy at all. But they had no choice. For the eternal, chaotic world and the billions of beings living in it, they had to do it. They had no guilt. It's a pity Kaiser Blood appeared at the last minute, allowing the rest to escape so easily, abandoning the entire imperial city. If not, we could have achieved better results, Ancestor Tianqin said. Jian Wushuang and others nodded. Kaiser Blood was very decisive. Imperial City was the sanctuary grounds of the three emperors' world, possessing huge resources and sites of opportunity. Countless three emperors' world experts had been stationed there for too long. It was the three emperors' world's lair. But when Kaiser Blood saw the situation in front of him, he made the decisive decision to forgo the lair to protect the experts. This kind of decisiveness was not one that an average man possessed. We were not able to take down all three emperors' world experts, but their losses are definitely much worse than ours. Emperor Bai said, regardless, this is definitely the eternal chaotic world's victory. Yes, a victory. Complete victory. The great emperors around all held hands in excitement. Even though they paid the high price of 200 almighties, they took down 1,500 enemy almighties and 12 great emperors. This degree of victory was unprecedented. Our forces were of equal footing with the enemy before this battle. But now, after today, the scales of victory have completely landed on our side. Chapter 2153, Sweeping Three Emperors' World. Hearing what Emperor Bai had said, Jian Wushuang and the other great emperors clenched their palms together. They were all elated. Indeed, the battle had turned the tables from being similar in power to completely overpowering the three emperors' world to the extent that they had abandoned their lair. The huge amount of resources the three emperors' world possessed would allow the eternal chaotic world to progress in strength once again. If it went on, the eternal chaotic world forces would eventually emerge victoriously. As an estimation, we have a 70% chance of winning, Ancestor Tianqin said solemnly. 70% was Ancestor Tianqin's estimate. Indeed it was. Even so, we must not let our guard down. The three emperors' world are led by three ancient era leaders, especially the Kaiser Blood. Emperor Bai's expression changed. He's something else, that Kaiser Blood. Jian Wushuang and the others looked at Emperor Bai. They had all witnessed Emperor Bai fighting it out with Kaiser Blood and seen Emperor Bai at the complete advantage. Obviously, Emperor Bai's abilities were about the same as Kaiser Blood's, but as they heard what Emperor Bai had said, if my prediction is correct, Kaiser Blood was not at his best just now. Definitely so, Emperor Bai said. He felt really strong, but could not defeat me during the fight. There is only one explanation for this, which is that he had not fully recovered his abilities. Incomplete form? Abilities not fully recovered? Under those circumstances, if Kaiser Blood could go head-on with Emperor Bai, it meant that his fighting power would be at pinnacle 3rd stage. If he had fully recovered, what stage would that be? 4th stage? We need to be on our guard. The tactics of the ancient era outpower what you all are familiar with today. We must chase them down. We cannot give them room to breathe, Emperor Bai said coldly. But now that the experts have abandoned their lair, we have no way of knowing where they are hiding. How can we chase them? Jian Wushuang frowned. One should at least know where the enemy was in order to chase them down, right? Kaiser Blood's tactics are impressive, creating space tunnels with his blood-tainted ocean. Even I cannot sense where the space tunnels went, if they have left the three emperors' world or not. If they really wanted to hide, it would not be easy finding them. Emperor Bai's face was sour. But we have no need to find them for now. Our target is the entire three emperors' world. Emperor Bai, you mean? Jian Wushuang read his mind. Emperor Bai said coldly, the three emperors' world will never let us off. If we were on the losing side, they would have decimated the billions of lives on the eternal chaotic world. Therefore, we cannot go soft on their world either. The three emperors' world has countless domains and cultivators. This is the foundation of the three emperors' world. These domains are the ones providing the enemy with cultivators. We must eliminate everything. Of course, we cannot be as ruthless as the enemy. We will spare the normal cultivators, but hunt down the high-ranked experts. Jian Wushuang, ancestor Tianqin, and many other great emperors around were determined. They had all stepped on the bodies of others to reach where they were today. Naturally, they would not go easy on the enemy. The 12 states, 84 god mansions, 3,300 domains, and countless cultivators of the three emperors' world. The domains and cultivators were the true foundation of the three emperors' world. They were not so as crazy to kill every single cultivator, but they could not afford to not take down the elite ones, or potentially elite ones. Tianqin, send the word for the army to move off. Get them to sweep and search every single domain. Kill every powerful almighty in sight. Even the real gods. Leave the void real gods and eternal real gods aside. But anyone that reaches chaotic real god, kill them. Emperor Bai said coldly. Understood. Ancestor Tianqin nodded. The rest of you, make your way forward as well. Don't let the enemy defeat us here, Emperor Bai said. Understood. Jian Wushuang, abysmal Saint Master, and others obeyed his command. Before long, they had reorganized Eternal Chaotic World Army and headed for different domains under the command of several great emperors. The largest sweep within three emperors' world had commenced, a hidden domain within the three emperors' world. The three emperors' world experts that had escaped from the imperial city had all gathered there. At the core of the domain, at the dark void above, gathered Kaiser Blood, Lord Fun, Demon King Qinyu, and Lung Rushua. Even though Ba Su was a third-stage great emperor, his measly status gave him no right to be there. The faces of the four were extremely ugly. We have received the news. The Eternal Chaotic World Army has moved out from the imperial city and has started sweeping every domain. They are wiping out all the high-ranked experts we have, Kaiser Blood said coldly, but anyone could tell his tone was full of murderous intent. Eternal Chaotic World. Emperor Bai, and that Jian Wushuang. Damn it, damn it. Demon King Qinyu was bawling. This time we were outplayed by Emperor Bai, Lord Fin said. The token Jian Wushuang crushed was a void token, if I am not mistaken. A rare token even in our era. A void token, a carefully thought-out plan for Jian Wushuang and others to hit us unexpectedly, dealing as much damage as possible. Then they lured all the experts over, finally using the token to send their army over to wipe us out. Vicious.